Lover Mine. The Black Dagger Brotherhood, Book 8. By J.R. Ward. Prologue. The Bloodletters War Camp, Old Country, 1644. He wished he had more time. Although for truth, what would that change? Time mattered only if one did something with it, and he had already done what he could herein. Darius, begotten son of terror, forsaken son of Marklon, sat on a dirt floor with his diary open on his knee and a beeswax candle in front of him. His illumination was naught but the small flame that swayed in a draught, and his room was the far corner of a cave. His clothing was made from rough, battle-ready leather, and his boots were of the same construction. In his nose, the stench of male sweat and pungent earth mingled with the sweet death decay of lesser's blood. Each breath he took seemed to magnify the stink. Flipping through the parchment pages, he went back in time, reversing the days one by one until he was no longer here at the war camp. He longed for home with a physical ache, his sojourn in this camp an amputation rather than a relocation. He had been raised in a castle where elegance and grace had been the very fabric of life. Within the stout walls that had protected his family from humans and lessers alike, every night had been as warm and rose-scented as those of July, the months and years passing with ease and leisure. The 50 rooms through which he had oft wandered had been appointed with satins and silks and furniture made of precious woods and woven rugs, not rushes. With oil paintings that glowed in their gilt frames and marble statuary affecting dignified poses, it was a platinum setting to anchor a diamond existence. And so it would have been unfathomable then that he would ever find himself where he was now. There had been, however, a vital weakness in the foundation of that life of his. The beating heart of his mother had given him his right to be under that roof and held within that cosset hearth. And when that loving, vital organ had stopped within her breast, Darius had lost not only his birth mammon but the only home he had ever known. His stepfather had cast him out and relegated him herein, an enmity long hidden thus exposed and acted upon. There had been no time to mourn his mother. No time to puzzle over the abrupt hatred of the male who had all but sired him. No time to pine for the identity he'd had as a male of good breeding within the Glimmer. He had been dropped at the entrance of this cave like a human who had succumbed to the plague, and the battles had begun afore he ever saw a lesser or began training to fight the slayers. In his first night and day within the belly of this camp, he had been attacked by fellow trainees who viewed his fine clothing, the only set he'd been permitted to take with him, as evidence he was weak of arm. He had surprised not only them but himself during those dark hours. It was then that he had learned, as did they, that although he had been reared by an aristocratic male, in Darius's blood were the components of a warrior. Indeed, not just a soldier. Nay, a brother. Without being taught, his body had known what to do and had responded to physical aggression with chilling action. Even as his mind struggled with the brutality of his deeds, his hands and feet and fangs had known precisely what exertion was necessary. There had been another side of him, unknown, unrecognized, that somehow seemed more him than the reflection he had so long regarded within leaded glass. Over time, his fighting had grown even more proficient, and his horror at himself had lessened. For truth, there was no other path upon which to tread. The seed of his true father and his father's father and his grandfather's sire had determined his skin and bone and muscles, the pure warrior bloodline transforming him into a powerful force, and a vicious, deadly opponent. Indeed, he found it highly disturbing to have this other identity. It was as if he cast two shadows upon the ground o'er which he tread, as if wherever he stood there were two separate light sources that illuminated his body. And yet, although conducting oneself in such a loathsome, violent manner offended the sensibilities he'd been taught, he knew it was part of the higher purpose he was destined to serve. And it had saved him time and time again. From those who sought to harm him inside the camp, and from the one who seemed to wish them all dead. Indeed, the bloodletter was supposedly their ward, but he acted more like an enemy even as he instructed them in the ways of war. Or perhaps that was the point. War was ugly no matter the facet shown, whether it was preparation or participation. The bloodletter's teaching was brutal, and his sadistic dictates demanded actions of which Darius would have no part. Verily, Darius was always the winner in conflict contests between trainees. But he did not partake of the raping that was punishment inflicted upon those bested. He was the only one whose refusal was honored. His denial had been challenged once by the bloodletter, and when Darius had nearly beaten him, the male had never approached again. Darius's losers, among which all in the camp were numbered, were punished by others, and it was during these times when the rest of the camp was occupied by spectacle that he most frequently took solace in his diary. Verily, at the now he could not countenance even a glance in the direction of the main fire pit, for one of the sessions was taking place. He hated that he had caused the events to transpire yet again. But he had no choice. He had to train, he had to fight, and he had to win. And the sum resulting from that equation was determined by the bloodletter's law. From over at the fire pit, grunting and cheers of lusty derision rose. His heart ached so at the sounds, and he closed his eyes. The one currently exacting the punishment in Darius's place was a vicious male out of the mold of the bloodletter. He frequently stepped up to fill the void as he enjoyed the dispensation of pain and humiliation as much as he did his meed. But mayhap it would be no longer thus, at least for Darius. This night would be his test in the field. After having been trained for a year, he was going out not just with warriors but brothers. It was a rare honor and a sign that the war with the lessening society was, as always, dire. Darius's innate expertise had gained notice, and Wrath, the fair king, had decreed that he was to be taken out of the camp and developed further by the best fighters the vampire race had. The Black Dagger Brotherhood. All could be for naught, however. If this night he proved to be capable solely of training and the sparring with others of his ilk, then he would be cast back unto this cave for more of the bloodletter's brand of teaching. Never to be tried by the brothers again, relegated to serve as a soldier. One had a single chance with the Brotherhood, and the test this moonlit eve was not about fighting styles or weaponry. It was a test of heart. Could he look into the pale eyes of the enemy and smell their sweet odor and keep his head calm whilst his body did act upon those slayers? Darius's eyes lifted up from the words he had put upon parchment a lifetime ago. In the cave's innermost entryway a band of 4 stood tall and thick-shouldered and heavily weaponed. Members of the Brotherhood. He knew this quartet by name. Agony, Throw, Murder, Torture. Darius closed his diary, slid it into a fissure of rock, and licked the slice in his wrist that he had made to create ink. His quill made from a pheasant's tail feather was failing fast, and he wasn't sure whether he would ever be back here again to use it, but he tucked it away. As he picked up the candle and lifted it to his mouth, he was struck by the buttery quality of the light. He'd spent so many hours writing by such kind, soft illumination. In fact, that seemed the only tie he had between his life of the past and his current existence. He blew out the small flame with a single breath. Getting to his feet, he gathered his weapons, a steel dagger that he had been given off the cooling body of a dead trainee, and a sword that was from the communal training weapons stall. Neither hilt had been fitted for his palm, but his wielding hand cared not. As the brothers looked his way and offered neither greeting nor dismissal, he wished that among them was his real father. How different this would all feel if he had at his side one who cared what his outcome would be. He looked not for quarter given and sought no special dispensation, but he was ever alone now, set apart from those around him, separated by a divide he could see across but never cover. To be without family was a strange, unseeable prison, the bars of loneliness and rootlessness enclosing ever more tightly as years and experience accumulated, isolating a male such that he touched naught and naught touched him. Darius did not look back at the camp as he walked toward the 4 who had come for him. The bloodletter knew that he was going out into the field and didn't care whether or not he returned herein. And the other trainees were likewise. On the approach, he wished he had more time to ready himself for this test of will and strength and courage. But it was now and here. Verily, time moved forward even if you wanted it to slow to a crawl. Stopping afore the brothers, he yearned for a bracing word or a well-wish or a pledge of faith from someone. As there was none coming, he offered up a brief prayer to the sacred mother of the race. Dearest Virgin Scribe, please let me not fail in this. 1. Another fucking butterfly. As RP looked at what was coming through the door of his tart shop, he knew he was going to end up doing another fucking butterfly. Or tattoo. Shop, he knew he was going to end up doing another fucking. Yup. Given the pair of long, blonde, and bubbly that was jiggling their giggly way up to his receptionist, he was so not going to be rocking any skull and bones shit into their skin. These Paris Hiltons and their we're so bad excitement had him looking at the clock and wishing he closed now instead of 1 a.m. Man, the shit he did for money. Most of the time he could be all yeah whatever about the lightweights who came in to get marked up, but tonight the bright ideas of cutie pies annoyed him. Hard to get enthused about the Hello Kitty set when he'd just spent 3 hours doing a memorial portrait for a biker who'd lost his best friend on the road. One was real life, the other a cartoon. Mar, his receptionist, came over to him. "You got time to do a quickie?" Her pierced eyebrows went up as her eyes rolled. "Shouldn't take long." "Yeah." He nodded to his padded chair. "Get the first one over here." "They want to be done together." Of course they did. "Fine." Grab the stool from the back. As Mar disappeared behind a curtain and he got set up, the two by the cash register held each other's hands and twittered over the consent forms they had to sign. From time to time, both of them shot him wide looks, like with all his tats and his metal, he was an exotic tiger they'd come to admire at a zoo. And totally approved of. Right? He would cut his own balls off before he threw them as much as a pity fuck. After Mar took their money, she brought them over and introduced them as Carrie and Sarah, which was more than he'd expected. He'd been bracing himself for Tiffany and Brittany. "I want a rainbow carp," Carrie said as she got into his chair with what she clearly intended to be an enticing arch right here. She pulled up her tight little shirt, undid the zipper on her jeans, and pushed down the top of her pink thong. Her belly button had a hoop with a pink rhinestone heart dangling off of it, and it was clear she was into electrolysis. "Fine," R.I.P. said. "How big?" Carrie the seductress seemed to deflate a little as if her no doubt 100% success rate with college football players had led her to assume he would pant all over the real estate she was showing him. Not too big. My parents would kill me if they knew I was doing this. So it can't show over a bikini bottom." "Of course not. 2 inches. He held up his tatted hand and gave her a sense of dimension. "Maybe. A little smaller." With a black pen, he made a sketch on her, and after she asked him to stay on the inside of the lines, he snapped on his black gloves, got out a fresh needle and tuned up his gun. It took Carrie about 1.5 seconds to sport tears and hang onto Sarah's hand as if she were giving birth without an epidural. And that was the difference, wasn't it? There was a huge divide between the hardcore and the wannabe. Butterflies and carps and pretty little hearts were not. The shop's door opened wide, and R.I.P. sat up a little straighter on his rolling stool. The 3 men who walked in were not in military uniforms, but they were definitely not civilians. Dressed in black leather from their jackets to their pants to their shit-kickers, they were huge men who sucked the walls of the shop in closer and shrank the ceiling down tight. Lot of bulges hidden underneath those coats, the kinds made by guns and maybe knives. With a subtle shift, RP moved in the direction of his counter where the emergency alarm button was. The one on the left had mismatched eyes and gunmetal piercings and a killer's cool stare. The one on the right seemed a little closer to mainstream with his pretty boy puss and the red hair except for the fact that he carried himself like someone who'd been to war and back. The one in the middle, however, was trouble. Slightly larger than his buddies. He had dark brown hair that was cut short and a classically handsome face, but his blue eyes were lifeless, with about as much reflection as old asphalt. A dead man walking, with nothing to lose. "Hey," RP called out to greet them. "You guys need some ink?" "He does." The one with the piercings nodded at his blue-eyed buddy. "And he's got the design. It's a shoulder piece." RIP gave his instincts a chance to weigh in on the project. The men didn't eye Mar inappropriately. There was no casing of the cash register and no one went for their medal. They waited politely but with expectation, like either he did what they wanted or they'd find someone else who would. He eased back into position, thinking they were his peeps. "Cool. I'll be finished in no time here." Mar spoke up from behind the counter. "We were supposed to be closing in less than an hour. But I'll do you," RIP told the one in the center. "You don't worry about the time." "And I think I'll stay," Mar said, eyeing the one with the piercings. The blue-eyed guy's hands came up and moved with distinct gestures. After he was finished, the pierced one translated, "He says thanks. And he's brought his own ink if that's okay." Not exactly the norm and against the health code, but RP had no trouble being flexible for the right customer. "No prob, my man." He got back to work with the carp and Carrie resumed her bitten lip and little girl moaning routine. When he was finished, he was not at all surprised that Sarah, after having watched her friend go through agony, decided that she wanted a refund instead of some pretty, rainbow-colored ink of her own. Which was good news. It meant that he could get to work on the guy with the dead eyes right away. As he snapped off his black gloves and cleaned up, he wondered what in the hell the design was going to look like, and exactly how long it was going to take Mar to get inside the pierced guy's pants. Former was likely to be fairly good. And the latter. He'd give that about 10 minutes, because she'd caught his mismatched stare and Mar was a fast worker not just behind the counter. Across town, away from the bars and tat shops on Trade Street, in an enclave of brownstones and cobbled lanes, Shex stood in a bay window and stared out of wavy antique glass. She was naked and cold and bruised. But she was not weak. Down below, on the sidewalk, a human female strolled along with a little yappy dog on a string and a cell phone up to her ear. Across the way, people in other elegant walk-ups were drinking and eating and reading. Cars went by slowly out of both respect for the neighbors and fear for their suspension systems on the uneven street. The Homo sapiens peanut gallery couldn't see or hear her, and not just because the capacities of that other race were so diminished in comparison to those of vampires. Or in her case, half-sympath vampires. Even if she turned the ceiling light on and screamed until her voice box gave out, even if she waved her arms until they fell out of their sockets, the men and women who were all around would just keep up whatever they were doing, unaware that she was trapped in this bedroom, thick in their midst. And it wasn't as if she could pick up the bureau or the bedside table and break the glass. Same with kicking down the door or crawling through the bathroom vent. She'd tried all that. The assassin in her had to be impressed by the pervasive nature of her invisible cell. There was quite literally no way to get around, through, or out of it. Turning away from the window, she paced around the king-size bed with its silk sheets and horrible memories, and went by the marble bathroom, and kept going by the door that led out into the hall. Given the way things went with her captor, it wasn't as if she needed more exercise, but she couldn't keep still, her body twitchy and humming. She'd done this against her will thing once before. Knew how the mind, like a starved body, could cannibalize itself after too long if you didn't feed it something to churn over. Her favorite distraction? Mixed drinks. After having worked in clubs for years, she knew legions of cocktails and concoctions, and she ran through them, picturing the bottles and the glasses and the pouring and the ice and the spice. That bartenderpedia routine had kept her sane. Up until now, she had banked on a mistake, a slip-up, an opportunity for escape. None had come, and that hope was starting to fade, exposing a huge black hole that was ready to eat her. So she just kept making drinks in her head and searching for her opening. And her past experience helped in a strange way. Whatever happened here, however bad it got, however much it hurt physically, it was nothing compared to what she'd been through before. This was the minor leagues. Or, at least she told herself that. Sometimes it felt worse. More with the pacing past the two bay windows in front, by the bureau, and then around the bed again. This time she went into the bathroom. There were no razors or brushes or combs, just some towels that were slightly damp and a bar of soap or two. When Lash had abducted her, using the same kind of magic that was keeping her in the suite of rooms, he had brought her to this elegant crib of his, and their first night and day together had been indicative of how it was going to be. In the mirror over the double sinks, she saw herself and performed a dispassionate review of her body. There were bruises all over her. Cuts and scrapes, too. He was brutal in what he did, and she fought back because she'd be damned if she let him kill her, so it was hard to tell what marks had been made by him and what had been incidental to what she'd done to the bastard. Get his ass naked in front of some glass. And she'd bet her last breath he didn't look any better than she did. Eye for an eye. The unfortunate corollary was that he liked that she met fire with fire. The more they battled it out, the more he got turned on, and she sensed he was surprised at his own emotions. For the first couple of days, he'd been in punishment mode, trying to pay her back for what she'd done to his last girlfriend. Evidently, those bullets she'd put in that bitch's chest had really ticked his shit off. But then things had changed. He'd started to talk less about his ex and more about body parts and fantasies involving a future that included her bearing his spawn. Pillow talk for the sociopath. Now his eyes glowed for another reason when he came to her, and if he knocked her out, she usually regained consciousness with him wrapped around her body. Shex turned away from her reflection and froze before taking another step. Someone was downstairs. Leaving the bathroom, she went to the door that led out into the hall and inhaled slow and deep. As the scent of sweaty roadkill wafted into her sinuses, it was clear whatever was hoofing around down below was a lesser, but it wasn't Lash. Nope, this was his minion, the one who came every night before her captor arrived to make him something to eat. Which meant Lash was on the way to the brownstone. Man, wasn't it just her luck? She got snatched by the only member of the lessening society who ate and fucked. The rest of them were impotent as a 90-year-old and existed on an air diet, but Lash? Fucker was fully functional. Going back over to the window, she put her hand out toward the glass. The boundary that marked her prison was an energy field that felt like a prickling heat as she came into contact with it. The damn thing was like an invisive fence for things bigger than dogs, with the added bene of no collar being required. There was a little give in it. As she pressed forward, there was a hint of flexibility, but only up to a point. Then the molecules that were agitated pulled together, and the burning sensation got so acute she had to shake her hand out and walk off the pain. As she waited for Lash to come back to her, her mind drifted to the male she tried never to think of. Especially if Lash was around. It was unclear how much her captor could get into her head. But she didn't want to take chances. If the bastard got an itch that mute soldier was her well of soul, as her people called it, he would use that against her. And John Matthew. An image of the male came to her mind. His blue eyes resonating in her recollection so clearly. She could see the flecks of navy in them. God, those beautiful blue eyes. She could remember when she first met him back when he was a pre-trans. He had looked at her with such awe and wonder, as if she were larger than life, a revelation. Of course, at that point, all she knew was that he was packing heat in zero-sum, and as head of security for the club, she'd been hell-bent on disarming him and throwing him out into the street. But then she'd learned the Blind King was his ward, and that had changed everything. Following the happy little news flash about who was all up in his biz, John was not just welcome to be armed. He was a special guest, along with his 2 boys. After that, he'd come in regularly and had always watched her, those blue eyes on her wherever she was. And then he'd transitioned. Holy hell, had he turned into a big one. And abruptly that stare had something hot added to the gentle shyness. It had taken a lot to kill that kindness. But true to her assassin's nature, she'd managed to strangle the warmth out of the way he looked at her. Focusing on the street below, she thought of that time they had been together at her basement place. After the sex, when he tried to kiss her, when his blue eyes had glowed with the trademark vulnerability and compassion she'd come to associate with him, she'd pulled away and shut him down. It was a case of lost nerve. She just couldn't handle the pressure of all that hearts and flowers stuff. Or the responsibility that came with being around someone who felt like that about her. Or the reality that she had the capacity to love him back. The payback had been the death of that special look. The solace she took was that among the males who were likely to try to come after her revenge, I am and Trez. The Brotherhood John was not on a crusade. If he was searching for her, it was because he had to as a soldier, not because he was compelled to as part of a personal suicide mission. No, John Matthew wouldn't be on the warpath because of how he felt about her. And having already watched a male of worth destroy himself trying to rescue her, at least she didn't have to do that again. As the smell of fresh grilling steak permeated the brownstone, she shut off her thoughts and gathered her will around her like a suit of armor. Her lover would be here any minute. So she needed to batten down her mental hatches and get ready for tonight's battle. Pervasive exhaustion dragged at her, but her will ushered that deadweight out on its ass. She needed to feed even more than she needed proper sleep, but neither of those was happening anytime soon. It was a question of putting one foot in front of the other until something broke. That, and taking out the male who dared to hold her against her will. 2. Chronologically speaking, Blaylock son of Rock had known John Matthew for just over a year. But that was not a true reflection of the bromance. There were 2 timelines to people's lives. The absolute and the perceived. The absolute was the universal day and night cycle that for them added up to something like 365. Then there was the way that time period had gone, the events, the deaths, the destruction, the training, the fighting. He figured all told. That pegged the 2 of them at about 400,000 years. And counting, he thought, looking over at his buddy. John Matthew was staring at the ink designs on the walls of the Tat Place, his eyes going over the skulls and daggers and American flags and Chinese symbols. With his size, he absolutely dwarfed the 3-room shop to the point where it was like he came from another planet. In contrast to his pre-trans state, the guy now had the muscle mass of a pro wrestler, although because his skeleton was so big, the weight was stretched out on long bones, giving him a more elegant look than those swolled-up humans in tights. He'd taken to buzz-cutting his dark hair, and this made the lines of his face seem harsh rather than handsome, with the dark circles under his eyes giving the hard-ass look some serious backup. Life had beaten the shit out of him, but instead of folding, each strike and blow had forged him harder and stronger and tougher. He was straight steel now, nothing lingering of the boy he'd once been. But that was growing up for you. Not only your body changed, your head did too. Staring at his friend, the loss of innocence seemed a crime. And on that note, the receptionist behind the counter caught Blaze's attention. She was leaning on the glass display of piercing supplies, her breast swelling against the black bra and black muscle shirt she was wearing. She had 2 sleeves, one in black and white and one in black and red, and she had gunmetal gray hoops in her nose, her eyebrows, and both ears. Amid all the tat drawings on the walls, she was a living example of the work you could get if you wanted. A very sexy, hardcore example. Who had lips the color of red wine and hair the color of night. Everything about her matched Quinn. She was like a female him. And what do you know? Quinn's mixed eyes had already locked on her and he was smiling tightly in his trademark gotcha way. Blaze slipped a hand into his leather jacket and felt around for his pack of Dunhill Reds. Man, nothing made him Jones for a smoke more than Quinn's love life. And clearly he'd be lighting up another couple coffin nails tonight. Quinn sauntered over to the receptionist and drank her in like she was a long, tall beer fresh from the tap and he'd been working in the heat for hours. His eyes locked on her breasts as he traded names with her and she helped him get a clearer picture of her assets by easing forward onto her forearms. Good thing vampires didn't get cancer. Blaze turned his back on the Spice Channel by the cash register and went over to stand next to John Matthew. That's cool. Blaze pointed at a dagger sketch. You gonna get ink ever? John signed. I don't know. God knew he liked it on skin. His stare shifted back over to Quinn. The guy's huge body was arching into the human woman. His broad shoulders and his tight hips and his long, powerful legs guaranteeing her one hell of a ride. He was amazing at sex. Not that Blaze would know firsthand. He'd seen it and he'd heard it. And he'd imagined what it would be like. But when the opportunity had arisen, he'd been relegated to a small, special class, denied. Actually, it was more of a category than a class. Because he was the only one who Quinn would not have sex with. Is it going to sting like this forever? A female voice asked. As a deep male rumble replied, Blaze glanced over to the tat chair. The blonde who'd just been worked on was gingerly tucking her shirt in over her cellophane bandage and staring at the guy who'd inked her like he was a doctor telling her the odds of surviving rabies. The pair of girls then went over to the receptionist where the uninked one who'd changed her mind got a refund and both of them checked out Quinn. It was like that wherever the guy went and it used to be the kind of thing that made Blaze worship his best friend. Now it was a never-ending rejection. Every time Quinn said yes, it made that one single no louder. I'm ready if you guys are, the tattoo artist called out. John and Blaze headed to the rear of the shop and Quinn dropped the receptionist like a bad habit and followed. One good thing about him was the seriousness with which he took his role as John's Ostrix Notrum. He was supposed to be around the guy 24/7, and that was a responsibility he took more seriously even than sex. As John sat in the padded chair in the center of the workspace, he took out a piece of paper and unfolded it on the artist's counter. The man frowned and looked over what John had sketched out. So it's these 4 symbols across your upper shoulders? John nodded and signed. You can embellish them any way you want, but they have to be clear. After Quinn translated, the artist nodded. Cool. He grabbed a black pen and started making a picture box of elegant swirls around the simple design. What are these things, by the way? Just symbols, Quinn answered. The artist nodded again and kept sketching. How's this? All 3 of them leaned in. Man, Quinn said softly. That's vicious. It was absolutely perfect. The kind of thing John would wear on his skin with pride, not that anyone would see the old language characters or all that spectacular swirl work. What was spelled out was not something he wanted widely known, but that was the thing with tats. They didn't have to be public, and God knew the guy had plenty of t-shirts to cover up with. When John nodded, the artist stood up. Let me get the transfer paper. Copying it onto you won't take long, and then we'll get to work. As John put a crystal jar of ink on the counter and started to take off his jacket, Blaze sat on a stool and held out his arms. Given the number of weapons John was packing in his pockets, it wouldn't do anyone any good for him to just hang his shit up on a hook. When he was shirtless, John settled into a forward lean position, his heavy arms resting on a padded bar stand. After the tattoo artist got the image on the transfer paper, the guy smoothed the sheet over John's upper back, then peeled it off. The design formed a perfect arch across the span of muscles, taking up all of John's considerable acreage. The old language really was beautiful, Blaze thought. Staring at the symbols, for one brief, ridiculous moment he imagined his own name across Quinn's shoulders, carved into that smooth skin in the manner of the mating ritual. Never going to happen. They were destined to be best friends. Which, compared to strangers, was something huge. Compared to lovers? It was the cold side of a locked door. He glanced over at Quinn. The guy had one eye on John and one eye on the receptionist, who had locked the front door and come to stand by his side. Behind the fly of his leathers, the bulge he was sporting was obvious. Blay looked down at the mess of clothes in his lap. One by one, he carefully folded the undershirt, the long sleeve, and then John's jacket. When he glanced up, Quinn was running his forefinger slowly down the woman's arm. They were going to end up ducking behind that curtain over to the left. The front door to the shop was secured, the curtain was fairly thin, and Quinn would do the woman with his weapons on. So John would be safe at all times. And that itch would get scratched, which meant Blay would only have to suffer hearing them. Better than the full bifta, especially because Quinn was beautiful to watch when he had sex. Just beautiful. Back when Blay had tried to do the hetero thing, the two had tag-teamed a number of human females, not that he could have recalled any of the women's faces, bodies, or names. It had always been about Quinn for him. Always. The nibbling pain of the tattoo needle was a pleasure. As John shut his eyes and breathed deep and slow, he thought about the intersection of metal and skin, how the sharp entered the soft, how the blood flowed. How you knew exactly where the penetration was. Like right now, the tattoo artist was directly over the top of his spine. John had a lot of experience with the whole slice and dice shitingly on a much larger scale, and more as a giver rather than a receiver. Sure, he'd been cut up out in the field a couple of times, but he'd left more than his fair share of holes behind, and like the tattoo artist, he always took his equipment to work with him. His jacket carried all kinds of daggers and switches, even a length of chain. Also a matched set of just-in-case guns. Well, all that and a pair of barbed chiliches. Not that he ever used those on the enemy. No, those weren't weapons. And although they hadn't been cinched on anyone's thigh for almost 4 weeks now, they weren't useless. Currently, they functioned as a kind of fuck-up security blanket. Without them, he felt naked. Thing was, those brutal ties were the only tie he had to the one he loved. Which, considering the way things had been left between them, made cosmic sense. They didn't go far enough for him, however. What Shex had worn around her legs to tame her sympath side didn't offer the kind of permanence he was looking for, and that was what had led him to his own metal-on-skin convention. When he was through here, she would always be with him. In his skin as well as under it. On his shoulders as well as his mind. Hopefully this human was doing a good job with the design. When the brothers needed tattoos for whatever reason, this house worked the needle, and the guy was a pro at Ithel. The red tear on Quinn's face and the black scrolling date around the back of his neck were spanked. Trouble was, you went to V with a job like this one and suddenly there were going to be questions not just from him, but from everyone else. Not many secrets in the Brotherhood, and John would just as soon keep his feelings for Shex to himself. The truth was, he was in love with her. Totally over the line, no going back. Not even dead would he part kind of shit. And although his hearts and flowers hadn't been unrequited, that didn't matter. He'd come to peace with the fact that the one he wanted didn't want him. What he could not live with was her being tortured or dying a slow, excruciating death. Or him not being able to give her a proper burial. He was obsessed with her disappearance. Single-minded to the point of self-destruction. Brutal and unforgiving toward the one who'd taken her. But that was nobody else's biz. The only good thing in the sitch was that the Brotherhood was likewise committed to figuring out what the hell had happened to her. The brothers didn't leave anyone behind on a mission, and when they'd gone up to get revenge out of that Symphoth colony, Shex had been very much a member of the team. When the dust had cleared and she'd disappeared entirely, the assumption was that she'd been abducted, and there were 2 possible ways to go, Symphoths or Lessers. Which was kind of like saying, do you want her to come down with polio or Ebola? Everyone, including John, Quinn, and Blay, was on the case. As a result, it just looked as though finding her was part of John's job as a soldier in war. The humming of the needle stopped and the artist wiped at his back. It's looking good, the guy said, resuming his work. You want to do it in 2 sessions or just this one? John glanced at Blay and signed. He says he wants it done tonight if you have the time, Blay translated. Yeah, I can do that. Mar, call Rick and tell him I'm going to be late. Dialing as we speak, the receptionist said. Nope, John wasn't going to let the brothers see this ink no matter how great it looked. The way he saw it, he'd been born in a bus station and left for dead. Thrown into the human child welfare system. Picked up by Tor and his mate only to have her killed and the guy disappear. And now Z, who'd been the one assigned to reach out to him, was understandably busy with his Shellen and their new young. Even Shex had shut him out before the tragedy. So whatever, he could take a hint. Besides, it was curiously liberating not to give a shit about anyone else's opinion. Freed him up to nurture his violent obsession with tracking down her abductor and ripping the fucker limb from limb. "You mind telling me what this is?" the tattoo guy asked. John lifted his eyes and figured there was no reason to lie to the human. Besides, Blay and Quinn knew the truth. Blay looked a little surprised, but then translated. "He says it's his girl's name." "Ah. Yeah, I figured. You two getting married." After John signed, Blay said, "It's a memorial." There was a pause, and then the tattoo guy put his gun down on the rolling table where the ink was. After yanking up the sleeve of his black shirt, he put his forearm in front of John. On it was the picture of a gorgeous woman, her hair breezing out over her shoulder, her eyes focused so that she looked out of his skin. "That was my girl. She's not here anymore either." With a sharp tug, the guy covered up the picture. "So I get it." As the needle got back to work, John found it difficult to breathe. The idea that Shex was probably dead by now ate him alive. And what was worse was imagining the way she might have died. John knew who'd taken her. There was only one logical explanation. While she had gone into the labyrinth and helped to free Revenge, Lash had shown up, and when he'd disappeared, so had she. Not a coincidence. And though no one had seen anything, there had been about 100 symphoths in the cave where Rev had been, and a lot going on. And Lash was not your garden variety lesser. Oh no. He was apparently the son of the Omega, the very spawn of evil. And that meant the cocksucker had tricks. John had seen a few of his fancy dancies up close and personal during the fight at the colony. If the guy could palm up energy bombs and go nose to nose with Rage's beast, then why couldn't he snatch someone right from under everyone's noses? The thing was, if Shex had been killed that night, they would have found a body. If she was breathing but had an injury, she would have telepathically reached out symphoth to symphoth to Revenge. And if she was alive but needed a little vacation, she would have left only after she was sure everyone else was home safe. The brothers were working off the same logical assumptions, so they were all out looking for lessers. And although most of the vampires had left Caldwell for out-of-state safe houses after the raids, the lessening society, under Lash's rule, had turned to drug dealing to make ends meet, and that went down mainly around the clubs here in town on Trade Street. Trolling seedy alleys was the name of the game, with everyone looking for things that were undead and smelled like a cross between a bled-out skunk and a Glade plugin. For weeks, and they'd found nothing other than signs that lessers were moving product on the street to humans. John was going insane, mostly from all the not knowing and the fear, but partially from having to hold his violence inside. Although it was amazing what you could do when you had no choice, he had to appear normal and level-headed if he wanted to be a part of this. So that was what he presented himself to be. And this tattoo? It was a stake shoved into the territory he was in. His declaration that even if Shex hadn't wanted him, she was his mate and he would honor her, alive or dead. Here was the thing. People felt the way they did, and it wasn't their fault or yours if the connection was one-sided. It just was. God, he wished he hadn't been so cold when they'd had sex the second time. That final time. Abruptly, he cut off his emotions, putting that genie of sadness and regret and rejection back into its bottle. He couldn't allow himself to break down. He had to keep going, keep searching, keep putting one foot in front of the other. Time was moving forward even though he wanted to slow it down so that they had a better chance of finding her alive. The clock was not interested in his opinions, however. Dear God, he thought, please let me not fail in this. 3. Induction? What, like it's a fucking club? As the words bounced around the inside of the Mercedes, Lash tightened his hands on the steering wheel and stared out the windshield. He had a switchblade in the inside pocket of his Canali suit, and the urge to out the blade and slice this human's throat open was goddamn tempting. Of course, then he'd have a dead body to deal with and blood all over the leather. Both of which were Boar's. He looked across the seats. The one he had picked out of a cast of hundreds was your typical bottom-feeding, drug-dealing, shifty-eyed motherfucker. The kid's history of child abuse was written in the old circular scar on his face, perfectly round and the size of the burning end of a cigarette, and his hard life on the street was in his smart, twitchy eyes. His greed was in the way he looked around the inside of the car, like he was trying to figure out how to make it his own, and his resourcefulness was obvious by how quickly he'd made a name for himself as a go-to dealer. More than a club, Lash said in a low voice. Much more. You've got a future in this business and I'm offering it to you on a silver platter. I'll have my men pick you up here tomorrow night. What if I don't show? Your choice. Of course, then the fucker was gonna wake up dead in the morning, but details. The kid met Lash's eyes. The human wasn't built like a fighter, he was more the size of someone who'd gotten his ass cheeks duct taped together in the school locker room. But it had become amply clear that the lessening society needed two kinds of members now, moneymakers and soldiers. After having had Mr. D scope the extreme park and watch who was moving the most product, this wiry little shit with the reptilian stare was at the top of the heap. Are you queer? The kid said. Lash allowed one of his hands to leave the steering wheel and duck into his jacket. Why do you ask that? You smell like one. Dress like one, too. Lash moved so fast, his target didn't have a chance to even lean back in the seat. With a quick lunge, he rocked out the switch and laid that sharp blade right against the vital, beating pulse at the side of the white neck. The only thing I do to males is kill them, Lash said. You want to get fucked like that? Because I'm ready if you are. The kid's eyes went cartoon wide and his body trembled beneath his dirty clothes. No, I don't got a problem with the queers. Fidiot was missing the point, but whatever. Do we have a deal? Lash said, pressing the point of his knife in. As the penetration was achieved, blood welled up in a bubble and stayed put for a split second, like it was trying to decide whether to flow down the shiny metal or the smooth column of skin. It picked the blade, meandering forth in a ruby red stream. Please, don't kill me. What's your answer? Yeah, I'll do it. Lash pressed in harder, watching the blood run. He was momentarily captivated by the reality that if he took the weapon and pushed it farther through the flesh, this human would cease to exist, like a breath of air disappearing into a chilly night. He enjoyed feeling like a god. As whimpering breached the kid's chapped lips, Lash relented, easing back. With a quick lick, he cleaned off the blade and flicked the weapon shut. You're going to like where you end up. I promise you. He gave the guy a chance to recover and knew it wasn't going to take long for the kid to get his groove back. Asswipes like this one had egos like balloons. Pressure, particularly the kind that came with a knife at the throat, caused them to collapse in on themselves. But the instant the stress was relieved, they rebounded, puffing back up into place. The kid snapped his crappy leather jacket down. I like where I is just fine. Bingo. Then why are you looking at my car like you want it in your garage? I got a better ride than this. Oh, really? Lash eyeballed the bitch from head to foot. You come here every night on a BMX. Your jeans are torn and not because they're designer. How many jackets you got in your closet? Oh, wait, you keep your shit in a cardboard box under the bridge. Lash rolled his eyes as all kinds of surprise bubbled up from the passenger seat. You think we didn't check you out? You think we're that stupid? Lash jabbed a finger toward the extreme park, where skateboarders were making like metronomes on the ramps, up and down, up and down. You are the shit in this playground over here. Fine. Congratulations. But we want you to go farther. You join with us, you've got muscle behind you. Money, product, protection. You hit it with us, you're going to be something more than a two-bit punk swinging your cock around a concrete lot. We've got your future. The kid's calculating stare shifted toward his little slice of territory in Caldwell and then floated over to the horizon where the skyscrapers loomed. The ambition was there, and that was why he'd been chosen. What this little bastard needed was a way up and a way out. The fact that he'd have to sell his soul to do it was going to dawn on him only when it was too late. But that was the way of the society. From what Lash had been told by the lessers he now commanded, there was never a full disclosure thing before they got inducted, and this was understandable. Like any of them would have believed that evil was waiting on the other side of the door they were knocking on. Like any one of them would have volunteered for what they were getting into. Surprise, motherfucker. This ain't no Disney World, and once you get on the ride, you are never, ever getting off. Lash was totally fine with deception, however. I'm ready for bigger shit, the kid murmured. Good. Now get the fuck out of my car. My associate will pick you up tomorrow night at 7. Cool. With business concluded, Lash was impatient to move the little bastard along. The kid smelled like a sewer and was screaming for more than a shower needed to be hosed down like a dirty stretch of sidewalk. As soon as the door was shut, Lash backed out of the parking lot and hooked up with the road that ran parallel to the Hudson River. He headed for home, his hands gripping the steering wheel for another reason than the urge to kill. The urge to fuck was just as strong a motivator for him. The street he lived on in Old Caldwell had Victorian-era brownstones running down it and sidewalks planted with trees and property values no lower than $1 million. The neighbors picked up after their dogs, never made any noise, and put their trash out only in the back alleys, and only on the right days. As he drove past his townhouse and cut around the block to the garage, he was tickled fucking pink to think all these Titus wasps had a neighbor like him. He might have looked and dressed like them, but his blood ran black and he was as soulless as a wax statue. As he hit the garage door opener, he smiled in his fangs, a gift from his mother's side, elongated as he got ready for his hello, loose I am home shit. Never got old. Coming back to Shex never got old. After he'd parked the AMG, he got out and had to stretch his body. She put him through the ringer, she abso did, and he loved how she left him stiff. And not just in the cock. Nothing like a good opponent to cheer his shit up. Cutting through the back garden and entering the house through the kitchen, he smelled grilled sirloin and fresh bread. He wasn't into food at the moment, though. Thanks to that convo at the park, that little shit skater was going to be his first induction, the first offering he brought to his father, the Omega. And didn't that make him Jones for some sex? "Y'all ready to eat?" Mr. D asked from the stove as he flipped the piece of meat over. The little Texan had proved useful not only as an initial tour guide through the lessening society, but also as a killer and a halfway decent cook. "Nah, I'm going up now." He tossed his keys and his cell phone on the granite countertop. "Leave the food in the fridge and lock the door behind you." "Yes, Sue. We're on for tomorrow night. You pick the target up at 7. You know where to take him." "Yes, Sue." That two-syllable word was the SB's favorite response, which was another reason he remained upright and the second in command. Lash passed through the butler's pantry and the dining room and hung a right to the carved staircase. When he'd first seen the place, it had been emptied out with nothing but the remnants of graceful living left behind, silk wallpaper, damask drapes, and one-wing chair. Now, the brownstone was filling up with antiques and statuary and proper rugs. It was going to take longer than he'd thought to get it where it needed to be, but you couldn't pull a household of shit out of your ass overnight. Mounting the stairs, his feet were light and his body humming as he unbuttoned his coat and then his jacket. As he closed in on Shex, he was well aware that what had started out for him as payback had turned into an addiction. What was waiting for him on the other side of his bedroom door was much more than he bargained for. It had been so simple at first. He'd taken her because she'd taken from him. When she'd been up at the colony in that cave, she'd pointed her gun and pulled the trigger and pumped a shitload of lead into his bitch's chest. Not acceptable. She'd robbed him of his favorite toy, and he was exactly that flavor of dickhead where an eye for an eye was his theme song. When he'd brought her here and locked her into his room, his goal had been to take pieces out of her, to trim off bits from her mind and her emotions and her body, putting her through shit that was going to bend her until she snapped. And then, like any broken thing, he was going to throw her away. At least, that had been the plan. It was becoming amply clear, however, that her edges didn't dull. Oh no. She was titanium, this one. Her reserves of strength were proving inexhaustible, and he had the bruises to prove it. As he came up to the door, he paused to take all his clothing off. Generally speaking, if he liked the threads he had on, they needed to hit the floor before he went inside, because he got trashed pretty quick the moment he got near her. Unplugging his button-down from his slacks, he released his cufflinks, left them on the hall table, and took his silk shirt off. He had marks on him. From her fists. Her nails. Her fangs. The tip of his cock tingled as he looked at his various wounds and bruises. He healed quickly, thanks to his father's blood running thick in his veins. But sometimes the damage she did lasted, and that thrilled him to the core. When you were the son of evil, there was little you couldn't do, own, or kill, and yet her mortal self was an elusive trophy he could touch but not put on his shelf. This made her rare. This made her precious. This made him love her. Fingering a blue-black contusion on the inside of his forearm, he smiled. He had to go to his father's tonight to confirm the induction, but first he would spend some cutie with his female and add to his collection of scrapes. And before he took off, he would leave some food for her. Like all prized animals, she needed to be provided for. Reaching out to the doorknob, he frowned as he thought about the larger feeding issue. She was only half sympath, and that vampire side of her worried him. Sooner or later, she was going to require something that couldn't be bought at the local Hannaford, and wasn't something he could give her. Vampires needed to take the vein of the opposite sex. It was immutable. If you had that biology in you, you died unless you put the hardware in your mouth to use and swallowed fresh blood. and she couldn't have what was in his body. Everything in him ran black now. As a result, his men, what few he had left, were searching for a male of good age, but they'd been coming up with nothing. Caldwell was close to empty when it came to civilian vampires, although he did have that one in deep freeze. Trouble was, he'd known that motherfucker in his old life, and the idea of her taking the vein of someone he'd been friends with just cranked his shit right out. Plus the bastard was Quinn's brother, so yeah. Not a bloodline he wanted her to have anything to do with. Whatever. Sooner or later, his men were going to come up with something. They just had to. Because his new favorite toy was the kind of thing he wanted to have around for a very long time. As he opened the door, he started to smile. "Hi, honey, I'm home." Across town, in the tat shop, Blaze stayed mostly focused on what was doing on John's back. There was just something hypnotic about watching that needle trace over the blue transfer lines. Then from time to time, the artist paused to swipe the skin with a white paper towel before resuming his work, the whirring sound of the gun filling the silence once again. Unfortunately, as captivating as it all was, he still had enough attention span left over to be very aware of when Quinn decided to fuck that human woman after the pair chatted softly and swapped a lot of casual stroking down arms and shoulders. Those astounding, mismatched eyes drifted over to the front door. And a moment later, Quinn strolled across and checked to make sure it was locked. That green and blue stare didn't meet Blaze as he came back to the tat station. "You doing good?" he asked John. When John glanced up and nodded, Quinn quickly signed, "You mind if I get a little exercise behind that curtain?" "Please say yes, you do mind," Blaze thought. "Please tell him he has to stay here." "Not at all," John signed. "You take care of yourself. I'll be on it if you need me, even if I have to come out with my cock out." "Yeah, if we could avoid that, I'd appreciate it." Quinn laughed a little. "Fair enough." There was a heartbeat of a pause. Then he turned away without looking at Blaze. The woman went into the other room first, and given the way she was working her hips, she was as ready for what was going to happen as Quinn was. Then Quinn's big shoulders shifted as he ducked out of sight and the veil fell back into place. The overhead light in the room and the curtain's anorexic fibers provided plenty of get a load of this, so Blaze got a distilled picture of Quinn reaching out and pulling her by the neck against him. Blaze redirected his eyes to John's tattoo, but the refocusing didn't last. 2 seconds later, he was locked on that peep show, not so much watching it happen as absorbing the details. In typical Quinn fashion, the woman was now on her knees and the guy had his hands bunched into her hair. He was working her head, his hips flexing and releasing as he drilled her mouth. The muted sounds were as incredible as the visual, and Blaze had to shift in his seat, his body hardening. He wanted to be in there, on his knees, led by Quinn's hands. He wanted to be the one whose mouth was full. He wanted to be responsible for making Quinn pant and strain. Not going to be in the cards. Man, what the hell? The guy had fucked people in clubs and bathrooms and cars and alleys and occasionally in beds. He'd done 10,000 strangers, men and women and males and females alike. He was Wilt Chamberlain with fangs. To be denied was like getting shut out of a public park. Blaze took another shot at looking away, but the ripple of a deep moan once again brought his eyes to the Quinn's head had turned so that he was staring out of the curtain, and as their eyes met, his mismatched stare flashed, almost like he was turned on more by who was watching him than who he was hooking up with. Blaze's heart stopped, especially as Quinn dragged the woman up, spun her around, and bent her over the desk. One yank and her jeans were to her knees. And then it was. Jesus Christ. Was it possible his best friend was thinking like he was? Except then Quinn pulled the woman's upper body against his chest. After he whispered something in her ear, she laughed and turned her head to the side so he could kiss her, which he did. "You stupid fuck," Blaze thought to himself. "You stupid motherfucker." The guy knows precisely who he's doing, and who he's not. Shaking his head, he muttered, "John, you mind if I go have a cigarette outside?" When John shook his head, Blaze got to his feet and put the clothes on the seat. To the tattoo guy, he said, "I just flipped the lock?" "Yup, and you can leave it open if you're just outside the door." "Thanks, man." "No prob." Blaze walked away from the buzz of the tattoo gun and the symphony of groans behind that curtain, slipping out of the shop and leaning against the building right next to the entrance. Palming up a flat pack of Dunhill Reds, he withdrew a cigarette, put it between his lips, and lit the thing with his black lighter. The first drag was heaven. Always the best out of all that followed. As he exhaled, he hated that he read into things, saw connections that weren't there, misinterpreted actions and stares and casual touches. Pathetic, really. Quinn hadn't been looking up as he'd been getting blown to meet Blaze's eyes. He'd been checking on John Matthew, and he'd spun that woman around and taken her from behind because that was how he liked it. Fucking A. Hope didn't so much spring eternal as it drowned out common sense and self-preservation. Inhaling hard, he was so tangled in his own thoughts that he failed to notice the shadow at the head of the alley across the street. Unaware he was being watched, he smoked along, the chilly spring night eating up the puffs that rose from his lips. The realization that he couldn't keep going like this anymore was a deep freeze that went right into his bones. Okay, I think we're done. John felt a last dragging pull across his shoulder and then the Otata gun went silent. Sitting up from the rest he'd been curled against for the last 2 hours, he stretched his arms over his head and pulled his torso back into shape. Gimme a sec and I'll clean you up. As the human male sprayed some paper towels with antibacterial wash, John settled his weight on his spine once again and let the tingling hum from the needle's work reverberate through his whole body. In the lull, an odd memory came to him, one he hadn't thought of for years. It was from his days of living at Our Lady's orphanage, back when he hadn't known what he truly was. One of the church's benefactors had been a rich man who owned a big house on the shores of Saranac Lake. Every summer, the orphans had been invited to go up for a day and play on his football field-sized lawn and go for rides on his beautiful wooden boat and eat sandwiches and watermelon. John had always gotten a sunburn. No matter how much goo they slathered on him, his skin had always burned to a crisp until they finally relegated him to staying in the shade on the porch. Forced to wait things out on the sidelines, he'd watch the other boys and girls do their thing, listening to the laughter roll across the bright green grass, having his food brought to him and eating alone, playing witness instead of being a part of it. Funny, his back felt now as his skin had been. Tight and prickly, especially as the tattoo artist hit the raw spots with the wet cloth and made circles over the fresh ink. Man, John could remember dreading that annual ordeal at the lake. He'd wanted so badly to be with the others. Although if he was honest, that had been less about what they were doing and more because he was desperate simply to fit in. For fuck's sake, they could have been chewing on glass shards and bleeding down the front of their shirts and he still would have been all sign me up. Those 6 hours on that porch with nothing but a comic book or maybe a fallen bird's nest to inspect and reinspect had seemed as long as months. Too much time to think and yearn. He'd always hoped to be adopted, and in lonely moments like that the drive had consumed him. Even more than being among the other little boys, he'd wanted a family, a real mother and a father, not just guardians who were paid to raise him. He'd wanted to be owned. He'd wanted someone to say, "You're mine." Of course, now that he knew what he was. Now that he lived as a vampire among vampires, he understood that owning thing much more clearly. Sure, humans had a concept of family units and marriage and all that shit, but his true kind were more like pack animals. Blood ties and matings were far more visceral and all-consuming. As he thought about his younger, sadder self, his chest ached, although not because he wished he could reach back in time and tell that little kid that his parents were coming for him. Nope, he ached because the very thing he'd wanted had nearly destroyed him. His adoption had indeed come, but the owning hadn't stuck. Wellesley and Tor had waltzed into his life, told him what he was, and shown him a brief glimpse of home, and then disappeared. So he could say categorically that it was far worse to have had and lost parents than not to have had them at all. Yeah, sure, Tor was technically back in the Brotherhood's mansion, but to John he was ever away. Even though he was now saying the right things, too many takeoffs had occurred such that now that a landing might actually have happened, it was too late. John was through with that whole Tor thing. "Here's a mirror. Check her out, my man." John nodded a thank you and went over to a full-lengther in the corner. As Blay returned from his extended cigarette break and Quinn emerged from behind the side room's curtain, John turned around and got a look, see at what was on his back. Oh God, it was exactly what he wanted. And the scrollwork was boss. He nodded as he moved the hand mirror around, checking out every angle. Man, it was kind of a shame that no one other than his boys were ever going to see this. The tat was spectacular. And more to the point, no matter what happened next, whether he found Shex dead or alive, she would always be with him. Damn him to hell, these last 4 weeks since her abduction had been the longest of his life. And he'd had some pretty fucking long days before this shit. To not know where she was. To not know what had happened to her. To have lost her. He felt as if he'd been mortally injured, though his skin was intact and his arms and legs unbroken and his chest unpenetrated by bullet or blade. But then again, in his heart, she was his. And even if he got her back just so she could live a life that didn't include him, that was okay. He only wanted her safe and alive. John looked at the artist, put his hand over his heart, and bowed deeply. As he rose from his position of gratitude, the guy stuck his palm out. "You're welcome, man. Means a lot that you approve. Let me cover it up now with some cream and a wrap." After they shook, John signed and Blay translated, "Not necessary. He heals lightning quick. But it's going to need time to." The tattoo artist leaned in and then frowned as he inspected where he'd worked. Before the guy started asking questions, John stepped back and grabbed his shirt from Blay. The fact was, the ink they'd brought with them had been lifted from V's stash, which meant part of its composition included salt. That name and those fabulous swirls were permanent and his skin had already healed. Which was one advantage of being a nearly purebred vampire. "The tat rocks," Quinn said. "It's pure sex." As if on cue, the woman who he'd just balled came out from behind the side room's curtain, and it was hard not to notice Blay's pained expression, especially as she slipped a piece of paper into Quinn's back pocket. Undoubtedly her number was on the thing, but she really didn't need to get her hopes up. Once the guy had someone, that was it, kind of like his sex partners were a meal that couldn't be re-eaten and never had any leftovers. Unfortunately, said Kat Von D lookalike had stars in her eyes. "Call me," she murmured to him with a confidence that would fade as the days passed. Quinn smiled a little. "Take care." At the sound of the two words, Blay relaxed, his big shoulders easing up. In Quinlandia, take care was synonymous with "I'm never gonna see, call, or fuck you again." John took out his wallet, which was stuffed with tons of bills and absolutely no identification, and peeled off 400s. Which was twice what the tat cost. As the artist started shaking his head and saying it was too much, John nodded at Quinn. The two of them lifted their right palms at the humans, and then reached into those minds and covered up the memories of the last couple hours. Neither the artist nor the receptionist would have any concrete recollection of what had happened. At the most, they might have hazy dreams. At the least, they'd have a headache. As the pair slipped into trances, John, Blay, and Quinn walked out of the shop's door and into the shadows. They waited until the artist shook himself back into focus, went over and flipped the lock. And then it was time to get down to business. "Cells?" Quinn asked, his voice lower than usual thanks to post-coital satisfaction. Blay fired up another Dunhill as John nodded and signed, "They're expecting us." One after another, his boys disappeared into the night. But before John ghosted out, he paused for a moment, his instincts ringing. Looking left and right, his laser-sharp eyes penetrated the darkness. Trade Street had a lot of neon lights and there were cars going by because it was only 2 a.m., but he wasn't interested in the lit parts. The dark alleys were the thing. Somebody was watching them. He put his hand inside his leather jacket and closed his palm around his dagger's hilt. He had no problem killing the enemy, especially now when he knew damn well who had his female. And he hoped something that smelled like a week-old dead deer stepped up to him. No such luck. Instead, his cell phone went off with a whistle. No doubt Quinn or Blay were wondering where the fuck he was. He waited a minute more and decided the information he hoped to get from Trez and IM was more important than knuckle-busting whatever slayer was hanging back in the shadows. With vengeance flowing thick in his veins, John dematerialized into thin air and took form again in the parking lot of Sal's restaurant. There were no cars around and the lights that usually shone up on the outside of the brick building were off. The double doors under the porte cochere opened right away and Quinn stuck his head out. "What the hell took you so long?" Paranoia, John thought. "Double-checked my weapons," he signed as he walked over. "You could have asked me to wait. Or done it here." "Yes, mother." The inside of the place was done in old-school rat pack with red-flocked wallpaper and plush carpeting as far as the eye could see. Everything from the club chairs to the linen-covered tables to the plates and silverware was a reproduction of what had been around in the 60s, and the vibe was Dean Martin Redux, smooth, rich, and sans casino classy. El Blue Eyes was even singing, "Fly Me to the Moon." The overhead speakers would probably refuse anything else. The three of them walked past the hostess stand and into the bar room where the pungent aroma of cigars lingered in spite of New York's anti-smoking laws. Blay went back behind the tea counter to fix himself a Coke and John walked around, hands on hips, eyes on the marble floor, path delineated by the leather booths that were arranged around the space. Quinn took a seat in one of them. They told us to hang and make a drink. They're coming out in a sec. At that moment, from the staff-only room in back, a thump-thump and a groan cut into Sinatra's Scooby-Doos. With a curse, John followed Quinn's lead and parked it across from the guy. If the shadows were working some POS out, they were likely to be longer than a second. As Quinn stretched his legs under the black table and cracked his back, he was still glowing, his cheeks flushed from exertion, his lips swollen from kissing. For a moment, John was tempted to ask why the guy insisted on fucking people in front of Blay, but he canned the cue as he stared at the red tear that was tatted on the guy's cheek. How else was the bastard going to get laid? He was literally joined at the hip with John, and all they did was go out and fight. With Blay a member of their team. Blay came over with his coke, sat next to John, and stayed quiet. Awkward much, John thought, as none of them said a thing. 10 minutes later, the door marked staff only swung wide and Trez came in from the back. Sorry about the wait. He grabbed a hand towel from behind the bar and wiped the blood from his knuckles. I am's just dumping some trash in the alley. He'll be right in. John signed. Do we know anything? After Quinn translated, Trez's brows dropped and the shadow's eyes grew calculating. About what? Shex, Quinn said. Trez made elaborate work out of refolding the now red-stained towel. Last thing I knew, Rev was living at the compound with you. He is. The shadow planted his palms on the teak and leaned in, his shoulder muscles bunching up thick. So why do you have to ask me about her search and rescue? You know her very well, John signed. After the translation, Trez's dark eyes flashed bright green. I do. She's a sister, though not of mine blood. So what's the problem? John signed. As Quinn hesitated, like he wanted to be sure John really needed to say that to a shadow, John motioned for the guy to get talking. Quinn shook his head a little. He said he understands that. He just wants to make sure all avenues are covered. Word up, I don't think that's what he signed. Trez's smile was cold. And here's my problem. You coming here and being all what's up suggests you and your king don't trust Rev to tell you where it's Ader. You don't think he's busting his balls to find her. And you know, that shit don't fly with me. I came in through the staff door and just nodded as he stepped up to his brother, which was about as much welcome as you ever got from him. He didn't spare words or punches, going by how much blood had stained his gray t-shirt. And the guy didn't ask for a recap of the convo thus far. He seemed to be fully up to speed, which meant either he'd seen something on a security camera in the back, or he was accurately reading the tension in his brother's powerful body. We didn't come here to fight or offend. John signed. We just want to find her. There was a pause after Quinn did his bit. And then Trez asked the $64,000 question. Your king know you're here? When John shook his head, Trez narrowed his eyes even further. And what precisely do you expect to get from us? Anything you know or believe to be true about where Shex is. And any information on the drug trade here in Caldwell. He waited for Quinn to catch up. Then continued. Assuming Rev is right and Lash was the one knocking off those dealers in town, then it's damn obvious that he and the Lessening Society will fill the void they created. Another pause for Quinn. So where do people go for buys apart from the clubs down on trade? Is there a crack row? And who are the big suppliers Rev worked with? If Lash is trying to deal, he's got to be getting the shit from someone. One last breather for Quinn. We've been down in the alleys, but up until now it's getting us nowhere. Just humans dealing with humans. Trez eased back off his palms and you could practically smell the wood burning as his brain worked. Let me ask you something. Sure, John signed. Trez looked around and then met John's eyes again. Privately. 5. As the shadow threw out the demand, John saw Quinn and Blay both stiffen and knew where his boys were coming from. Trez was an ally, but he was also dangerous by definition. Shadows ran by their own code and no one else's, and they were capable of things that would make Symphoths gag. But when it came to Shex, he was willing to walk into any ring of fire. Long as I have a pad and pen, we're good to go, John signed. When neither Blay nor Quinn translated, he frowned and elbowed them both. Quinn cleared his throat and stared across the bar at Trez. As his ostrix notrum, I go anywhere he does. Not in my house, you don't. Or in my brother's. Quinn rose to his feet like he would throw down with the shadow if he had to. That's the way it works. John slid out of the booth and planted his body in Quinn's path before the motherfucker got all linebacker. With a nod toward the back where he was assuming he and Trez would go, he waited for the shadow to lead the way. Naturally, Quinn just had to open his pie hole. Fuck that, John. John wheeled around and signed, "Do I have to give you a goddamned order? I'm going with him and you're staying out here. Period. End of." "You suck," Quinn's hands spelled out. "I'm not just jacking you for kicks and giggles." The sound of a doorbell going off broke the argument up as they both looked to the shadows. After IM glanced at the security monitor under the bar, he said, "Our 2:30 meeting is here." As he strode around the counter and headed out for the front door, Trez focused on Quinn for a long moment, then said to John, "Tell your boy it's hard to protect someone when you're dead." Quinn's voice grew hard as a punch. "I'd go to the death for him. You keep up the attitude and that will not be a hypothetical." Quinn bared his fangs and hissed down low in his throat, becoming the deadly animal that humans made up all kinds of horror mythology around. As he glared at Trez, it was pretty clear that in his mind he was already mounting the bar and going for the Shadow's throat. Trez smiled coldly and didn't budge an inch. "Tough guy, huh? Or are you all show?" Hard to know which fighter to back. The Shadow had tricks up his sleeve, and yet Quinn was looking like a bulldozer prepared to take down a building. But whatever, this was Caldwell, not Las Vegas, and John wasn't a bookie to take odds. The right answer was to not let the unstoppable force meet the immovable object. John balled up his fist and slammed it on the table. The crack was so loud it brought everyone's head around, and Blay had to catch his coke on the upswing as it bounced into the air. After John grabbed the undivided attention of the combatants, he fingered up two birds and flashed one in each of their directions. Being mute, it was the closest he was going to get to telling them to chill the fuck out. Quinn's mismatched stare swung back to the Shadow. "It's just like you would do for Rev. Can't blame me for that." There was a pause, and then the Shadow eased up a little. "True enough." As the testosterone surge faded to a dull roar, Trez nodded. "Yeah, true enough. And I'm not going to hurt him. If he's a gentleman, I'll be a gentleman. I give you my word." "Stay with Blay," John signed before turning around and heading for the Shadow. Trez led the way into a hall that was wide and stacked with cases of beer and liquor. The kitchen was at the far end, separated by a pair of flap doors that made no sound when you went through them. Brightly lit and with a red tile floor, the heart of the restaurant was neat as a pin and the size of a house, with a bank of stoves, a meat locker, and yards of stainless steel countertops. Pans hung up above and down below, and something gorgeous was stewing on a front burner. Trez went over and lifted the lid. After a deep inhale, he glanced over with a smile. "My brother is a hell of a cook." Sure was, John thought. Although with Shadows you always had to wonder what the protein was. Rumor had it they liked to eat their enemies. The guy replaced the top and reached up to a stack of pads. Taking one of them off the pile, he slid the thing across the counter and snagged a pen from a cup. "That's for you." Trez crossed his arms over his huge chest and leaned back against the stove. "When you called and asked to see us, I was surprised. Like I said, Rev lives under the same roof you do, so it's not as if you aren't aware of what he's doing up north in the colony. Therefore you must know, as your bosses do, that he's searching the northernmost corner of the labyrinth this week. And you must also be aware that he's found absolutely, positively nothing that leads him to believe Shex was captured by a Symphoth." John didn't make a move, neither confirming nor denying. "And I also find it curious that you want to ask me about drug deals, given that Rev knows everything about the trade here in Caldwell." At this point, IM came into the kitchen. He went to the pot and gave it a stir as well, then braced himself next to his brother, assuming the same pose. John hadn't heard they were twins, but damn, you had to wonder. "So what's doing, John?" Trez murmured. "Why doesn't your king know what you're up to, and why aren't you talking to my man Revenge?" John faced off at the pair of them and then picked up the pen and wrote for a little bit. When he flashed the paper forward, the Shadows leaned in. "You are perfectly aware of what's going on here. Stop wasting our time." Trez laughed and IM even smiled. "Yeah, we can read your emotions. Just figured you might want to explain yourself." When John shook his head, Trez nodded. "Okay, fair enough. And I gotta respect your no bullshit policy. Who else knows that this is personal to you?" John went back to the pad and pen routine. "Rev, most likely, given that he's a Symphoth. Quinn and Blay. But none of the brothers." IM spoke up. "So that tattoo you just got, it have to do with her?" John was momentarily surprised, but then figured they could either smell the fresh ink or feel the reverberations of the faded paint. With a quiet scribble, he wrote, "That is none of your business." "Cool, I can respect that," Trez said. "Listen, no offense, but why can't you trust the brothers with this shit? Is it because she's a Symphoth and you're worried about how they'll take it? Because they're down with Rev? Use your head." I go all guns blazing about her with them and we find her? Everyone in that house is going to expect a mating ceremony at the homecoming. You think she'd appreciate that? And if she's dead? I don't want to stare across the dinner table every morning at a bunch of people waiting to see if I hang myself in the bathroom. Trez barked out a laugh. Well, there you go. And I can't fault logic like that. So I need your help. Help me help her. The two shadows looked at each other and there was a long stretch of quiet, which John took to mean they were having a conversation gray matter to gray matter. After a moment, they glanced back to him and as usual Trez did the talking. Well, now, since you've done us the courtesy of cutting the shit, we'll do the same. Talking to you like this puts us in a difficult position. Our relationship with Rev is tight, as you know, and he's as personally invested in this as you are. Just as John was trying to figure out a way around all that, Trez murmured, but we will tell you. Neither one of us is picking up on her. Anywhere. John swallowed hard, thinking that was not good news. No, it isn't. She's either dead, or she's being held somewhere with a block. Trez cursed. I think Lash has her too. And I totally buy the idea that he's working the streets for cash, and that's the only way to find him. If I had to guess, he's trying out human dealers first before converting them to the lessening society, and mark my balls, he's going to start inducting them ASAP. He'll want to have total control over his retail team, and the only way he's going to get that is by turning them. As for hotbeds of dealing, the malls are always jumping. So is the high school, although that's going to be tough because of daylight problems for you. Municipal construction zones, too, the vendors in those catering trucks always use to buy from us. Also, that extreme skating park. Lot of shit goes down there. And under the bridges, although that's mostly homeless, bottom feeder real estate, so the crank ratio for cash will probably be too low for Lash to get a hard-on over. John nodded, thinking this was precisely the info he'd been hoping to get. What about the suppliers, he wrote. If Lash stepped into Rev's shoes, wouldn't he need relationships with them? Yup. The big one in town, Ricardo Benlois, is pretty fucking insulated though. Trez glanced at his brother and there was another silence. When I.M. nodded, Trez turned back. Okay. We'll see if we can get you some intel on Benlois, at least enough so you can trail his ass in the event he meets with Lash. John signed without thinking, thank you so much. Both of them nodded and then Trez said, 2 caveats. With his hands, John urged the guy to continue. 1. My brother and I don't keep anything from Rev. So we're going to tell him you came to see us. As John frowned, Trez shook his head. Sorry. That's the way it is. I.M. interjected. It's cool with us that you're digging deep. Not that the brothers aren't. It's just the more hands on deck, the better her chances are. John could see that, but he still wanted to keep shit private. Before he could get scribbling, Trez kept going. And 2, you must fully inform us of any information you get. Revenge, that fucking control freak bastard, has commanded us to stay out of it. You're turning up here? Well, isn't that just a convenient way for us to get involved? As John wondered why in the hell Rev would tie the hands of the 2 warriors, I.M. said, he figures we'll get ourselves killed. And because of our... Trez paused, as if looking for the right word. Relationship with him, we're locked in. He might as well have chained us to the cocksucking wall. Trez shrugged. Which was why we agreed to meet with you. The moment you texted, we knew. Here was the opening we were looking for. As the shadows completed each other's sentences, John took a deep breath. At least they understood where he was coming from. We totally do. Trez put his knuckles out and, as John gave them a pound, the guy nodded. And let's just keep this little backroom convo to ourselves. John leaned over the pad. Wait, I thought you said you were going to tell Rev I was here. Trez read over the handwriting and laughed again. Oh, we're going to tell him you came to visit and have a meal. I.M. smiled darkly. But he doesn't need to know the rest of it. After Trez and John went into the back, Blay finished off his coke and tracked Quinn with his peripheral vision. The guy was pacing around the bar area like he'd had his wings clipped and didn't appreciate the trim. He just couldn't stand getting shut out of shit. Whether it was a dinner or a meeting or a fight, he preferred an all-access pass to life. His kinetic silence was worse than cursing, frankly. Blay got up and went behind the bar with his empty glass. As he refilled his coke and watched the frothing dark rush hit the ice, he wondered why he was so attracted to the guy. He was a please and thank you kind of male. Quinn was more of a fuck-off-and-I type. Guess opposites attracted. At least on his side. I.M. came back in and had with him what could only be described as a male of worth. The guy was dressed impeccably, from the cut of his dark gray overcoat to the shine on his wingtips, and instead of a tie, he was wearing a cravat. Thick blonde hair was cut short in the back and left long in the front, and his eyes were the color of pearls. Jesus fucking Christ. What the hell are you doing here? Quinn's voice boomed out as I.M. disappeared into the back. You slick bastard. Blaze's first response was to tighten up all over. Last thing he needed was another ride on the spectator merry-go-round, assuming Quinn was attracted to the guy. Except then he frowned. Could it be? The male who just arrived laughed as he embraced Quinn. You have such a way with words, cousin. I would say, trucker meets sailor crossed with a 12-year-old. Saxton. It was Saxton, son of T.Y. Chim. Blake could remember meeting him once or twice before. Quinn pulled back. Fuck is actually a comma. Or didn't they teach that shit to you at Harvard? They were more concerned with contract law, property, torts, which covers actionable wrongs against others, by the way. I'm surprised you weren't on the final exam. Quinn's fangs flashed bright and white as he truly smiled. That's human law. They can't handle me. Who can? So what are you doing here? Property transactions for the Shadow Brothers. Lest you think I just learned all the human jurisprudence for my health. Saxton's eyes shifted over and met Blaze. Instantly, the guy's expression changed to something serious and speculative. Well, hello. Saxton turned his back on Quinn and came over with a focus that made Blay check behind himself. Blaylock, is it not? The male extended his elegant arm across the bar. I haven't seen you in years. Blay had always felt a little tongue-tied in Saxton's presence because the slick bastard always had a comeback. And a vibe like he not only knew the right answers to everything but might not choose to let you in on the secrets if you weren't up to his standards. How do you do? Blay said as their palms met. Saxton smelled really good and had a handshake that was firm. You've grown up a lot. Blay found himself flushing as he took his hand back. You're just the same. Am I? Those pearl eyes flashed. Is that good or bad? Oh, good. I didn't mean. So tell me how you've been. Are you mated to some nice female your parents set you up with? Blay's laugh was sharp and hard. God, no. There's no one for me. Quinn inserted himself in the conversation, all but putting his body between them. So, how you been, Sax? Rather well. Saxton didn't even glance over at Quinn as he answered, his attention staying on Blay. Although my parents want me out of Caldwell, I am not inclined to leave, however. Needing somewhere else to look, Blay got busy drinking his soda and counting the ice cubes that floated in it. And what are you doing here? Saxton asked. There was a long pause and eventually Blay swung his eyes back up as he wondered why Quinn hadn't replied. Oh, right. Saxton wasn't addressing his cousin. You going to speak up there, Blay? Quinn prompted with a frown. For the first time in God forever, it seemed, he went to fully meet his best friend's stare. Although it wasn't like he needed to brace himself. As always, those mismatched eyes were trained on someone else. Saxton was getting a once-over that would have rendered lesser males several inches shorter. But Quinn's cousin was either unaware of it or possibly didn't care. Do answer me, Blaylock, the male murmured. Blay cleared his throat. We're here to help a friend. Admirable. Saxton smiled, flashing a set of fangs that gleamed. You know, I think we should go out sometime. Quinn's voice was mostly edge. Sure. Sounds great. Here's my number. Just as he recited his digits, John, Trez, and I.M. came back in. There were some introductions and conversating, but Blay stayed out of it, polishing off the coke and putting his glass in the washer. As he came around the bar and past the guy, Saxton reached out. Good to see you again. On reflex, Blay clasped the palm that was offered, and after the shake, he realized there was a business card in his hand. As he covered his surprise, Saxton just smiled. While Blay tucked the card into his pocket, Saxton turned his head and glanced at Quinn. I'll be giving you a call, cousin. Yeah, sure. The goodbye ing was considerably less friendly on Quinn's side, but again Saxton didn't seem to give a damn or didn't notice the latter being hard to believe. Will you excuse me, Blay said, to no one in particular. He left the restaurant by himself, and when he stepped out under the porte-cochere, he lit up a cigarette and leaned back against the cool brick, bracing the sole of one boot on the building. He took the card out as he smoked. Thick, creamy stock. Engraved, not embossed naturally. Black old-school font. As he lifted the thing to his nose, he could smell that cologne. Nice. Very nice. Quinn didn't believe in the stuff, so he just smelled like leather and sex most of the time. As he tucked the card inside his jacket, he took another drag and exhaled long and slow. He wasn't used to being looked at or approached. He was always the one doing the focusing, and Quinn had been the target for as long as he could remember. The doors burst open and his boys walked out. "Man, I hate cigarette smoke," Quinn muttered, waving away the cloud that had just been exhaled. Blay extinguished his Dunhill on his boot heel and tucked the half-finished length into his pocket. "Where we off to?" "The Extreme Park," John signed. "The one close to the river. And they've given us another lead, which is going to take a couple of days to set up." "Isn't that park in gang territory?" Blay asked. "Aren't there a lot of police around?" "Why worry about the cops?" Quinn laughed in a hard burst. "If we get into trouble with the CPD, Saxton can always come bail us out. Right?" Blay glanced over, and this time he should have braced himself. Quinn's blue and green stare was boring into him, and as it registered, that old, familiar thrill licked into his chest. God, this was who he loved, he thought, and always would. It was the thrust of that stubborn jaw, and the dark, slashing eyebrows, and those piercings up his ear and in his full lower lip. It was that thick, glossy black hair and the golden skin and that heavily muscled body. It was the way he laughed and the fact that he never, ever cried. It was the scars on his inside no one knew about, and the conviction that he would always be the first to run into a burning building or a bloody fight or a car wreck. It was all the things Quinn had been and was ever going to be. But things were never going to change. "What's not going to change?" Quinn said with a frown. "Oh shit." He'd spoken aloud. "Nothing. Are we going, John?" John glanced back and forth between them, then nodded. "We've only got 3 hours before daylight. Let's hustle." 6. "I love the way you look at me." From over in the opposite corner of the bedroom, Shex made no reply to the words Lash spoke. From the way he was collapsed in front of the bureau, with one of his shoulders higher than the other, she thought it was entirely possible she had dislocated his upper arm. And that wasn't his only injury. Black blood dripped off his chin from the split lip she'd given him, and he was going to walk with a limp after she'd bitten him in the thigh. His eyes roamed over her, and she didn't bother to cover herself with her hands. If he was up for round 2, she needed every ounce of strength she had left. And besides, modesty mattered only if you gave a shit about your body, and she'd long ago lost that connection. "Do you believe in love at first sight?" he asked. With a grunt, he pushed himself up off the floor, and he needed the edge of the dresser for support as he did some experimentation with that arm of his. "Do you?" he prompted. "No." Cynical. He gimped over to the archway that led into the bathroom. Standing in between the jambs, he braced one hand against the wall, faced off to the left, and took a deep breath. With a slam, he put his upper arm back into its socket, and the crack and curse were loud. As he sagged afterward, his breath coming in hard draws, the cuts on his face left black smudges of lesser blood on the white molding. Turning toward her, he smiled. "Care for a shower with me?" When she stayed silent, he shook his head. "No? Pity." He disappeared into the marble expanse, and after a moment, water came on. It was only after she could hear him washing himself and smelled the fragrance of that milled soap that she carefully rearranged her legs and arms. No weakness. She showed him no weakness. And it wasn't just about wanting to appear strong so he would think twice about tangoing with her again. Her nature refused to relent to him or anyone else. She would die fighting. It was just how she was hardwired. She was invincible, and that wasn't her ego talking. The sum of her experience was, no matter what was done to her, she could handle it. But dear Lord, she hated fighting him. Hated this whole fucking thing. When he came out a little later, he was clean and already healing up, the bruises fading, the scrapes disappearing, the bones reknitting like magic. Just her luck. The goddamn Energizer Bunny. "I'm off to see my father." As he came over to her, she bared her fangs, and he seemed momentarily complimented. "I love your smile." "Not a smile, asshole. Whatever you call it, I like it. And someday I'll introduce you to dear old Dad. I have plans for us." Lash went to lean down, no doubt to try to kiss her. But as she hissed deep in her throat, he paused and reconsidered. "I'll be back," he whispered. "My love." He knew she hated the love crap, so she was careful to swallow her reaction. She also didn't taunt him as he turned and left. The more she refused to play into the situation, the more tangled he became and the clearer her head was. Listening to him moving around in the room next door, she pictured him getting dressed. He kept his clothes in the other room, having moved them out after it became clear how things were going to roll between them. He hated messes and was fastidious about his threads. When things quieted down and she heard him descend the stairs, she took a deep breath and dragged herself up off the floor. The bathroom was still steamy and tropical from his shower, and though she hated using the same soap he did, she disliked what was on her skin even more. The moment she stepped under the hot spray, the marble at her feet turned both red and black as two kinds of blood washed off of her body and disappeared down the drain. She was quick with the suds and rinse, because Lash had left only moments before and you could never tell with him. Sometimes he came right back. Other times he didn't show again for a whole day. The fragrance of the fancy-ass French shit Lash insisted on stocking his bathroom with made her gag, even though she supposed most females would have enjoyed the blend of lavender and jasmine. Man, she wished she had a dose of Rev's good OL dial. Although no doubt that would sting like a bitch on the cuts, she was okay with agony, and the idea of scrubbing herself raw was appealing. Each sweep up the arm or down the leg was marked with aches as she bent to the side or leaned forward, and for no reason at all she thought of the chillaches she'd always worn to control her sympath nature. With all the fighting out in that bedroom, she'd had enough pain in her body to dampen her evil inclinations, not that it mattered, really. She wasn't around normals, and that dark part of her helped her deal with this situation. Still, after 2 decades of wearing the barbs, it was odd not to have them with her. She'd left the pair of spiked chains behind at the Brotherhood mansion, on the bureau in the room she'd stayed in that day before they'd gone up to the colony. She'd had every intention of returning at the end of the night, showering, and putting them back on. But now they were no doubt gathering dust as they waited for her return. She was losing faith that there was going to be a happy reunion with those fuckers. Funny how your life could be interrupted. You left a house expecting to come back, but then the path you were on took you left instead of around again to the right. How long would the brothers let her personal items sit out? She wondered. How long before her few belongings, whether they were at the Brotherhood mansion or her hunting cabin or her basement place, got relegated to nothing but clutter? 2 weeks was probably approaching the outside limit, although as no one except John knew about her underground crash pad, that stuff would linger far longer. After a couple of weeks, her shit would no doubt be shoved into a closet, then a small box in the attic, or maybe it would simply be pitched into the trash. That was what happened when people died, though. What had been a possession became litter unless the shit was adopted by someone else. And it wasn't like there was a great demand for chillaches. Turning off the water, she got out, toweled off, and went back into the bedroom. Just as she sat down by the window, the door opened and the little lesser who ran the kitchen came in with a tray full of food. He always seemed confused as he put what he'd prepared down on the bureau and looked around like, after all this time, he still had no clue why in the hell he was leaving hot meals in an empty room. He also inspected the walls, tracing the fresh dings and streaks of black blood. Given how tidy he seemed, no doubt he wanted to pull a DIY. When she'd first come here, the silk paper had been in perfect shape. Now, the stuff looked like it had been put through the ringer. As he went over to the bed and straightened the scrambled duvet and scattered pillows, he left the door wide open and she stared out into the hall and down the stairs. No reason to make a run for it. And tackling him hadn't worked either. Nor had going the sympath route, because she was blocked mentally as well as physically. All she could do was watch him and wish she could get at him somehow. God, this impotent drive to kill must be the same for zoo lions when their keepers entered their cage with the brooms and the eats. The other guy could come and go and change your environment, but you were stuck. Kind of made you want to bite down on something. After he left, she went over to the food. Getting angry at the steak wasn't going to help her, and she needed the calories to fight back, so she ate everything there was. To her tongue, the shit all tasted like cardboard, and she wondered whether she would ever again have something because she wanted to and liked the way it was seasoned. The whole food as fuel thing was logical, but sure as hell didn't give you anything to look forward to during mealtime. When she was finished, she went back to the window, settled in the wing chair, and brought her knees up against her breasts. Staring down into the street, she was not at rest, but merely motionless. Even after all these weeks, she was looking for an escape. And she would be that way until she drew her last breath. Again, like her urge to fight Lash, the drive was not just a function of her circumstance, but who she was as a female, and the realization made her think of John. She had been so determined to get away from him. She thought of when they'd been together, not the last time, when he'd paid her back for all the rejection, but the other one at her basement place. After the sex, he'd made a move to kiss her. Clearly, he'd wanted more than just a quick, hard fuck. Her response? She'd pulled away and gone into the bathroom where she'd washed herself off as if he'd dirted her. Then she'd hit the door. So she didn't blame him for the way their last goodbye had gone. She glanced around her dark green prison. She was probably going to die here. Probably soon, too, as she hadn't taken a vein in a while and she was under a great deal of physical and emotional stress. The reality of her own demise made her think of the many faces she'd stared down into as lives had leached out of bodies and souls went soaring free. As an assassin, death had been her job. As a sympath, it had been a kind of calling. The process had always fascinated her. Every one of the people she'd killed had fought the tide, even though they knew, as she'd stood over them with whatever weapon she'd palmed up still in her hand, that if they managed to pull themselves out of the spiral, she was just going to strike again. Hadn't seemed to matter, though. The horror and the pain had acted as an energy source, food for their fight, and she knew what that felt like. How you struggled to breathe even though you couldn't get air down your throat. How the cold sweat formed on top of your overheated skin. How your muscles became weak but you still called on them to move, damn it. Her previous captors had taken her to the brink of rigor mortis a number of times. Although vampires believed in the scribe virgin, sympaths had no conception of an afterlife. To them, death was an exit ramp not to another highway but to a brick wall that you slammed into. After which there was nothing. Personally, she didn't buy the whole holy deity bullshit, and whether that was breeding or intellect, the outcome was the same. Death was lights out, end of story. For fuck's sake. She'd seen it up close so many times. After the great struggle came. Nothing. Her victims had just stopped moving. Frozen in whatever position they'd been in when their hearts had halted. And maybe some people died with a smile on their face, but in her experience that was a grimace, not a grin. You'd think if they were getting a boatload of bright white light and kingdom of heaven crap, they'd be beaming like they'd won the lottery. Except maybe the reason they looked so bitch was less about where they were going and more about where they'd been. The regrets. You did think about your regrets. Aside from the fact that she wished she'd been born under different circumstances, there were two transgressions among her many that weighed more than all the others. She wished she'd told Murder all those years ago that she was half sympath. That way, when she'd been taken up to the colony, he wouldn't have come to rescue her. He'd have known it was inevitable that the other side of her family would come claim her, and he wouldn't then have ended up where he had. She also wished she could go back and tell John Matthew she was sorry. She still would have pushed him away, because that was the only construct under which he wouldn't have repeated the mistakes of her other lover. But she would have let him know it wasn't him. It was her. At least he was going to be okay in all of this. He had the brothers and the king of the race to look after him, and courtesy of her shutting him down, he wasn't going to do anything stupid. She was on her own in this, and it was going to play out as it would. Having led a violent life, it was entirely unsurprising that she was going to meet a violent end. But true to form, she was sure as fuck going to take out a pound or two of flesh with her on the way to the exit. 7. Shit, they were losing the darkness. As John glanced at his watch, the time check was a waste of effort. The sting in his eyes was telling him all he needed to know about how little night they had left. Even the promise of daylight was enough to make him blink fast. Then again, the activity at the Extreme Park was winding down for the evening anyway, the drugged-out stragglers getting vertical on the benches or ducking into the public bathrooms for a last fix. Unlike Caldwell's other parks, this one was open 24/7 with fluorescent lights on tall poles illuminating the expanse of concrete. Hard to tell what the city planners had been thinking with the round-the-clock business, because that was what they had here. Round-the-clock business. With all the drugs changing hands, the place was like a bar away from the bars down on trade. No lessers, though. Just humans dealing to humans who used in the shadows. Still, it was promising. If Lash hadn't infiltrated the zone yet, he was going to. Even with the cops doing their idlebice in their marked cars, there was plenty of privacy and plenty of notice. The park was laid out like a huge terrace with sinkholes in the ground alternating with ramps and jumps. Bottom line was, the people could see the CPD coming and duck behind or into all kinds of shelter. And man, they were trained well. From their vantage point behind the workshed, he and his boys had seen it happen over and over again. Kind of made you wonder why the CPD didn't send unmarks over or infiltrate in plain clothes. Or maybe they were doing that already. Maybe there were others who, like John, were invisible to the crowd. Well, not exactly like him and Quinn and Blay. There was no way even a fully trained and decorated member of the CPD could present himself as nothing, which was what John and his buddies had been doing for the last 3 hours. Every time someone passed, they wiped out the memory. It was kind of odd to be in a place, but not of it. Sensed, but not seen. "We gonna get ghost?" Quinn asked. John glanced up at the brightening sky and told himself that in approximately 13 hours that fucking heat lamp of a sun was going back under wraps and they could take up residential in their little hidden corner and wait again. God damn it. "John? Let's go." For a split second, he almost tore his buddy's head off, his hands coming up and getting ready to fly through all kinds of "fuck you, you're not my babysitter" shit. What stopped him was the fact that just as no amount of waiting around here was going to produce Lash, yelling at Quinn wasn't going to get them closer to a sighting either. He nodded once and took a last look around. There was a single dealer type who seemed to run the show, and the kid was hanging out to the very end. His main lean was against the center ramp, which was smart. It meant he could see everything in the park from the far corners to the road where the cops came and went. Kid looked to be about 17 or 18, and his clothes were loose on his frame, which was part of the skater style, and also probably a function of his using what he sold. He looked like he needed to be scrubbed with a car brush a couple of times. But he was alert and he was savvy. And he seemed to work alone, which was interesting. To dominate a drug territory, usually the dealer in question had enforcers to back him up, otherwise he got jumped for either his product or his cash. But this young guy, he was by himself the whole time. Either he had some serious meat in the shadows, or he was about to get taken down. John stood up from where he'd braced himself against the side of the outbuilding and nodded at his boys. "Let's go." When he took form again, gravel crunched under his shit kickers as his weight became real and a brisk breeze hit him square in the face. The courtyard of the Brotherhood's mansion was demarcated by the front flank of the house and the tall shoulders of the 20-foot-high retaining wall that ran all around the property. The white marble fountain in the middle had yet to be filled and jump-started for the warmer months, and the half-dozen cars that were parked in a row were waiting for action as well. The whispered sound of well-oiled gears turning brought his head up. In a coordinated descent, the steel shutters were coming down over the windows, the panels unfurling and covering the leaded glass panes like the lids of many eyes closing for sleep. He dreaded going inside. Even though there must be upward of 50 rooms to wander through, the fact that he was going to have to stay put until sundown made the mansion feel like a shoebox. As Quinn and Blay materialized on either side of him, he walked up the steps to the huge double doors and pushed his way into the vestibule. Inside, he presented his mug for viewing in the security camera. Instantly, the lock was popped and he walked into a foyer that was right out of Tsarist Russia. Malachite and claret marble columns supported a 3-story high painted ceiling. Gold-leafed sconces and mirrors generated and reflected buttery light that further enriched the colors. And that staircase. The thing was like a carpeted landing strip that stretched up to the heavens, its golden balustrade splitting at the top to form the anchors of the second floor's open balcony. His father had spared no expense and obviously had a flair for the dramatic. All you needed was orchestral backup and you could imagine a king floating down in robes. Wrath appeared at the top, his huge body clothed in black leather, his long black hair falling around his tremendous shoulders. His wraparound sunglasses were in place, and although he was at the head of a vast expanse of fall on your ass, he didn't look down. No reason to. His eyes were now utterly blind. But he was not sightless. At his side, George had things covered. The seeing-eye dog was in control of the king, the two united through the harness that went around the golden retriever's chest and haunches. They were the ultimate mutt, and Jeff, a canine good Samaritan with beauty contestant looks and a brutal warrior who was obviously capable of tearing your throat open on a whim. But they worked well together, and Wrath was pretty much in love with his animal. The dog was treated like the royal pet he was. To hell with even eoms. George ate whatever his master did, which meant prime cuts of beef and lamb. And word was that the retriever slept in bed with Beth and Wrath, although that had yet to be independently verified, as no one was allowed in the first family's quarters. As Wrath started down for the foyer, he walked with a limp, the result of something he did over on the far side at the scribe virgins. No one knew who he saw or why he sported a black eye or a split lip on a regular basis, but everyone, even John, was glad for the sessions. They kept Wrath on an even keel and away from the field. With the king descending, and some of the other brothers coming through the door John had just used, he had to make his escape. If those shadows had sensed he had fresh ink, The people gathering for last meal would pick up on it in a heartbeat if they got close enough. Fortunately, there was a wet bar in the library and John went there and helped himself to a shot of Jack Daniels. The first of many. While he started to make deposits into his Buzz account, he braced himself against the marble slab and wished like hell he had a time machine, although it was hard to know whether he'd choose to go forward or backward with it. "You want any food?" Quinn said from the doorway. John didn't look in the guy's direction, just shook his head and poured some more liquid relief into his squat glass. "Okay. I'll bring you a sandwich." With a curse, John pivoted around and signed. "I said no." "Roast beef? Good. And I'll hitch you some carrot cake. Tray'll be left in your room." Quinn turned away. "If you wait about 5 more minutes in here, everyone will be seated at the table, so you'll have a clear shot up the stairs." The guy took off, which meant short of braining him with the glass, there was no other way of expressing his "I am an island" opinion. Although really, that would just be a waste of good booze. Quinn was so hard-headed, you could have hit his frontal lobe with a crowbar and made no impression on him whatsoever. Fortunately, the alcohol began to take effect, its numb blanket settling on John's shoulders first before sweeping up and down his body. The shit did nothing to quiet his mind, but his bones and muscles did ease out. After waiting the suggested 5 minutes, John took his drink and his bottle and hit the stairs 2 at a time. As he ascended, the subdued voices from the dining room followed him, but that's all there was. Lately, there hadn't been much to laugh about over meals. When he got to his room, he opened the door and walked into a jungle. There were clothes draped on every conceivable surface: the dresser, the wing chair, the bed, the plasma screen TV. Kind of like his closet had thrown up all over everything. Empty bottles of Jack cluttered up the 2 side tables by the headboard, and the dead soldiers spread out from there, clustering on the floor and nesting in the twisted sheets and duvet. Fritz and his cleaning crew hadn't been let in for 2 weeks, and at the rate things were going, they were going to need a backhoe when he finally threw the doors open to them. Undressing, he let his leathers and shirt fall where they did, but his jacket he was careful with. At least until he took his weapons out and he dumped the thing on the corner of the bed. In the bathroom, he double-checked his 2 blades and then he swiftly cleaned his guns with the kit that he just left out by the second sink. Yeah, he'd let his standards slide lower than even frat boy levels, but his weapons were different. Utility had to be maintained. His shower was quick, and as he worked the soap over his chest and abs, he thought back to the time when even the brush of warm water over his cock was enough to make him hard. No more. He hadn't had an erection since the last time he'd been with Shex. He just didn't have the interest even in his dreams, which was a new one. Hell, before his transition, when he wasn't supposed to have any awareness of his sexuality, his subconscious had kicked up all sorts of hot and heavy. And those sex fests had been so real, so detailed, it was as if they were memory and not REM-induced fabrications. Yeah? All that played on his internal screen was Blair Witch Project chase scenes where he was running in a jerky panic but didn't know what was after him, or whether he would ever get to safety. When he came out of the bathroom, he found a tray with a roast beef sandwich and a big-as-your-head wedge of carrot cake on it. Nothing to drink, but Quinn knew that he was taking his liquid refreshment from Mr. Daniel alone. John ate standing up in front of the bureau, naked as the day he was born, and when the food hit his stomach, it sucked the energy from him, draining everything from his head. Wiping his mouth with the linen napkin, he put the tray out in the hall and then headed for the bathroom, where he brushed his teeth only from habit. Lights off in the bath. Lights off in the room. Him and the Jack sitting on the bed. As exhausted as he was not looking forward to lying down. There was an inverse relationship between his energy level and the distance between his ears and the floor. Even though he was cross-eyed, the second his head hit the pillow, his thoughts were going to start spinning and he was going to end up wide awake and staring at the ceiling, counting hours and aches. He polished off what was in his glass and propped his elbows on his knees. Within moments, his head was bobbing, his lids slamming down. When he started to list to the side, he let himself go even though he was unsure which direction he was going in, toward the pillows or the wadded-up duvet. Pillows. Shifting his feet up on the bed, he dragged the covers over his hips and had a moment of blissful collapse. Maybe tonight the cycle would break. Maybe this glorious sinking relief would suck him down into the black hole he was hoping for. Maybe he'd. His eyes popped open and he stared into the thick darkness. Nope. He was exhausted to the point of being jittery, not just wide awake, but goosed-in-the-ass alert. As he rubbed his face, he figured this contradictory state of things was the cognitive equivalent to bumblebees being able to fly. Physicists maintained it wasn't possible, and yet it happened all the time. Rolling over onto his back, he crossed his arms over his chest and yawned so hard his jaw cracked. Tough to know whether to turn on the light. The darkness amplified the whirling in his skull, but the lamp stung his eyes until he felt like he was crying sand. Usually he alternated between clicking on the bulb and turning it off. From out in the Hall of Statues, he heard Zadist and Bella and Nala walk down to their room. As the couple talked about the dinner, Nala cooed and squeaked in the way babies did when their bellies were full and their parents were right with them. Blake came down the way next. Aside from V, he was the only other person who smoked in the house, so that was how John knew it was him. And Quinn was with the guy. Had to be. Otherwise Blake wouldn't have lit up outside of his own room. It was payback for that receptionist at the tat shop, and who could blame him? There was a long silence out there. And then a final pair of boots. Tor was heading to bed. It was obvious who it was by the quiet more than the sound. The footfalls were slow and relatively light for a brother. Tor was working on getting his body back into shape, but he hadn't been cleared for fieldwork, which made sense. He needed to put on another 50 pounds of muscle before he had any business going toe-to-toe with the enemy. There wouldn't be anyone else coming down. Lassiter, aka Tor's golden shadow, didn't sleep, so the angel usually stayed down in the billiard room and watched highbrow television. Like paternity tests on Maury and the People's Court with Judge Million and Real Housewives marathons. Silence. 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 When the sound of his heartbeat started to annoy him, John cursed and stretched up, turning on the light. As he settled back against the pillows, he let his arms flop down. He didn't share Lassiter's fascination with the boob tube, but anything was better than the quiet. Fishing around the empty bottles, he found the remote, and when he hit the on button, there was a pause like the thing had forgotten what it was used for, but then the picture flared. Linda Hamilton was running down a hallway, her body bouncing with power. Down at the far end, an elevator was opening, revealing a short, dark-haired kid and Arnold Schwarzenegger. John hit the power button and killed the image. Last time he'd seen that movie had been when he and Tor had watched it together. Back when the brother had taken him out of his sad, pitiful existence and shown him who he really was. Back before all the seams in both their lives had gotten yanked apart. At the orphanage, in the human world, John had always been aware he was different. And the brother had given him the why that evening. The flash of fangs had explained it all. Now, naturally, there had been a shitload of anxiety that came with finding out you weren't who or what you'd always assumed you were. But Tor had stuck by his side, just chilling and watching TV, even though he'd been on rotation to fight and also had a pregnant Shellen to look after. Kindest thing anyone had ever done for him. Coming back to reality, John pitched the remote onto the side table and it bounced around, knocking over one of the empties. As the last half-inch of bourbon splashed out, he reached across and picked up a shirt to mop up the mess. Which, considering what a shambles the rest of the room was in, was like backing up a Big Mac and fries with a Diet Coke. But whatever. He wiped off the tabletop, lifting the bottles one by one, and then opened the little drawer to swipe across the. Tossing his t-shirt onto the floor, he reached in and picked up an ancient leather-bound book. The diary had been in his possession for about 6 months now, but he hadn't read it. It was the one thing he had of his father's. With nothing else to do and nowhere to go, he opened the front cover. The pages were made of vellum and they smelled old, but the ink was still totally legible. John thought of those notes he'd written to Trez and I am back at Sal's and wondered if his and his father's handwriting were at all similar. As the entries in the diary were done in the old language, there was no way of knowing. Focusing his tired eyes, he started out just examining how the characters were formed, how the ink strokes whipped about to form the symbols, how there were no mistakes or crossouts, how even though the pages were not lined, his father had nonetheless made neat. Even rows. He imagined how Darius might have bent over the pages and written by candlelight, dipping a quill pen. An odd shimmer went through John, the kind that made him wonder whether he was going to have to be sick. But the nausea passed as an image came to him. A huge stone house not unlike the one they were living in now. A room kitted out with beautiful things. A hurried entry made on these pages at a desk before a grand ball. The light of candle, warm and soft. John shook himself and kept turning the pages. Sometime along the way he started not just measuring the lines of characters, but reading them. The color of the ink changed from black to brown when his father wrote about his first night in the warrior camp. How cold it was. How scared he was. How much he missed home. How alone he felt. Jean empathized with the male to the point where it seemed as though there was no separation between the father and the son. In spite of the many, many years and an entire continent of distance, it was as though he were in his father's shoes. Well, duh. He was in the exact same situation, a hostile reality with a lot of dark corners. And no parents to back him up now that Wellesley was dead and Tor was a living, breathing ghost. Hard to know when his eyelids went down and stayed there. But at some point he fell asleep with what little he had of his father held reverently in his hands. 8. 1671, springtime, the old country. Darius materialized in a stretch of thick forest, taking form beside the entrance of a cave. As he scanned the night, he listened for any sounds worthy of notice. There were deer tiptoeing around down by the quietly running stream, and the breeze whistled through the pine needles, and he could hear his own breathing. But there were no humans or lessers about. A moment longer, and then he slipped beneath the overhang of rock and walked into a natural room created eons ago. Deeper and deeper he went, the air thickening with a smell he despised. The musty dirt and cold humidity reminded him of the war camp, and even though he'd been out of that hellish place for 27 years, the memories of his time with the bloodletter were enough to make him recoil even now. At the far wall, he ran his hand over the wet, uneven rock until he found the iron pull that released the hidden door's locking mechanism. There was a muffled squeal as hinges turned, and then a portion of the cave slid to the right. He didn't wait for the panel to fully retract, but stepped through as soon as he could wedge his thick chest in laterally. On the other side, he hit a second lever and waited until the section was secured back in place. The long pathway to the Brotherhood's Sanctum Sanctorum was lit with torches that burned ferociously and cast hard-lined shadows that jerked and spasmed on the rough floor and ceiling. He was about halfway down when the voices of his brothers reached his ears. Clearly, there were a lot of them at the meeting, given the symphony of bass, male tones that overlapped and competed for airspace. He was probably the last to arrive. When he got to the iron-barred gate, he took a heavy key from his breast pocket and pushed it into the lock. Opening the way took strength even for him, the huge gate swinging free of its anchor only if he who sought to enter could prove himself worthy of forcing it wide. When he got down into the wide-open space deep in the earth, the Brotherhood was all there, and with his appearance, the meeting commenced. As he took a stand next to Agni, the voices silenced and Wrath the Fair regarded the assembled. The brothers respected the race's leader, even if he was not a warrior among them, for he was a regal male of worth whose sage counsel and prudent restraint were of great value in the war against the lessening society. "My warriors," the king said, "I address you this eve with grave news and a request. A Doggen emissary came unto my private home during the sunlight and sought a personal audience. After refusing to present his cause unto mine own attendant, he broke down and wept." As the monarch's clear green eyes circled the faces, Darius wondered where this was leading. Nowhere good, he thought. It was then that I interceded. The king's lids lowered briefly. The Doggen's master had sent him forth unto me with the worst possible news. The unmated daughter of the family is missing. Having taken an early retire, all appeared well with her until her maid brought forth a midday repast in the event she was of a mind for sustenance. Her room was empty. Agni, the lay leader of the Brotherhood, spoke up. When was she last seen? Prior to last meal. She came unto her parents and informed them she had no appetite and would be requiring a lie down. The king's gaze continued around. Her father is a righteous male who has rendered unto me personal favors. Of greater weight, however, is the service he has offered unto the race as a whole as Leadir of the council. As curses echoed around the cave, the king nodded. Verily, it is the daughter of Samson. Darius crossed his arms over his chest. This was very bad news. Daughters of the Glimmerer were like fine jewels to their fathers, until such time as they were passed unto the care of another male of substance who would treat her thusly. These females were watched over and cloistered. They did not just disappear out of their families' houses. They could be taken, however. Like all things of rarity, well-bred females were of very high value, and as always when it came to the Glimmerer, the individual was less important than the family. Ransoms were paid not to save her life, but her bloodline's reputation. Indeed, it was not unheard of for such a virginal female to be abducted and held for money, the sole leverage being social terror. The lessening society was not the only source of evil in the world. Vampires had been known to prey upon their own. The king's voice resonated around the cave, deep and demanding. As my private guard, I look to you to provide redress of this situation. Those royal eyes locked on Darius. And there is one among you whom I shall ask to go forth and right this wrong. Darius bowed low before the request was put out. As always, he was fully prepared to discharge any duty for his king. Thank you, my warrior. Your statesmanship shall be of value under the roof of that now broken home, as shall your sense of protocol. And when you discover the malfeasor, I am confident of your ability to ensure an appropriate outcome. Avail yourself of those who stand shoulder to your shoulder and, above all, find her. No father should have to bear this empty horror. Darius couldn't agree more. And it was a wise assignment made by a wise king. Darius was a statesman, true, but he had a particular commitment to females after having lost his mother. Not that the other brothers wouldn't have given themselves over with similar dedication except for Harm, perhaps, who had a rather dim view of female worth. But Darius was the one who would feel this responsibility most, and the king was nothing if not calculating. That being said, he was going to need help, and he glanced around his brothers to determine who he would pick, sifting through the grim, now familiar faces. He stopped looking when he saw a stranger's visage among them. Across the altar, the brother Harm was standing beside a younger, thinner version of himself. His boy was dark-haired and blue-eyed in the manner of the sire and shared the potential of the broad shoulders and wide chest that was characteristic of Harm. But there the similarity ended. Harm was lounging with an insolent lean against the wall of the cave, which was not a surprise. The male preferred combat to conversation, having little time or attention span to spare for the latter. The boy, however, was engaged to the point of transfixion, his intelligent eyes locked on the king in awe. His hands were behind his back. In spite of his outward appearance of calm, he was twisting those hands where no one could see, the movement in the tops of his forearms belying his nervous churning. Darius could understand how the boy felt. After this address, they were one and all going out into the field, and Harm's son would be tested for the first time against the enemy. He was not properly armed. Fresh from the war camp, his weapons were no better than Darius's had been. Just more of the bloodletter's cast-offs, which was deplorable. Darius had had no sire to provide for him, but Harm should have taken care of his boy, giving him well-balanced, well-made instruments that were as good as his own. The king raised his arms and looked up unto the ceiling. May the scribe virgin look upon those herein assembled with all grace and blessing as these soldiers of worth go out unto the fields of conflict. The war cry exploded from the brothers, and Darius joined in with all his breath, the roar echoing and rebounding and continuing as a chant started up. As the thundering sound rose higher and higher, the king held his palm out to the side. From the shadows, the young heir to the throne came forward, his expression far older than his 7 years. Wrath, son of Wrath, was, like Torment, the spitting image of his sire, but there the comparison between the two pairs ended. The regent king was sacred not just to his parents, but to the race. This small male was the future, the leader to come. Evidence that in spite of the affronts committed by the lessening society, the vampires would survive. And he was fearless. Whereas many a wee one had shrunk back behind a parent when facing a single brother, the young Wrath stood his own, staring up at the males before him as if he knew, regardless of his tender age, that he would command the strong backs and fighting arms of those before him. "Go forth, my warriors," the king said. "Go forth and wield thy daggers with lethal intent." Bloody thirsty things to say in front of tender ears, but in the midst of the war there was no advantage to shielding the next generation of royalty. Wrath, son of Wrath, would never be out in the field. It was too important to the race, but he would be trained so he could appreciate what the males under his authority were facing. As the king stared down upon his begotten issue, the elder's eyes misted with pride and joy and hope and love. How different Harm and his son were. That young was beside his blooded sire, but for all the attention that was paid to him, he might have stood next to a stranger. Agony leaned into Darius. "Someone needs to watch over that boy." Darius nodded. I fetched him from the war camp this night." Darius glanced over at his brother. "Indeed? Where was his sire?" "Betwixt the legs of a maiden." Darius cursed under his breath. Verily, the brother was of brutish constitution in spite of his breeding and courtesy of his base instincts. He had sons aplenty, which may have explained though certainly not excused his thoughtlessness. Of course, his other sons were not eligible for the brotherhood because their mothers were not of chosen blood. However, Harm appeared to be unconcerned. As the poor boy stood so separate, Darius remembered well his own first night in the field, how he'd been tied to no one. How he'd feared facing the enemy with nothing but his wits and what little training he'd had to fortify his courage. It wasn't that the brothers had cared not how he fared, but they had had to watch after themselves and he'd had to prove he could hold his own. This young male clearly was in the same predicament. It was just that he had a father who should have eased his way. "Be well, Darius," Agni said as the royals went in among the brothers, clasping palms and preparing to take their leave. "I am escorting the king and the prince. Be well, my brother." The two embraced quickly, and then Agni joined the wraths and went with them out of the cave. As Torture stepped up and began apportioning territories for the night, pairs started to form and Darius looked through the heads at Harm's son. The boy had faded back against the wall and was standing stiffly, still with those hands behind his back. Harm seemed uninterested in anything other than trading hyperbole with the others. Torture put 2 fingers up to his mouth and whistled. "My brothers. Attention." The cave went stone silent. "Thank you. Are we clear on territories?" There was a collective affirmation and the brothers started to leave and Harm didn't even look back at his son. He just went for the exit. In the wake, the boy brought his hands forward and rubbed them one into the other. Stepping forward, he said his father's name once. Twice. The brother turned back, his expression like that of one confronted by an unwelcome obligation. "Well, come on then." "If I may," Darius said, stepping between them. "It would be my pleasure to have him aid me in my duty, if it would not offend." Truth was, he cared not if it offended. The boy needed more than his father would give him, and Darius was not the kind to sit aside while a wrong unfolded. "You think I can't take care of my blood?" Harm snapped. Darius turned to the male and went nose to nose with him. He preferred peaceful negotiation when it came to conflict, but with Harm, there was no reasoning. And Darius was well endowed to meet force with force. As the Brotherhood froze around them, Darius dropped his voice even though all assembled would hear every word. "Give me the boy, and I will deliver him whole unto the dawn." Harm growled, the sound like that of a wolf amid fresh blood. "As shall I, brother?" Darius leaned in closer. "If you take him out to fight, and he dies, you shall carry that shame upon your lineage 4 or more." Although for truth it was hard to know whether the male's conscience would be affected. "Give him to me and I will save you that burden." "I never liked you, Darius." "And yet back in camp you were more than willing to service those I bested." Darius flashed his fangs. "Given how much you enjoyed that, I should think you'd hold me in kinder regard. And know this, if you do not allow me to oversee the boy, I shall take you down to this floor at our feet and beat you until you relent unto me." Harm broke eye contact, lifting his gaze above Darius's shoulder as the past sucked the brother down. Darius knew the moment that he had been drawn into. It was the night when Darius had won against him back at the campaign, as Darius had refused to redress the deficiency the bloodletter had. Brutal was a pale word to describe that session, and though Darius was loath to bring it up, the boy's safety was a worthy end for the unworthy means. Harm knew who would win in a contest of fists. "Take him," the male said flatly, "and do what you will with him. I hereby renounce him as my son." The brother pivoted, strode out, and took all the air from the cave with him. The warriors watched him go, their silence louder than the war cry had been. To disavow offspring was antithetical to the race, as much as daylight would be to a family meal. It was ruination. Darius went over to the young male. That face. Dearest virgin scribe. The boy's frozen gray face wasn't sad, wasn't heartbroken, wasn't even ashamed. His features were a veritable death mask. Putting out his palm, Darius said, "Greetings, son. I am Darius, and I shall function as your fighting ward." The young's eyes blinked once. "Son, we shall go anon to the cliffs." Abruptly, Darius was subjected to a sharp regard. The boy was clearly searching for signs of obligation and pity. He would find none, however. Darius knew with precision the dry, hard earth upon which the boy's boots stood, and therefore he was well aware that any kind of softness offered would only result in further disgrace. "Why?" came a hoarse question. "We go on to the cliffs to find that female," Darius said with calm. "That is why." The boy's eyes bored into Darius's. Then the young placed his hand upon his breast. With a bow, he said, "I shall endeavor to be of service rather than wait." It was so hard to be unwanted. Harder still to hold one's head up after such an affront. "What is your name?" Darius asked. "Torment." I am Torment, son of. The throat was cleared. I am Torment. Darius stepped in beside the young male and put his palm on a shoulder that had yet to fill out to its fullest potential. Come with me. The boy followed with purpose. Out of the audience of the Brotherhood. Out of the sanctuary. Out of the cave. Into the night. The shift within Darius's chest happened sometime between that initial footstep forward and the moment they dematerialized together. Verily he felt for the first time as if he had a family of his own. Because even though the boy wasn't his by blood, he had assumed care of him. Accordingly, he would go before a blade intended for the younger if it came down to that, sacrificing himself. Such was the code of the Brotherhood, but only toward one's brothers. Torment was not yet among that number. He was but an initiate by virtue of his bloodline, which gained him access into the tomb and nothing further. If he failed to prove himself, he would be barred forever therein. Indeed, for all the code required, the boy could well be slain on the field and left for dead. But Darius would not permit that. He'd always wanted a son of his own. 20 miles outside of Charleston, South Carolina. Holy shit, they got some kind of trees here. Well, yeah, that summed it up. As the paranormal investigator's satellite link van eased off rural route SC-124, Greg windbraked and leaned forward over the steering wheel. Fucking perfect. The plantation house's entrance was marked on both sides by live oaks the size of RVs, and Spanish moss hung off all those massive branches, swaying in the soft breeze. Down at the end of the framing alley, about half a mile away, the columned mansion sat pretty as a lady in a chair, the noontime sun painting her face in lemon-yellow light. From the back, PI's host, Holly Fleet, leaned in. Are you sure about this? It's a band B, right? Greg hit the gas. Open to the public. You called 4 times. They didn't say no. They didn't get back to you. Whatever. He needed to make this happen. PI's primetime specials were on the verge of breaking through to the next advertising dollar level at the network. They weren't in American Idol territory, true, but they'd kicked the shit out of the most recent Magic Exposed episode, and if that trend continued, the money was going to get thicker than blood. The long drive up to the house was like a trail that led not just deeper into the property, but backward in time. For God's sake, as he glanced around the grass-covered grounds, he expected to see Civil War soldiers and antebellum Vivian Lees strolling beneath the scarved trees. The gravel lane took visitors directly to the formal front entrance, and Greg parked off to the side in case any other cars needed to pass by. You two stay here. I'm going in. As he stepped out from behind the wheel, he covered up his Ed Hardy shirt with a black windbreaker and pulled the cuff down over his gold Rolex. The van with its PI logo of a magnifying glass over a black, shadowy ghost was flashy enough, and no doubt the house was owned by a local. Thing was, Hollywood style wasn't necessarily a value add outside of LA, and this gracious place was about as far from plastic surgery and spray tans as you could get. His Prada loafers shifted through the stone confetti of the driveway as he walked over to the entry. The White House was a simple 3-story box with porches on the first and second floors and a hip roof with dormers, but the elegance of the proportions and the sheer size of the damn thing were what put it so solidly in mansion territory. And to top off the grande dame routine, all the windows were framed on the inside by jewel-toned drapes, and through the leaded glass he could see the chandeliers hanging from high ceilings. Hell of a bed and breakfast. The front door was big enough to belong on a cathedral, and the knocker was a brass lion's head that seemed nearly life-size. Lifting the weight, he let it fall back into place. While he waited, he checked to make sure Holly and Stan were where he'd left them. Backup was the last thing he needed when he was on what amounted to a sales call, especially when the "hello, my name is" was an unwelcome one. And the truth was, if they hadn't just been on an assignment up in Charleston, he might not have tried a face-to-face. But for a half-hour drive that wasn't even out of their way, it was worth the effort. They weren't due to start setup for the special in Atlanta for a couple of days, so there was time for this. More to the point, he would kill to. The door swung wide, and he had to smile at what was on the other side. Man, it just kept getting better. The guy had English butler stamped all over him, from his shiny shoes to his black waistcoat and blazer. Good afternoon, sir. And he had an accent. Not quite British, not quite French, high-class European. How may I help you? Greg Wynn. He put out his hand. I think I've called you a couple of times? Not sure you've gotten the messages. The butler's shake was fast. Indeed. Greg waited for the man to continue. When there was nothing coming, he cleared his throat. Ah, I was hoping you'd allow us to do some investigating of your lovely house and grounds. The Eliahu Rathbone legend is pretty remarkable, I mean. The reports from your guests are amazing. My team and I. Permit me to interrupt. There will be no filming or recording on the premises. We would pay. At all. The butler smiled tightly. I'm sure you can understand that we prefer our privacy. Quite frankly, I don't. What's the harm in allowing us to poke around? Greg dropped his voice and leaned in. Unless, of course, you're making those footsteps yourself in the middle of the night, or suspending a candle in that upstairs bedroom by fishing wire. The butler's face didn't change, and yet he reeked of disdain. I believe you were on your way. Not a comment. Not a suggestion. A demand. But fuck that. Greg had dealt with tougher stuff than some Nancy in a penguin suit. You know, you must get a lot of traffic as a result of those haunting stories. Greg lowered his voice even further. Our TV audience is huge. If you think you're getting visitors now, imagine what it would do for your business if you went national. And even if you are cooking up the Rathbone stuff yourself, we can work with you, rather than against you. If you know what I mean. The butler stepped back and began to close the door. Good day, sir. Greg put his body in the way. Even if he hadn't wanted to check out the stories badly, the whole no thing just wasn't his bag. And as usual, getting shut out sharpened his interest like nothing else. We'd like to stay the night then. We're doing workups on some of the neighboring Civil War sites and need a place to crash. I'm afraid we're full. At that moment, like a gift from God, a couple came down the gracious stairway, their suitcases in hand. Greg smiled as he looked over the butler's shoulder. Not as full as you were. Shifting through his deck of personality cards, he put forth his best I'm going to be no trouble expression. No is no, I get that. So we won't record anything, audio or video? Swear on my grandmother's life. Lifting his hand in greeting, he said loudly, Hey, you guys enjoy your stay? Oh my God, it was incredible. The girlfriend, wife, casual lay, whatever said, Eliahu is real. The boyfriend, husband wanted to score nodded. I didn't believe her. I mean, ghosts come on. But yeah, I heard the thing. We saw the light too. Have you heard about the light? Greg put his hand over his chest in shock. No, what light? Tell me everything. As they launched into a detailed recitation of all the incredibly amazing things that were so incredible and amazing to witness during their incredible. The butler's eyes narrowed into slits. Clearly, his manners overrode his urge to kill as he stepped aside to let Greg meet up with the departing pair. But the temperature in the foyer had dropped into chilly land. Why is that? The male guest frowned and leaned to the side. Holy crap, are you with that show? Paranormal Investigators, Greg filled in. I'm the producer. Is the host? The guy glanced at his lady friend. Is she here too? Sure is. You want to meet Holly? The guy put down the suitcase he was carrying to tuck in his polo shirt a little more tightly. Yeah, could I? We were just leaving, his other half interjected. Weren't we? Damn. But if I wave the chance to. Get on the road now, we'll be home by nightfall. She turned to the butler. Thank you for everything, Mr. Griffin. We've had a lovely stay. The butler bowed with grace. Please do come again, madam. Oh, we will. This is going to be a perfect place for our wedding in September. It's incredible. Just amazing. Her fiancé tacked on, like he wanted to be back on her good side. Greg didn't push the meet and greet with Holly as the pair went out the front door, even though the guy paused and looked over as if he were hoping Greg would follow them. So I'll just go get our bags, Greg said to the butler. And you can get our room ready, Mr. Griffin. The air around the man seemed to warp. We have 2 rooms. That's fine. And because I can tell you're a man with standards, me and Stan will bunk together. For propriety's sake. The butler's brows lifted. Indeed, if you and your friends would be good enough to wait in the drawing room to your right, I shall have the housekeepers ready your accommodations. Fantastic. Greg clapped the man on the shoulder. You won't even know we're here. The butler pointedly stepped back. A word of caution, if I may. Hit me. Do not go up to the 3rd floor. Well, wasn't that an invitation? And a line right out of a Scream movie. Absolutely not. I swear to it. The butler went off down the hall and Greg leaned out of the front door, motioning for his crew. As Holly got out, her double DS bounced under the black t-shirt she was wearing, and her 7s were so low-cut her flat, tan belly flashed. He'd hired her not for her brains, but for her Barbie dimensions, and yet she'd proven to be more than he'd expected. Like a lot of dummies, she wasn't completely stupid, just largely so, and she had an eerie ability to position herself where it would most suit her advancement. Stan slid the van's side panel back and stepped out, blinking hard and shoving his long, straggly hair out of the way. Perpetually stoned, he was the perfect person for this kind of work. Technically adept, but mellow to the point where he took orders well. Last thing Greg wanted was an artiste running the camera lenses. Get the luggage, Greg called over to them, which was code for bring not only your overnight bags but the small-scale equipment. This wasn't the first site he'd had to talk his way into. As he ducked back inside, the couple who had departed were driving past in their Sebring convertible, the guy watching Holly bend into the van instead of where he was going. She tended to have that effect on men. Another reason to keep her around. Well, that and she had no problem with casual sex. Greg walked into the drawing room and did a slow around the world. The oil paintings were museum quality, the rugs were Persian, the walls were hand-painted with a pastoral scene. Sterling silver candlesticks were on every surface, and not one piece of furniture had been made in the 21st or 20th, or maybe even 19th century. The journalist in him sat up and hollered. B&Bs, even first-rate ones, weren't kit out like this. So there was something going on here. Either that or the Eliyahu legend was putting a hell of a lot of heads on those pillows every night. Greg went over to one of the smaller portraits. It was of a young man in his mid-20s and painted in another time, another place. The subject was seated in a stiff-backed chair, his legs crossed at the knees, his elegant hands off to one side. Dark hair was pulled back and tied with a ribbon, revealing a face that was a stunner. The clothes were... Well, Greg was no historian, so who the fuck knew, but they sure as hell looked like what George Washington and his ilk wore. This was Eliyahu Rabun, Greg thought. The secret abolitionist who had always left a light on to encourage those who needed to escape to come his way. The man who had died to protect a cause before it even took root up in the North. The hero who had saved so many only to be cut down in the prime of his life. This was their ghost. Greg made a frame with his hand and panned around the room before zeroing in on that face. Is that him? Holly's voice came from behind. Is that really him? Greg beamed over his shoulder, his body positively tingling. And I thought the pictures on the internet were good. He's like, gorgeous. And so were his backstory and his house and all of those people who left here talking about hauntings. Fuck the Atlanta trip to that asylum. This was their next live special. I want you to work on the butler, Greg said softly. You know what I mean. I want access to everything. I'm not sleeping with him. I draw the line at necrophilia, and that one is older than God. Did I ask you to get on your back? There are other ways. And you have tonight and tomorrow. I want to do the special here. You mean? We're broadcasting live from here in 10 days. He walked over to the windows that faced out toward the alley of trees, and with every step he took, the floorboards creaked. Daytime Emmys, here we come, Greg thought. Fucking perfect. 10. John Matthew woke up with his hand on his cock. Or rather, he semi-woke up. What he had his palm on was fully ready to go, however. In his foggy mind, images of him and Shex were lighting him up from the inside out. He saw them on her bed in that basement place of hers, and there was a whole lot of naked going on, her straddling his hips, him reaching up to touch her breasts. She felt good and solid on top of him, her core hot and wet against his erection, her powerful body arching and releasing as she rubbed herself on what ached to penetrate her. He needed to get in her, needed to leave something of himself behind, needed to mark her. The instinct was overwhelming to the point of compulsion. And yet his conscience prickled as he sat up and took one of her nipples into his mouth. As he drew her flesh between his lips, sucking on it, tonguing it, nipping it ever so gently, on some level he knew this was not really happening and that even in a fantasy it was wrong. It wasn't fair to her memory, and yet the visions had too much momentum and his palm as he worked himself had too much grip. And the moment was too undeniable and electric to turn away from. There was no going back. John imagined that he rolled her over onto her back and loomed above her, looking down into her gunmetal gray eyes. Her thighs were split on either side of his hips, her lush sex ready for what he wanted to give her, her scent burrowing into his nose until all he knew was her. Running his palms over her breasts and down her stomach, he marveled at how similar their bodies were. She was smaller compared to him, but their muscles were all the same, hard and toned, ready for use, tight as bone when they were engaged. He loved how unyielding she was beneath her soft, smooth skin, loved how strong, how tough. He wanted her like crazy. Except suddenly he could go no further. It was as if the fantasy jammed up, the tape breaking, the DVD scratched, the digital file corrupted. And all he had left was his attraction and this wrenching, on-the-brink ecstasy that was going to drive him insane. Shex reached up to his face and cupped it, and with the gentle contact, she abruptly commanded all of him, his head and his body and his soul. She owned him and everything he was, from his eyes to his thighs. He was hers. "Come to me," she said, tilting her head to the side. Tears turned his vision wavy. Finally, they were going to kiss. Finally, what she had denied him was going to happen. When he leaned down, she guided his mouth back to her nipple. He felt a momentary sting of rejection. But then this weird elation hit him. The deflection was so true to her, he figured that maybe it wasn't a dream. Maybe this was actually happening. Pushing aside his sadness, he concentrated on what she was willing to give him. "Mark me," she said in a deep voice. Baring his fangs, he ran one sharp white tip around her areola, circling, stroking. He wanted to ask her if she was sure, but she answered that question herself. In a quick move, she jacked off the mattress and held his head down to her skin so that he struck her and a sliver of blood was drawn. John jerked back, afraid he'd hurt her. But he hadn't, and as she arched in an erotic wave, the glistening wellspring of her life made him orgasm. "Take from me," she commanded as his cock jerked and hot pulses poured out over her thighs. "Do it, John. Now." She didn't have to ask him twice. He was captivated by the bead of deep red that bloomed up, and with slow grace eased down the pale side of her breast. Leading with his tongue, he caught the trail and swept it back home with a flick that ended with her nipple. His whole body shimmered at the taste of her, another release shuddering out of him and marking her skin as he fell into the throes of another release. Shex's blood was bold and heady in his mouth, an addiction fully formed on the first try, a destination he didn't want to ever leave now that he was there. As he savored what he'd taken, he thought he heard her laugh in satisfaction, but then he was lost to what she gave him. His tongue dragged over both her nipple and the cut, and then his lips formed a seal and he suckled on her, taking her dark flavor down his throat and into his gut. The communion with her was all he'd ever wanted, and now that he was feeding from her, joy overtook him along with the nuclear energy that came to him from her blood. Wanting to give her something back, he shifted his arm down so that his hand swept over her hip and between her thighs. Tracing the taut muscles, he found her core. Oh God! She was slippery smooth and hella hot, ready and aching to receive him, and although he didn't know a shitload about female anatomy, he let her moans and thrashes tell him where his fingers should go and what they should be doing. It didn't take long before what he was touching her with was as wet as what he was stroking, and it was then that he slid his middle finger in deep. Using his thumb, he massaged the top of her and found a rhythm to match the pulls he was making at her breast. He was bringing her to the edge, taking her with him, giving back as much as he was getting when he knew he needed more. He wanted to be in her when she came. Then he would be completed in some ethereal way, made whole inside his skin. It was a bonded male's drive and necessity. What he had to have in order to feel at peace. Lifting his lips from her breast, he dragged his hand from her sex and repositioned himself so that his glossy cock was poised over her open legs. Meeting her eyes in the incendiary moment, he brushed the short hair around her face. Slowly, he dropped his mouth downward. "No," she said. "That's not what this is about." John Matthew shot upright, the fantasy of the dream shattered, his chest banding in frigid chords of pain. With disgust, he let go of his arousal, not that he was hard anymore. His cock had positively shriveled up, in spite of the orgasm that had been on its way out of the thing's head. That's not what this is about. Unlike the dream, which had been a total hypothetical, those words were ones she'd actually said to him, and in precisely that sexual context. As he looked down at his naked body, the releases he'd had, the ones he'd imagined he'd had on her, were all over his belly and the sheets. Why the hell did that spell out alone like nothing else could? Glancing at the clock, he saw he'd slept through his alarm. Or more likely, he hadn't bothered to set it. One bene to insomnia was that you didn't need to recharge your phone from all the snooze buttons you hit. In the shower, he washed himself quickly and started with his cock. He hated what he'd done in that odd half-asleep zone. It felt totally wrong to jerk off, considering the situation, and from now on, he was going to sleep in his jeans if he had to. Although knowing his hand, the damn thing would have probably ended up behind the fly anyway. Fuck it, he was gonna chain his wrists to the frickin' headboard. After he shaved, which like tooth maintenance was out of habit rather than pride in his appearance, he braced his palms on the marble and leaned into the main spray nozzle, letting the water sweep over him. Lessers were impotent. Lessers were impotent. Hanging his head, he felt the hot rush over the back of his skull. Sex kicked up all kinds of bad shit for him, and as the image of a grungy stairwell bloomed like a stain on his brain, he popped his lids and dragged himself back to the present. Not that it was an improvement. He'd have gone through what had happened to him 1,000 times to save Shex from being mistreated that way once. Oh, God. Lessers were impotent. Always had been. Moving like a zombie, he stepped out, dried himself, and headed for the bedroom to get dressed. Just as he was pulling on his leathers, his phone went off and he reached over to his jacket to fish the thing out. Flipping it open, he found a text from Trez. All it said was, 189 St. Francis Ave 10, tonight. Clipping the phone closed, his heart beat with brutal intent. Any crack in the foundation. He was just looking for one little crack in Lash's world. A fissure. Something he could wedge himself into and blow the whole fucking thing to pieces. Shex might well be dead, and this new reality without her might be his forevermore. But that didn't mean he couldn't avenge her. In the bathroom, he strapped on his chest holster, weaponed up, and after grabbing his jacket, he went out into the hall. Pausing, he thought of all the people who would be gathering downstairs, as well as the time. Shutters were still down. Instead of going left toward the grand staircase and the foyer, he went right, and walked silently in spite of his shit-kickers. Blaylock left his room a little before 6 because he wanted to check in on John. Usually the guy gave a knock around mealtime, but there had been none, which meant he was either dead or dead drunk. At his buddy's door, he paused and leaned in. Nothing doing on the other side that he could hear. After a soft knock wasn't answered, he pulled a fuck it and opened the thing in. Man, the place looked ransacked, with clothes everywhere and a bed that might possibly have been used as a demolition derby site. He in there. At the sound of Quinn's voice, he stiffened and had to stop himself from turning around. No reason to. He knew that the guy would be wearing some kind of Sid Vicious or 9 Inch Nails or Slipknot t-shirt tucked into black leathers, and that his hard face would be cleanly shaven and very smooth, and that his spiky black hair would be slightly wet from the shower. Blay walked into John's space and headed for the bathroom, figuring his actions would answer the question well enough. Jay? Where are you, Jay? When he pushed his way into all that marble, the air was thick with humidity and smelled like ivory soap, which was what John used. Wet towel was on the counter. As he turned around to go, he slammed right into Quinn's chest. The impact was like getting hit with a car, and his best friend reached out to steady him. Oh no. No touching. Blay stepped back quickly and stared out into the bedroom. Sorry. There was an odd pause. He's not here. Duh. Quinn leaned to the side and put his face, that beautiful face, in the line of Blay's vision. When the guy straightened, Blay's eyes followed because they had to. You don't look at me anymore. No, he didn't. Yes, I do. Desperate to get away from that blue and green stare, he cut himself some slack and went over to the towel. Wadding it up, he shoved the thing down the laundry chute, and damn if the cramming didn't help a little. Especially as he imagined it was his own head he was forcing into the hole. Blay was calmer when he turned around. Even met those eyes. I'm going down to dinner. He was feeling quite proud of himself as he walked by. Quinn's hand snapped out and latched onto his forearm, stopping him dead. We have a problem. You and me. Do we? Not a question. Because this was one convo he had no interest in encouraging. What the hell is the matter with you? Blay blinked. What was wrong with him? He wasn't the one fucking anything with a hole. No, he was the pathetic idiot who pined for his best friend, which put him into wee all the way home territory. Any closer to chicking out and he'd have to carry Kleenex tucked into his sleeve to catch his tears. Unfortunately, the flash of anger deflated fast and left him hollow. Nothing. There's nothing wrong. Bullshit. Right? Okay. This was unfair. They'd already been over this territory, and Quinn might be a slut, but the guy's memory was perfectly functional. Quinn. Blay shoved a hand into his hair. On cue, that fucking Bonnie Raitt song shot into his brain, her rich voice singing. I can't make you love me if you don't. You can't make your heart feel something it won't. Blay had to laugh. What's so funny? Is it possible to be castrated without being aware of it? Now Quinn was doing the blink. Not unless you're really fucking drunk. Well, I'm sober. Dead sober. As usual. And on that note, maybe he needed to take a page from John's book and start liquoring it up. I think I might have to change that, however. Excuse me. Blay. No. You do not get to blay me like that. He stuck his finger in his best friend's face. You just do your thing. It's what you're best at. Leave me alone. He walked out, his head tangled but his feet mercifully on the ball. Taking the hall of statues down to the grand staircase, he passed by the Greco-Roman masterpieces and ran his eyes over those male bodies. Naturally, he photoshopped Quinn's head on top of each one. You don't have to change anything. Quinn was right on his tail, the words low. Blay got to the head of the stairs and looked down. The yawning, resplendent foyer before him was like a gift you opened with your body as you entered it, each step forward bringing you into a visual embrace of color and gold. Perfect place for a mating ceremony, he thought, for no particular reason. Blay. Come on. Nothing has changed. He glanced over his shoulder. Quinn's pierced brows were tight, his eyes fierce. But as much as it was clear the guy wanted to keep talking, Blay was so done. He started down the steps, moving fast, and was not at all surprised when Quinn stuck with him and the conversation. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Oh, right, like they needed to do this in front of the people in the dining room. Quinn was fine with audiences for all sorts of things, but Blay did not find peanut galleries helpful in the slightest. He marched back up 2 steps until they were face to face. What was her name? Quinn recoiled. Excuse me? The receptionist's name. What receptionist? From last night. At the tat shop. Quinn rolled his eyes. Oh, come on. Her name. God, I have no fucking clue. Quinn went palms up, the universal language for whatever. Why does it matter? Blay opened his mouth, on the verge of spelling out that what had meant nothing to Quinn had been hell to watch. But then he knew it would sound possessive and stupid. Instead of talking, he reached into his pocket, took out his Dunhills, and fingered one up. Popping it into his mouth, he lit the thing while staring into those mismatched eyes. I hate that you smoke, Quinn muttered. Get over it, Blay said, turning away and heading downward. 11. Where you going, John? Down in the mudroom at the back of the mansion, John froze with his hand on one of the doors that led into the garage. God damn it. A house this big, you'd think you could leave without an audience. But no. Eyes everywhere. Opinions. Everywhere. It was like the orphanage in that respect. He turned and faced Zodist. The brother had a napkin in one hand and a baby bottle in the other, having obviously just gotten up from the dining room table and come in through the kitchen. And gee, guess what? Next person through the door was Quinn, and he had a half-eaten turkey leg with him as if it were his last hope of food for, like, the next 10 hours. Blay's arrival turned it into a fucking convention. Z nodded at the grip John's hand had on the knob, somehow managing to look like a serial killer in spite of the baby paraphernalia. Probably the facial scar. More likely the eyes that were flashing black. I asked you a question, boy. I'm taking the frickin' garbage out. So where's your Rubbermaid? Quinn polished off his dinner and then deliberately walked over to the trash bins to toss the cleaned-off bone. Yeah, John? You want to answer that? No, he fucking didn't. I'm out of here, he signed. Z leaned forward and planted a palm on the door panels, the napkin hanging loose like a flag. You've been taking off a little earlier and a little earlier every night, but you've reached the cutoff. I'm not letting you go this early. You'll be burned to a crisp. And P.S., if you ever think of leaving without your private guard again, Wrath's going to use your face as a hammer, feel me. Jesus fucking Christ, John. Quinn's voice was a growl of disgust and he had an expression on his puss like someone had cleaned a bathroom with his bedsheets. I've never stopped you. Ever. But you fuck me like this. John stared at a place somewhere over Z's left ear. There was a temptation to sign that he'd heard when the brother had been looking for Bella, he'd gone shit wild and done all kinds of crazy things. Except bringing up that Shellen's abduction was a red cape in front of a bull and John was already doing the cloven hoof thing about a female. 2 would be overkill. Z's voice dropped. What's doing, John? He stayed quiet. John. Z leaned in further. I will beat an answer out of you if I have to. Just got the time wrong. The lie sucked ass because if that were true, he'd have made a move to go out the front door and not covered his tracks with the trash story. But he honestly didn't care whether the bucket that carried his bullshit had a hole in the bottom. I'm not buying it. Z straightened and checked his watch. And you're not leaving for another 10 minutes. John crossed his arms over his chest to keep from commenting on the lockdown and as the jeopardy. Theme played in his head, he felt like he was going to explode. Z's hard stare sure as hell didn't help. 10 minutes later, the sound of those shutters lifting all around the mansion broke up the standoff and Z nodded at the door. Okay, go now if you want. At least you won't fry out. John turned away. I catch you without your Ostrix Notrum again, I'm turning you in. Quinn cursed. Yeah, and then I'll get fired. Which means Veal Donald Trump my ass with a dagger. You're welcome. John gripped the knob and yanked his way out of the house, his skin feeling too tight. He didn't want trouble with Z because he respected the guy, but he was pretty damn volatile and the trend suggested that was only going to get more true. In the garage, he hung a Louis and headed for the outside door that was on the back wall. As he went along, he refused to look at the coffins that were stacked across the way. Nope. Didn't need the image of even one in his head right now. 16? Whatever. Opening the steel door, he stepped onto the long rolling lawn that stretched out around the drained swimming pool and eased down to the forest edge and the retaining wall. He knew that Quinn was right on his ass because the scent of disapproval contaminated the fresh air sure as mold in a basement. And Blay was with them as well, going by the cologne. Just as he was about to dematerialize, his arm was grabbed hard. As he wheeled around to tell Quinn to fuck himself, he stopped. Blay was the one doing the holding and the redhead's blue eyes were burning. The guy signed as opposed to spoke, probably because it forced John to pay attention. You want to get yourself killed? Fine. At this point, I'm resigning myself to that possibility. But you don't endanger others. I won't stand for that. Don't leave without telling Quinn again. John glanced over the guy's shoulder at Quinn, who was looking as if he wanted to hit something. He was so frustrated. Ah, so that was why Blay was doing the signing thing. Didn't want the third wheel in this dysfunctional triumvirate to see what was being said. We clear? Blay signed. It was a rarity that Blay ever punched a hole in the wall of opinion. And that made John explain himself. I can't promise I won't need to bolt, John signed. Just can't do it. But I will swear that I will tell him. At least that way he can get out of the house. John. He shook his head and squeezed Blay's arm. I just can't promise anyone that. Not with where my head's at. But I won't leave without telling him where I'm going or when I'll be back. Blay's jaw worked, clenching and releasing. He wasn't stupid, however. He knew when there was a non-negotiable on the table. Okay, I can live with that. You two want to share some love? Quinn demanded. John stepped back and signed, we're going to the Extreme Park until 10. Then we go to St. Francis Avenue. Trez texted me. He dematerialized, traveling south and west, taking form behind the shed they'd hung around the night before. As his crew appeared behind him, he ignored the tension that clouded and weighted down the air. Staring across the concrete, he traced the various players. That young gun with the busy pockets was still smack in the center of it all, leaning against one of the ramps, flicking a lighter so that it sparked but didn't catch. There were about a half-dozen skaters riding the hard stone and another dozen talking and spinning the wheels on their boards. 7 cars of various med description were parked in the lot, and as the police rolled by slowly and kept going, John was feeling like this was a colossal waste of time. Maybe if they headed deeper into downtown and trolled the alleys they'd have more. The Lexus that wheeled up into the lot didn't park in one of the spaces. It stopped perpendicular to those 7 rear bumpers. And what got out from behind the wheel looked like a high school kid, what with the baggy jeans and the cowboy hat. But the breeze that floated over smelled like a morgue with no central AC. And also of Old Spice? John straightened, his heart going all hi-how-ria. His first thought was to lunge out and tackle the bastard, but Quinn caught him with an armbar. Wait for it, the guy said. Better to find out the whys. John knew his buddy was right. So he pulled the parking brake on his body and got busy memorizing the license plate on the chromed-out LS600H. The sedan's other doors opened and 3 guys got out. They were not as pale as really old Lesser Scott, but they were a fair shade of white boy, for sure, and they stank to high heaven. Man, that baby powder shit was straight up nasty in the nose. With one slayer staying behind to watch the ride, the other 2 fell into formation with the little cowboy in front. As they walked onto the concrete, all the eyes in the park went to them. The kid by the middle ramp straightened and put his lighter in his pocket. Shit. I wish we had my fucking ride, Quinn whispered. True enough. Unless there was a skyscraper nearby where they could get a roof-side view, there would be no way of tracking the Lexus. The dealer didn't move as he was approached and didn't seem surprised by the visit, so chances were this was an arranged meeting. And what do you know, after some conversating, the slayers surrounded the guy and the bunch walked back over to the sedan. All but one lesser got in the car. Decision time. Did they bust into a vehicle, hotwire it, and take off in pursuit? Did they materialize onto the hood of the fucking Lexus and throw down? Trouble was, both of those solutions ran the risk of a serious disturbance of the peace, and there was only so much mental cleanup they could do on a group of 20 humans. I think one's staying behind, Quinn murmured. Yup. Flyboy was getting left in the lot as the Lexus K-turned and started to head out. Letting the car go was the hardest thing John had ever done. But the reality was, that bunch of bastards had just picked up one of the prime dealers of the territory, so they were going to be back. And they'd left a lesser behind. So there were things to keep him and his boys busy. John watched the Slayer walk into the park. Unlike the guy he was taking the place of, he was a roamer, pacing off the perimeter, meeting all of the eyes that were on him. He clearly made the skaters anxious, and a couple of them who'd made buys the night before left. But not everyone was wary, or sober enough to be concerned. As a soft ticking sound rose up, John looked down at himself. His foot was tapping in the dirt, going up and down as fast as a rabbit's. But he wasn't going to blow it. He waited behind the shed. And waited. And waited. It took the fucker nearly an hour to wander his nasty ass around, but when he was finally in range, all that foot tapping was so worth it. With a quick shot of mental will, John canned the closest street lantern to give them a little privacy. And as the bastard looked up, John stepped out from behind the shed. The lesser's head snapped around, and clearly he recognized that the war had just come and knocked on his door. The son of a bitch smiled and put his hand into his jacket. John was not concerned that he was going to flash heat. The one rule of engagement was that there was no going at it in front of human bystand. An autoloader appeared and went off in a quick 1-2 punch, the discharged shot sounding out with a pop that carried loud as a curse through the park. John dived for cover, a whole lot of what the fuck giving him wings. And then more bullets went flying, the lead ricocheting off concrete as humans screamed and scrambled. Behind the shed, he slammed his back against the wood and pulled his own piece. As Blay and Quinn slid into home, there was a split second of who's bleeding? That coincided with a pause in the bullet shower. What the fuck is he thinking? Quinn signed. Public much? Heavy footsteps approached, and there was the clicking sound of a sleeve of ammo being changed. John glanced at the shed door. The master lock on a chain was a godsend, and he reached up with his palm, mentally unlocking the thing and slipping it free of its links so that it hung loose. Go around the next corner, John told his boys. And make like you're wounded. Oh, hell, no. John swung his gun muzzle into Quinn's face. As the guy recoiled, John just stared right into his buddy's blue and green eyes. This was going down John's way. He was going to be the one to do business with the Slayer. End of discussion. Fuck. You, Quinn mouthed before he and Blade dematerialized. With a loud groan, John let himself fall hard to the side, his body hitting the ground like a massive bag of concrete. Sprawling out on his stomach, he kept his SIG under his chest with the safety still off. The footsteps grew closer. And so did a low laugh, like the lesser was having the time of his life. When Lash returned from his father's, he took form in the bedroom next to the one he kept Shex in. As much as he wanted to see her, he stayed away. Every time he came back from Dund, he was a waste of space for a good half hour, and he wasn't about to be stupid and give her a chance to kill him. Because she would. And wasn't that sweet? Lying down on the bed and closing his eyes, his body was slow and cold, and as he breathed deep, he felt as though he was thawing out like a slab of beef. Not that it was freezing on the other side. In fact, his father's digs were toasty and well-appointed, assuming you were into the Liberace shit. Daddy-O had almost no furniture, but enough candelabra to sink a ship. The O'Chillies seemed to have something to do with the leap back into this reality, and every time he returned to this side, it was more of a struggle to rebound. The good news was that he didn't think he was going to have to go over there as much. Now that his bag of tricks had been fully explored and mastered, there was really no need, and truth was, the Omega wasn't exactly stimulating company. It was a case of enough about me, what do you think about me? And even if said demand for ego masturbation was being thrown out by an admittedly powerful evil fucker who happened to be your pops, it got old fast. Besides, his father's love life was disturbing as shit. Lash didn't even know what those fucking things in that bed were. Black beasts, yeah, but the sex of them was as indiscernible as their species, and the way they oiled around was creepy. Plus, they were always looking for a fuck, even if there was company present. And his father never said no. As a beep sounded out, Lash reached into his suit jacket for his phone. It was a text from Mr. D on the way. Got's the guy. Lash looked at the clock and shot upright, thinking that the time couldn't be right. He'd come back 2 hours ago. How had he lost track so badly? Going vertical through his stomach in a roll and putting his hands up to rub his face took more effort than it should have. The dead weight of his body, coupled with the aches, made him remember back to a time when he'd gotten colds or flus. Same feeling. Was it possible he was getting sick? Made him wonder if anyone had come up with a product like Deadquill or some shit. Probably not. Letting his arms fall into his lap, he glanced over to the bathroom. The shower seemed miles away and not really worth the effort. It took him another 10 minutes before he could throw off the lethargy, and when he got to his feet, he stretched hard to get his black blood flowing. The bathroom turned out to be not miles away but a matter of yards, and with each step he felt stronger. Heading over to start the hot water, he admired himself in the mirror and checked out his collection of bruises. Most of them from the night before were gone, but he knew he was going to get more. Lash frowned and lifted up his arm. The sore on the inside of his forearm was larger, not smaller. When he prodded it with his finger, it didn't hurt, but the thing looked nasty as shit. A flat, open wound that was gray in the middle and bordered by a black line. His first thought was that he needed to go see Havers. Except that was ridiculous and nothing but a remnant from his old life. Like he was going to show up at the clinic and be all, "Hey, could you fit my ass in?" Besides, he didn't know where they'd moved the damn thing to. Which was the problem with a successful raid. Your target took your threat seriously and went deep underground. Getting under the warm spray, he was careful to scrub the spot with some soap, figuring if it was some kind of infection that had to help. And then he thought about other things. He had a big-ass night. The induction at 8. Meeting with Ben Loys at 10. Back here for some more lovin'. When he got out, he dried himself and inspected the sore. The damn thing appeared to be pissed off at the attention he'd given it, a thin black ooze welling up over its surface. Oh, that stuff was going to be great to get out of his fucking silk shirts. He slapped a band-aid the size of an index card on the thing and thought that maybe tonight he and his GF would play nice. He'd tie her up for a change. It took him no time at all to put on a sweet Zegna suit and head out. As he passed by the master bedroom's door, he paused and made a fist. Banging on the wood loud enough to wake the dead, he smiled. Be back soon and I'm bringing chains. He waited for a response. When there was none, he reached for the knob and put his ear to the door. The sound of her even breathing was soft as a gentle current of air, but it was there. She lived. And she would be alive still when he returned. With deliberate self-control, he released the knob. If he opened the door, he'd lose another couple of hours, and his father was not into waiting. Down in the kitchen, he took a stab at some meats and came up with nothing. The coffee machine had been timed to start up 2 hours ago, so a quick lift of the pot showed something close to crankcase oil. And cracking the fridge, he didn't see anything that appealed even though he felt starved. Lash ended up dematerializing from the kitchen empty-handed and with a bottomless gut. Not a great combo for his mood, but he wasn't going to miss the show-off for no other reason than he wanted to see what had been done to him during his induction. The farmhouse was out north and east of the brownstone, and the instant he took form on the lawn, he knew his father was inside. An odd shiver in his blood bubbled up every time he was around the Omega, like an echo in an enclosed space. Although he wasn't sure whether he was the sound and his father the cave, or if it was the other way around. The front door was open, and as he mounted the porch steps and went into the shitty little hall, he thought about his induction. When you became truly mine. Lash wheeled around. The Omega was in the living room, his white robes covering his face and hands, his black energy seeping out onto the floor, a dark shadow formed by no illumination. Are you excited, my son? Yeah. Lash glanced over his shoulder at the dining room table. The bucket and the knives that had been used on him were right there, ready and waiting. The sound of gravel crunching under tires had him turning to the door. They're here. My son, I should like you to bring me more. I find myself hungry for fresh ones. Lash went to the doorway. No problem. In this at least they were fully aligned. More inductees meant more money, more fighting. The Omega came up behind Lash, and there was a soft brushing movement as a black hand ran down his spine. You are a good son. For a split second, Lash's dark heart ached. The phrase was exactly the one the vampire who'd raised him had said from time to time. Thanks. Mr. D and the two others got out of the Lexus and brought the human forward. It hadn't dawned on the little bastard yet that he was a pair of jeans and a t-shirt away from being a sacrificial lamb. But the instant he got a look-see at the Omega, shit was going to become clear as a bell. 12. As John lay face down and the footsteps of his enemy got closer, he breathed through his nose and got a sinus load of fresh dirt. Pulling a possum was not a bright idea generally speaking, but this motherfucker with the epileptic trigger finger didn't fit the profile of someone who was going to be too careful about whether he'd hit his mark or not. Letting loose the lead in the middle of a public park? Had the idiot never heard of the Caldwell Police Department? The Caldwell Courier-Journal? The boots stopped and that sweet, choking smell lessers carried on their skin nearly made him gag. But funny how life and death got the attention of your esophagus. He felt something blunt push at his left arm, like the Slayer was checking with his boot to see if they were in toe tag territory. And then on cue, Quinn let out a low, pathetic moan from around the far side of the shed. Like his liver was leaking into his colon. The boots moved down John's body as the bastard wandered forward to investigate, and John cracked an eye. The Slayer was pulling a Hollywood, his gun held straight out in a double palm grip, the muzzle swinging from side to side with more effect than effect. Still, though he looked all Crockett Tubbs ridiculous with that theatrical bust-a-move, bullets were bullets, and it would take only a quick shift in direction and John was at point-blank range. Good thing he didn't give a shit. As the fucker wedding marched it toward Quinn's moans, an image of Shex's face sprang John up off the ground in a single lithe move. He landed on top of the lesser's thick back, latching on with his free arm and both of his legs as he put his gun to that pale temple. The Slayer froze for a split second and John whistled between his teeth, the signal for Quinn and Blay to come up from behind. "Time to drop the gun, asshole," Quinn said as he reappeared. Then, without giving the bastard time to comply, he reached out, locked his hands on the Slayer's forearm, and made like he was snapping a stick. The crack of bones was louder than John's whistle had been, and the result was a limp wrist and a Glock no longer under the enemy's control. As the lesser bucked in pain, sirens from far off sounded out and closed in. John dragged the bastard back to the double doors of the shed, and after Blay opened the way in, he pulled his prey out of sight. With over-exaggerated words, he mouthed to Quinn, "Go get your Hummer. If those cops are coming for us, we've got to blow. Not leaving. Get the Hummer." Quinn took out his keys and tossed them to Blay. "You go. And lock us in, feel me." Blay didn't waste a second, backing out and closing the door. There was the subtle sound of metal clinking as he reset the chain and then a click as that master lock was popped into place. The lesser was starting to struggle with greater strength, but this was not a bad thing. Consciousness was what they were going for. John flipped the fucker onto his stomach and pulled back on that neck until the thing's spine pretzeled. Quinn knew exactly what to do. Kneeling down, he put his face right into the Slayer's. "We know you hold a female prisoner. Where is she?" As the sirens intensified, the Slayer managed only a series of grunts, so John relented a little and allowed some air down in those lungs. Quinn drew back his palm and slapped the lesser. "I asked you a question, bitch. Where is she?" John eased up a little further, but not so much as to offer an escape route. With the added leeway, the lesser shuddered in fear, proving that whereas the motherfucker had been all business with his showy shooting, here during crunch time, he was nothing but a young pumpkin over his head. Quinn's second slap was harder. "Answer me." "No. Prisoner." As Quinn threw back his arm again, the Slayer recoiled up. Although the fuckers were dead, their pain receptors worked just fine. "Female abductee held by your forelesser. Where is she?" John reached forward and gave his gun to Quinn, and then, with his now free hand, he went to the small of his back and withdrew his hunting knife. It went without saying that he was the only one who was going to do any real damage, and he brought the blade around and put it right up to the lesser size. Wild bucking ensued, but the struggle was quickly contained, John's huge body blanketing what was under him. "You're going to want to talk," Quinn said dryly. "Trust me on this. I don't know no female." The words were nothing but a hiss, that windpipe constricted by John's forearm. John gave a jerk backward and the Slayer yelled, "I don't." Sirens were screaming now, and out in the parking lot there were multiple tire squeals. Time to tread carefully. The lesser had already demonstrated a total disregard for the single rule in the war, so whereas with any other Slayer you could be sure of silence, that was a not so much with Mr. Click-Lick Bang-Bang. John met Quinn's mismatched stare, but the guy was already on it. Reaching over to a pile of oily rags, Quinn snagged one and stuffed it into the lesser's mouth. Then it was freeze-frame time. From outside, the voices of the cops were muffled. "Cover me." "Roger that." As John put away his knife so he could hold on with both hands, there was lots of foot shuffling, most of which was off in the distance, but would no doubt come near eventually. While the uniforms scattered, the radios in the cop cars provided a chatty soundtrack to their initial search and secure, which didn't take long. Within a couple of minutes, the policemen were pooling around the cars right next to the shed. Unit 240 to base. Area is secure. No victims. No perp. With a quick kick, the lesser creamed a gas can with its boot, and you could practically hear all those CPD gun muzzles come back up and train on the shed. What the fuck? Lash smiled as the kid's eyes locked on the Omega. Although everything was covered with robing, you'd have to be a total moron not to realize there was something way off under there, and ding ding ding, they had a winner in the cognitive lottery. As those feet started to paddle backward out of the farmhouse, Mr. D's backup slayers flanked the little bastard and caught him by the arms. Lash nodded to the dining room table. My father will do him in there. Do what? Now there was full-on panic, with the kid thrashing like a gutted pig, which was nothing but good practice for what was coming, really. The slayers muscled him over and flipped him up on top of the pitted wood, holding him down at the feet and ankles as the Omega came forward amid all the squeaking and flapping. As the evil lifted his hood, everything went quiet. And then the scream that came out of the human's mouth ripped through the air, echoing up to the ceiling, filling the decrepit house with noise. Lash hung back and let his father go to work, watching the human's clothes get shredded with a mere pass of that black, transparent palm. And then it was time for the knife, the blade catching the light of the cheapo chandelier that dangled from the grungy ceiling. Mr. D was the one who helped with the technicality, positioning the buckets under the arms and legs, scurrying around. Lash had been dead when his veins got drained. He'd awoken only when a shock that had been generated from God only knew where had tunneled through his body. So it was interesting to see how it all worked, how the blood was emptied from the body, how the chest was split open and the Omega slid its own wrist to drip black oil into the cavity, how the evil called up a ball of energy out of thin air and sent into the corpse, how the reanimation carried what had been given to every vein and artery. The final step was removal of the heart, the organ shriveling up in the Omega's palm before being put into a ceramic container. As Lash remembered his own coming back from the dead routine, he recalled his father dragging Mr. D over to serve as a feeding source for him. He'd needed the blood, but then again, he'd been dead for a while at that point and was at least half vampire. This human, on the other hand, came awake with nothing more than a gaping, fish mouth and a whole lot of confusion. Lash put his hand up to his own chest and felt the beat of his heart. Something was leaking. In his sleeve. While the Omega started to do depraved things to the initiate, Lash jogged upstairs to the bathroom. Taking off his suit jacket, he folded the thing in half, and realized there was nowhere to lay it down. Everything was covered with 2 decades worth of grime. Christ, why hadn't he sent someone over to clean the place? He ended up hanging the jacket from a hook end. Oh shit. As he lifted his arm, there was a black stain right over where he'd put the bandage, and at the bottom of his elbow there was a wet patch. God damn it. Ripping free his cuff links, he unbuttoned his shirt and froze as he looked down at his chest. Lifting his eyes to the cloudy mirror, as if that were going to change what he was seeing, he leaned in toward the glass. There was another sore on his left pectoral of the same flat, dime-sized shape as the first, and a third by his belly button. Wings of panic fanned up a light-headed dizziness, and he caught himself on the sink. His first thought was to run to the Omega and ask for help, but he held off, going by the screams and grunts downstairs. There was some serious action happening in the dining room, and only an idiot interrupted that. The Omega was fickle by nature, but had OCD concentration about some things. Bracing his hands on the basin, Lash dropped his head as his empty stomach pulled a churn and burn on him. He had to wonder how many more of those spots he had and didn't want to know the answer. His induction, rebirth, whatever, was supposed to be permanent. That's what his father had told him. He was born from the evil, spawned from a dark well that was eternal. Rotting in his own skin had not been part of the deal. Y'all okay there? Lash shut his eyes, the sound of the Texan's voice like claws raking down his back. Except he just didn't have the energy to fuck off the guy. How are things going downstairs? He asked instead. Mr. D cleared his throat, and still the disapproval made him choke on his words. I do believe it'll be while yet, Sue. Great. Lash forced his sagging spine to straighten and turned to face his deputy. In a sharp rush, his fangs punched into his mouth, and for a moment he couldn't figure out why. Then he realized his eyes had locked on the guy's jugular. Deep in Lash's belly, his hunger grew horns and went haywire, thrashing and gouging his gut. It happened too fast to stop or question or think. 1 second he was rooted where he stood in front of the sink. The next he was all over Mr. D, shoving the lesser back against the door and going hard into the guy's throat. The black blood that hit his tongue was the tonic he needed, and he drew with desperation even as the Texan struggled and then fell still. But the fucker didn't have to worry. There was nothing sexual in the sucking. It was nutrition, plain and simple. And the more he swallowed, the more he needed. Jacking the Slayer tight against his chest, he fed like a motherfucker. 13. As the sound of the Slayer's boot against that gas can faded, Quinn moved down and sat on the SB's legs. The bastard might have gotten one kick in, but he was not getting a second chance. Outside, the human cops gathered around the shed. "It's locked," one of them said as the chain rattled. "I have shell casings over here. Wait, there's something inside. Phew, man, what a stench. Whatever it is, it's been dead at least a week. That smell, I'd take even my mother-in-law's tuna casserole over that." There was a ripple of agreement. In the darkness, John and Quinn locked eyes and waited. The only solution if the door got popped was to dematerialize and leave the lesser behind. There was no way of moving the weight of the Slayer through thin air. But none of these policemen could possibly have the key, so that left shooting their way in as their only option. And chances were good they'd assume a quick pop just to get into the shed was not worth the paperwork. Only one shooter, according to the 911 call. And he can't be in there. There was a cough and a curse. If he is, his nose is falling off from the stank. "Call the groundskeeper," a deep voice said. "Someone's got to get that dead animal out of there. Meantime, let's head into the neighborhood." There was chatter and footsteps. A little later, one of the cars drove off. "We gotta off him," Quinn whispered over John's shoulder. "Take that knife and let's do him and get the fuck out of here." John shook his head. There was no way he was losing this prize. "John, we're not leaving with him. Kill him so we can bounce." Even though Quinn couldn't see his lips, John mouthed, "Fuck that. He's mine." Letting this source of information slide was not going to happen. If anything, the human police could be dealt with mentally. Or physically if it came down to it. There was the smooth sound of a knife being unsheathed. "Sorry, John, we're out high?" "No," John yelled over his shoulder soundlessly. Quinn's hand locked on the collar of John's jacket and dragged him off balance, so it was a case of either letting go of the Slayer's neck or snapping the fucker's head off his spine. Since an incapacitated lesser couldn't talk, John released his hold and caught himself by planting his palm on the cold cement. No fucking way was he going to let his buddy cheat him out of this. As he lunged at the male, all hell broke loose. He and Quinn wrestled for control over the dagger, knocking into a lot more than a gas can, and the lesser rolled free and sprang for the door. As the cops started hollering, the Slayer pounded to get out. The next sound that made any impression over the din was a gunshot, the chaser of which was a metallic ringing. The police had blasted off the master lock. From down on the floor, John whipped his arm around to the small of his back, and as he pivoted on his knees, he and Quinn threw their knives in sync, their blades traveling end over end across the shallow space. The penetrations were of such force that even though they went into the Slayer's torso between the shoulder blades, clearly one or both hit home. In a flash bright as lightning and with a sonic boom loud enough to make ears bleed, the lesser went back to his maker, leaving nothing but a smoky stink, and a hole the size of a refrigerator in the shed door. With adrenaline running so high, neither he nor Quinn could dematerialize, so they leaped up and backflatted it on either side of the gaper, staying put as first one gun muzzle then another eased inside. Forearms were next. Then profiles and shoulders. And flashlights. Fortunately, the humans stepped fully inside. "Pissed. Your fly's down." As the cops turned on Quinn's smartass, John unsheathed both his SGs, and with a quick cross-strike on those heads, CPD's finest were seeing stars and sinking down onto the floor. Which was precisely when Blay showed up with the Hummer. John jumped over the policeman and hightailed it down to the SUV with Quinn right behind him. Those new rocks the fucker insisted on wearing positively pounding the earth. John gunned his way for the rear door, which Blay had popped, catching the handle and flipping himself inside as Quinn slid into the back seat. As Blay took off, flooring the engine and blasting out of there, John was glad they'd had to tango with only one set of cops, although sure as shit the other two badges would be back ASAP. They were heading north toward the highway as John clawed his way into the back seat. and relocked his hands around Quinn's throat. As they went back at it, Blaze shouted from up front, "What the fuck is wrong with you two?" No time to answer that. John was busy squeezing and Quinn was trying to give him a black and succeeding. 60-something miles an hour. In and around downtown. With a possible ID on the Hummer if either of those cops had come to enough to focus his peepers while Blake got them out of Dodge. And a brawl going down. Later, John would realize that of course there was only one place Blake could go. By the time the guy pulled into Sal's parking lot in the back of the restaurant, where there were no lights, John and Quinn had both drawn blood. And the fight ended only when John was yanked out of the door by Trez, which suggested the redhead had phoned ahead. Quinn was handled with similar muscle by IM. John spit to clear out his mouth and glared at all of them. "I believe we'll call this a draw, boys," Trez said with a half smile. "What do you think?" As John was released, rage made him shake. That Slayer could have been the one thing they needed to crack the locale. The story. The anything. And because Quinn had insisted on wasting the bastard, they were no closer to where they had to be. Plus there was the fact that the lesser had died so easily. Just a prick in the heart cavity and he was home free, at least back to the Omega. Quinn wiped his mouth on the back of his hand. "For fuck's sake, John. You think I don't want to find her? You think I don't give a shit? Christ, I've been out every night with you, looking, searching, praying for a break." He pointed his finger straight out. "So get this straight. The pair of us getting busted with a leaking lesser by a bunch of humans is not going to help us. You want to tell Wrath how you rolled with that one? I don't. And if you ever put a gun in my face again, I will fuck you up no matter what my job is." John didn't trust himself to respond. One thing was clear. Thuff, if he didn't have the hope of something turning up at Ben Loy's St. Francis place, he would have been tearing shit up no matter who tried to stop him, shadow or otherwise. "Are you hearing me?" Quinn demanded. "Am I clear to you?" John paced around, hands on his hips, head down low. As his temper started to cool, the logical side of him knew his buddy was right. He was also very aware he'd temporarily lost his damn mind in that shed. Had he really put a 40 in his friend's puss? His sudden clarity made him sick to his stomach. If he didn't stitch it up here, he was going to have more problems than a missing female. He was going to end up dead either because he was sloppy in combat or because Wrath gave him a serious case of boot-up-the-assitis. He looked over at Quinn. Man, the hard expression on that pierced face was right close to an edge a friendship couldn't go back from, the kind of thing that didn't have to do with Quinn being a tough guy, but rather John being the kind of asshole no one wanted to hang out with. He walked up to the male and wasn't surprised when Quinn held his ground in spite of the throwdown in the car. When he stuck his hand out, there was a long pause. "I'm not the enemy, John." John nodded, focusing on that tattooed tear beneath the guy's eye. Retracting his palm, he signed, "I know that. I need to find her. And what if that Slayer was the way?" Maybe he was, but the sitch got critical and you're going to have to choose yourself over her sometimes. Because if you don't, there's no way you're ever going to find out what happened. You can't search for her from inside a coffin. He couldn't find a way to argue with that. "So listen up, you crazy fuck, we're in this together," Quinn said softly. "And I'm here to make sure you don't wake up dead. I get the drive, I do. But you've got to work with me. I'm going to kill Lash," John signed in a rush. "I'm going to hold his throat in my hands and I'm going to stare into his eyes as he dies. I don't care how much it costs me, but his ashes will be sprinkled on her grave. I swear on." What did he have to swear on? Not his father. Not his mother. "I swear on my own life." Anyone else might have tried to placate him with a shitload of have faith, you gotta believe crap. But Quinn clapped him on the shoulder. "Have I told you how much I love you lately? Every night you come out with me to help find her." It's not because of the fucking job. This time when John put his palm out, his friend used it to pull them into a hard embrace. Then Quinn shoved him away and checked the watch on his wrist. "We should head over to St. Francis Avenue. You got 10 minutes. Trez put his arm around the guy and started walking for the back door into the kitchen. "Let's get you two cleaned up. You can leave the Hummer in our receiving dock and I'll switch the plates for you while you're gone." Quinn looked over at Trez. "That's really fucking nice of you." "Yeah, I'm a prince, all right. And to prove it, I'll even tell you all I know about Ben Loy's." As John followed them inside, the fact that he hadn't gotten anything out of the Slayer focused him, steeled him, resolved him further. Lash wasn't going to leave Caldwell. He couldn't. As long as he was head of the lessening society, he was going to go toe-to-toe with the Brotherhood, and the brothers weren't budging from the city the tomb was here. So although the civilian vampires had scattered, Caldy remained the focal point of the war because there would be no winning for the enemy if the brothers still breathed. Sooner or later, Lash was going to slip up and John was going to be there. But goddamn, the waiting could wear a guy out, it really could. Every dragging night, with nothing new and nothing really to go on, was a forever in hell. 14. When Lash finally released Mr. D's vein, he pushed him away like a dirty plate after a meal. Sagging on the counter, he reveled in the fact that his hunger was sated and that his body seemed stronger already. But now he was logy as fuck, which was what always happened after he fed. He'd been taking Shex's throat periodically just for kicks and giggles, but that clearly wasn't what he needed to fill his gut. Which left him living off of lessers? Nah, he didn't fly that way. Never had. No fucking way he was going to be latching onto the throats of guys with any regularity. Lifting up his arm, he checked his watch. 10 minutes of 10. And he looked like a homeless guy. Felt like one, too. Clean yourself up, he told Mr. D. I have shit you need to do. As he started to give out the orders, his mouth tripped over the words he was speaking. You got that, he said. Yes, Sue. The Texan looked around the bathroom like he was searching for a towel. Downstairs, Lash snapped. Kitchen. And you need to go get me a change of clothes and bring them here. Oh, and while you're at the brownstone, set some more food out in the bedroom. Mr. D just nodded and headed out, walking on loose legs. Did you get the new recruit a cell phone? ID. Lash called after him. They're down in the messenger bag. And I texted you the number. Fucker really was an excellent PA. As Lash leaned into the shower and cranked the knobs on the tile wall, he wouldn't have been surprised if either nothing came out or there was only a thin trail of brown muck. He lucked out though. Fresh, clean rain fell from the shower head and he quickly undressed. It felt good to wash off, kind of like he was rebooting his body. After he was finished, he used his shirt to dry himself and then stumbled into a bedroom. Lying down, he closed his eyes and put his hand on his stomach over where the sores were. Which was dumb. Not like he needed to protect them from anything. As the sounds from downstairs seemed to indicate things were progressing, he was relieved. And a little surprised. The noises weren't all painful and frightened anymore. They were heading into porno territory, the groans and moans now rising up the result of orgasms. Are you queer? He recalled the kid asking. Maybe that had been more of an I hope so kind of thing. Whatever. Lash didn't want to be all out of it around his father, so with any luck the new recruit would be used for a while. Lash closed his eyes and tried to shut his head off. Plans for the society, thoughts of Shex, frustration at the whole feeding thing. His brain waves coalesced into a whirl, but his body was too exhausted to sustain consciousness. Which was just as well. It was as he sank down into sleep that he had the vision. Sharp and clear, it came into him, not to him, entering his mind from somewhere else and shoving all other preoccupations out of the way. He saw himself walking the grounds of the estate he'd grown up on, going over the lawn toward the grand house. Inside, the lights were glowing and folks were moving around. Exactly as they had the night he had gone in and murdered those two vampires who had raised him. These were not the profiles of people he knew, however. They were different. They were the humans who had bought the house. To the right was the ivy bed that he'd buried his parents in. He saw himself standing over the place where he'd dug the hole and dumped the bodies. It was still slightly uneven, although some gardener had planted it over with new ivy growth. Kneeling down, he reached forward, only to see that his arm was not his own. He was as his true father existed, a black, shimmering shadow. For some reason, the revelation panicked him and he tried to rouse himself. In his motionless skin, he thrashed. But he had sunk too low to get free of the pull. Ricardo Benloy's art gallery was downtown over near the St. Francis Hospital complex. The sleek, 6-story building stood out amid its sister 1920s-era skyscrapers thanks to a facelift that left it with a brushed steel exterior and windows the size of barn doors. Rather like a starlet seated next to a bunch of dowagers. As John and the boys appeared on the sidewalk across from the facade, the place was hopping. Through those huge panels of glass, he could see men and women dressed in black carrying around champagne glasses as they inspected the art on the walls. Which at least from the street seemed to be a fusion between 5-year-old finger painting and the work of a sadist with a rusty nail fetish. John was not impressed with the cultivated avant-garde routine and as always, he had no idea why he had an opinion about art. Like any of it mattered? Trez had told them to head around back. So he and his boys walked down the block and cut into the alley that ran behind the gallery. Whereas the front of the place was all eye-catching and welcoming, the opposite was true for the business's ass. No windows, everything painted matte black. 2 flush doors and a loading dock that was locked up tighter than a chastity belt. Based on the intel from Trez, piss-poor excuses for art like the ones being discussed by those self-important Warhol wannabes weren't the only products going in and out of the place, which was clearly why there was a fuckload of security cameras mounted over the rear exit. Fortunately, there were plenty of shadows to take cover behind, and instead of walking by all those lenses, they dematerialized over to a stack of wooden pallets in a dark corner. The city was still full of life at this hour. The muted honks of cars and the distant sirens of the police and the lumbering groans of the CTA buses marking the cool air with an urban symphony. At the far end of the alley, a car turned in and shut off its lights as it came forward toward the gallery. "Right on time," Quinn whispered. "And it's that Lexus." John took a deep breath and prayed for a break before he lost his ever-loving mind. The sedan rolled to a stop parallel to the loading dock and the door opened. As the interior light came on, the little lesser from the park, the one who'd smelled like Old Spice, got out of an otherwise empty car. No Lash. John's first instinct was to jump on the Slayer. But according to Trez, Lash was supposed to be at the meeting. If they disturbed a prearranged flow of bodies, there was a chance he'd be tipped off. And given his bag of tricks, surprise was mission critical. For a moment, John wondered whether he should text the brothers. Let them know. Get some serious backup. Except the instant it occurred to him, his vengeance sat up and roared, which was precisely what had him reaching into his pocket and taking out his phone. As the Slayer headed inside, the text he sent to Rage was short and factual: 189 St. Francis. Lash on way. 3 of us in the rear alley. When he put the phone back into his pocket, he could feel Blay and Quinn staring over his shoulder. One of them gave him a squeeze of approval. The thing was, Quinn was right. If the goal truly was to take down Lash, there were better odds of nailing the guy if he got help. And he needed to be smart about this because stupid clearly wasn't getting him where he needed to be. A moment later, Rage materialized at the head of the alley with Viss House and the pair strode down. Hollywood was the go-to guy when it came to Lash because the brother was packing the one weapon that could go head-to-head with the bastard. That dragon of his went wherever he did. The 2 of them flashed down right beside John, and before either of them could ask, he started signing. "I need to be the one who kills Lash. Do you understand? It has to be me." Viss House immediately nodded and signed. "I know your history with that piece of shit. But if it comes to a point where it's either you or the motherfucker, your honor's going to get benched and we're going to intercede. Clear?" John took a deep breath, thinking that the extrapolation worked well enough for why. "I'm gonna make it so you don't have to worry about that." "Fair enough." They all froze as the lesser who'd driven the Lexus came back out, got behind the wheel, and took off as if the meeting had been cancelled. "Roof it," Rage said, disappearing. With an inner curse, John took the cue and assumed form on the top of Ben Loy's place, looking over the lip and watching the sedan come to a stop on St. Francis Street. Fortunately, the Slayer was a law-abider and hit its directional signal to the left, so John scattered his molecules and coalesced 2 buildings down. As the car progressed, he repeated and repeated until the lesser took a right into the even older section of Caldwell, where the flat roofs ended and all you had to land on was a bunch of pointed Victorian shit. Good thing the soles of shit-kickers had some grab in 'em. Making like a gargoyle, John perched on turrets and dormers and sills, following his prey from the air, until the Lexus turned off on an alley and ducked behind a row of brownstones. John knew the neighborhood only nominally from his one trip to Shex's basement place, which was close by, but it was not normal lessening society territory. Usually their cribs were in much lower profile zip codes. So there was only one explanation. This was where Lash stayed. Guy like him, who'd been into the bling and the clothes and that shit when he was growing up, would need a personality transplant to be able to settle for anything less than good real estate. It was what he'd grown up around, and undoubtedly he would see it as his due. John's heart started to beat hard and fast. The Lexus stopped in front of a garage, and when the door was up, it went in. A moment later, the little Slayer walked through a garden to the back of one of the nicer brownstones. Rage appeared right next to John and signed, "You go in the rear with me. Viss House and the boys are going to dematerialize in through the front door. V's already on the porch and says there's no steal." When John nodded, the 2 of them flashed down onto a slate terrace just as the lesser popped the door into what looked like a gourmet kitchen. They waited a moment, frozen in time and space, as the Slayer turned off the security system. The fact that the thing needed to be disarmed didn't necessarily mean Lash wasn't inside. Lessers required timeouts to recharge on a regular basis, and only an asshole left himself unsecured. John just had to believe what he was looking for was in that house. 15. Shex was sitting in the wing chair by the window when she heard the noise up above on the roof. The muffled bump was loud enough to pull her free of the mental aerobics she did to keep herself sharp. She looked to the ceiling. Downstairs, the security system went off and her precision hearing picked up the beep 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 of it being disarmed. And then there were the light footsteps of the lesser who brought her food. Something was off. Something just wasn't right. Sitting forward in her chair, she tensed up from neck to foot and cast out mental feelers. Although she couldn't send sympath signals, her ability to sense emotional grids was compromised but workable. And that was how she knew there was somebody other than that slayer around the house. A number of bodies. 2 out the back, 3 in the front. And the emotions of the individuals who had surrounded the brownstone were appropriate to those of soldiers, deadly calm, utterly focused. But they were not lessers. Shex shot to her feet. Jesus Christ. They'd found her. The brothers had fucking found her. And the ambush was executed with perfect timing. Downstairs, she heard a shout of surprise, a scramble of bodies, and then the pounding of boots as hand-to-hand combat was thrown around and backup came roaring in from another direction. Even though no one but Lash could hear her, she started to yell as loud as she could in the hopes that for once she could reach out beyond the invisible walls of her cage. John Matthew couldn't believe the lesser hadn't known they were there. Unless the fucker was compromised in some way, it should have tweaked to the fact that there were vampires all around the place. But oh, Noit just went about its biz, stepping inside while leaving the damn door open. First order of infiltration was control, and as soon as John was over the brownstone's threshold, he subdued the lesser by cranking the bastard's arms behind its back, forcing it face down on the tile and sitting on its ass like a grand piano. Meanwhile, Rage blasted past on surprisingly light feet just as V and the boys emerged into the kitchen from the dining room. As the first level of the house was searched fast, John felt a tickling go down his back, as if a razor-sharp knife was tracing his spine. Looking around, he couldn't tease out the origin of the sensation, so he banked the instinct. Cellar, Rage hissed. This house headed down with the brother. With his boys left to guard his back, John was able to focus his attention on the lesser beneath him. Fucker was too quiet, too still. Breathing, but that was it. Had it hit something on the way down to the floor? Was it leaking? Usually they fought back. Kicked gas cans, for fucking instance. As he searched for signs of bleeding or other injury, John shifted his head around without giving the slayer a chance to get free. Grabbing onto the fucker's hair, he pulled up. He found something, all right, but it sure as shit wasn't caused by the tackle. On the left side of the slayer's neck, there were 2 puncture wounds and a circular bruise caused by sucking. Quinn came over and kneeled down. Who's been working your neck, big guy? The lesser didn't reply as V and Rage dematerialized up from the basement and headed for the second floor. As the brothers moved silently through the house, Quinn took a hold of the slayer's jaw. We're looking for a female, and you can make shit easier on yourself if you tell us where she is. The lesser frowned, and slowly shifted its eyes above. That was all John needed. He lunged forward, grabbing Blaze's palm and yanking it down to the slayer. As possession changed hands, John leaped off and ran through a dining room and a front hall. The stairwell was broad and carpeted, which meant he had excellent traction as he took the steps 3 at a time. The higher he went, the more his instincts screamed. Shex was in the house. Just as he came to the top, Rage and V appeared in front of him, blocking the way. House is empty. John cut Rage off. She's here. She's here somewhere. I know it. Rage caught his arm. Let's go down and question the slayer. We'll get more that way. No. She's here. This house stepped up into John's grill, his diamond stare glowing. Listen to me, son. You want to go back downstairs. John narrowed his eyes. They didn't just want him down below. They didn't want him up here. What did you find? Neither answered. What did you find? Breaking away from them both, he heard Rage curse as V leaped in front of a door. Hollywood's voice was hollow. Nah, V, let him go. Just let him go. He already hates Lash enough for a lifetime. V stare-flashed as if he were going to argue, but then he took a hand rolled out of his jacket and stepped aside with a curse. With the back of his neck as tight as a fist, John burst through the door and skidded to a halt. The sadness in the room was a tangible threshold he had to breach, his body penetrating the cold wall of desolation only because he forced his feet forward. She had been kept here. Shex had been kept here. And hurt here. His lips parted and he breathed through his mouth as his eyes traced the scratches on the walls. There were legions of them along with black stains, and other dried blood, which was a deep purpley red. John went over and ran his hands down one gouge that was so deep, the silk wallpaper had given way to the lath and plaster beneath. His inhales grew sharper and his exhales shorter as he went around the room. The bed was an absolute mess, the pillows scattered to the floor, the duvet a tangle. There was blood on it. Reaching out, he picked up one of the pillows and held it gently. Bringing it to his nose, he inhaled, and caught a stronger version of what he dreamed of every night, Shex's scent. His knees weakened and he went down like a stone through still water, collapsing by the side of the mattress. Burying his face into the softness, he drew her into him, her fragrance lingering like a memory at once tangible and elusive. She had been here. Recently. He glanced at the bloodied sheets. The bloodied walls. He was too late. John's face grew wet and he felt something drip off his chin, but he didn't give a shit. He was consumed with the thought that he'd come so close to saving her, but just not arrived soon enough. The sob that breached his throat actually made a sound. For all of her life, Shex's heart had not been prone to breaking. She'd long suspected that it was a result of her sympathide, a kind of congenital condition that hardened her about things that most females lost it over. Turned out that was wrong, however. As she stood beside John Matthew and watched his huge body crumple down by the bed, the organ that beat behind her sternum shattered like a mirror. Nothing but shards. She was utterly and completely ruined as he cradled that pillow like it was a newborn, and in this moment of his utter despair, she would have done anything to ease his pain, even though she had no idea why he felt the way he so clearly did. The reasons were unimportant. His suffering was paramount. Weakened herself, she knelt down next to him, her eyes sending the tragic image he cut straight into the core of her brain. It felt like centuries since she had seen him, and God, he was still so beautiful, even more than she remembered in her quiet moments. With his strong, hard profile and his extraordinary blue eyes, his face was that of a warrior, and he had the huge body to match, his shoulders making 3 of hers. All his clothes were leather except for the t-shirt under his jacket, and his hair was essentially shaved off, like he'd stopped giving a shit and was cutting it with a buzz razor. There was lesser blood down the front of his jacket and on his shirt. He had killed tonight, and maybe that was why he'd found her. Well, almost found her. "John," a male voice said softly. She looked over toward the doorway, even if he did not. Quinn was standing with the brothers Rage and Vishouse, having just joined them. In an absent way, she noted the shock on the brothers' faces and got the sense that they hadn't guessed there had been any serious connection between her and John. They knew it now, though. Loud and clear. As Quinn stepped inside and approached the bed, his tone continued to be gentle. "John, we've been here for a half hour. If we're going to interrogate that lesser downstairs about her, we need to move him pretty damn quick. We don't want to do it here, and I know you want to be in charge of things." "Oh God, no. Take me with you," Shex whispered desperately. "Please, don't leave me here." Abruptly, John glanced up at her, as if he heard her plea. Except no, he was just staring through her to his friend. As he nodded, she memorized his face, knowing that it was the last time she'd see him. When Lash found out about the break-in, he'd either kill her outright or move her somewhere else, and chances were good she wouldn't survive long enough to be found again. Lifting her hand, even though it would do no good, she laid it on the side of John's face and swept her thumb back and forth over the tracks of his tears. She imagined she could almost feel the warmth of his skin and the wetness on his cheeks. She would have given anything to be able to take him into her arms and hold him close. More still, to go with him. "John," she croaked. "Oh God, why are you doing this to yourself?" He frowned, but no doubt it was because of something Quinn was saying. Except then his own palm lifted and he placed it where she was touching him. It was just to sweep his tears away, though. When he stood up, he took the pillow with him and he stepped right through her. Shex watched his back retreat, her blood thundering in her ears. This was, in some ways, an echo of the process of death, she thought. Little by little, inch by inch, what tied her to life was leaving, heading off, departing. With each step John took toward that door, her breath was evaporating in her lungs. Her heart was stopping. Her skin was growing cold. Her chance of rescue was walking away. Her chance at. It was then that she knew what she had been fighting all along, and for once she felt no inclination to hide her emotions. No need to. Though he was with her, she was totally alone and separate from him, but more to the point, her own mortality clarified her priorities. "John," she said softly. He paused and looked over his shoulder toward the bed. "I love you." His handsome face tightened in pain, and he rubbed the middle of his chest, as if someone had fisted up his heart and squeezed it dead. And then he turned away. Shex's body overrode her mind. With a frantic leap, she ran for the open door, arms outstretched, mouth cranked wide. As she hit the confines of her prison, she heard a loud noise, like a siren, or the shrill whistle of fireworks after they were lit. Or maybe it was the security system's alarm going off. But it was none of those. She was screaming at the top of her lungs. 16. John had to tear himself away from that bedroom. If it hadn't been for the overriding logic and the need to crack open that lesser, he wouldn't have been able to budge his boots an inch. He could have sworn he felt her presence. But he knew that was a mind trick born out of his quest. She wasn't in the room. She'd been in the room. Two totally different things. And his only chance at finding out what had happened to her was downstairs in the kitchen. As he headed for the first floor, he rubbed his eyes and his face and found that one hand wanted to linger over his cheek. The skin there was tingling. Kind of like it did when Shex had touched him the few times she had. God, the blood in that room. All that blood. She'd been fighting Lash off, and though it was a source of pride to think she'd shanked the fucker a good number of times, he couldn't stand the reality that had rolled out in that bedroom. John hung a left and stalked through the dining room, trying to get his game head back while feeling as if he'd had his skin stripped off and been thrown raw into the ocean. Pushing through the butler's door into the kitchen. The instant his eyes locked on the lesser, an earthquake ripped through him, his firmament breaking open all the way down to his hot core. His mouth stretched wide and he let loose a mute bellow. As he lunged forward, rage punched his fangs out into his mouth and his body went on autopilot, dematerializing through the space, taking form in front of the bastard. Shoving Blay off the Slayer, John's bonded vampire attacked with a kind of ferocity he'd heard about, but never seen. Certainly never experienced. With his vision on wideout and his muscles energized by mania, he was all action, no thought as he attacked, his hands cranking into claws, his fangs slicing like daggers, his inner wrath so great he was an animal. He had no idea how long it took him, or even what he did. The only thing that registered was the dim awareness that a sweet stench was all he could smell. Sometime later, much later, a lifetime later, he paused to catch his breath and found that he was down on all fours, his head dangling off the top of his spine, his lungs burning from exertion. His palms were planted on tile that was slick with black blood, and something was dripping off his hair and out of his mouth. He spit a couple of times to try to get rid of a foul taste, but whatever it was, the shit wasn't just around his tongue and teeth, it was down the back of his throat and into his gut. His eyes were also stinging and blurry. Was he crying again? He didn't feel sad anymore. He felt empty. Jesus Christ, someone said softly. Abruptly overcome with exhaustion, John allowed his elbow to go lax and let his weight shift to the side. Laying his head down in a cooling puddle, he closed his eyes. He had no strength. It was all he could do to breathe. A while later, he heard Quinn talking to him. Innate politeness, rather than any clue what was going on, made him nod when there was a pause. He was momentarily surprised when he felt hands on his shoulders and his legs, and his lids managed to flicker open as he was lifted up. Weird. The countertops and cabinets had been white when they'd first come in. Now, they'd been painted in a high-gloss black. With delirium, he wondered why someone had done that. Black was hardly a welcoming color. Closing his eyes, he felt the bumps and shifts as he was carried out, and then there was a final hefting followed by his body landing in a heap. Car engine turned over. Doors shut. They were en route. No doubt back to the Brotherhood compound. Before he passed out completely, he took his hand and raised it to his cheek, which made him realize he'd forgotten the pillow. Coming awake with a flash, he jacked himself up, all Lazarus back from the dead. Blay was right there with what he'd taken, however. Here. I made sure we didn't leave without it. John took what still smelled like Shex and curled his huge body around it. And that was the last thing he remembered of the trip back home. When Lash woke up, he was in precisely the same position he'd been in when he'd fallen asleep, flat on his back, arms crossed over his chest. Like a corpse laid out in a coffin. Back when he'd been a vampire, he'd moved around during the day, usually waking up on his side with his head under a pillow. As he sat up, the first thing he did was look at the lesions on his chest and stomach. Unchanged. No worse, but unchanged. And his energy level hadn't improved significantly. In spite of the fact that he'd slept. Jesus Christ, 3 hours? What the hell? Thank fuck he'd had the sense to postpone that appointment with Ben Loys. You didn't meet a man like that when you looked and felt like you'd been on a bender for a week and a half. Shifting his legs off the bed, he braced himself and then pushed his ass free of the mattress, going all the way vertical. As his body weaved, he heard nothing but silence from downstairs. Oh, wait. Someone was throwing up. Which meant the Omega had finished his biz with the new recruit and the kid was starting on a fun-filled 6 to 10 hours of vomiting. Lash picked up his stained shirt and his suit and wondered where in the hell his wardrobe change was. It didn't take 3 hours for Mr. D to get his ass over to Ben Loys, reschedule things, and then head over to the brownstone to feed Shex and pick out a new set of threads from the closet. On his way down the stairs, Lash dialed the idiot and his voicemail kicked in. He snapped, "Where the fuck are my clothes, asshole?" He hung up and stared through the hall into the dining room. The new recruit was not on the table anymore. He was partially underneath and huddled over a bucket, dry heaving like there was a rat in his gut that couldn't find either exit. "I'm leaving you here," Lash said loudly. This caused a pause and the recruit looked over. His eyes were bloodshot and there was something like dirty dishwater running out of his open mouth. "What's happening to me?" Small voice. Small words. Lash's hand went to the sore on his chest and he found it difficult to breathe as he thought once again that the recruits were never told the full story. They never knew what to expect or the full value of what they gave up and what they received. He'd never thought of himself as a recruit before. He was the son, not another cog in the Omega's machine. But how much did he really know? He forced his hand away from his lesion. "You're going to be okay," he said roughly. "Everything's going to be okay. You're going to pass out in a little bit and when you wake up, you're going to feel like yourself only better. That thing is my father. You're still going to work for me, like I said. That hasn't changed." Lash headed for the door as the urge to run got too strong to fight. "I'll send someone for you. Please, don't leave me." Watery eyes implored and a stained hand reached out. "Please." Lash's ribs seized up hard, compressing his lungs to the point of malfunction until he could draw no more air down his throat. "Someone will come for you. Out of the door, out of the house, out of the mess." He hustled for his Mercedes, got behind the wheel, and locked himself in the car. Tearing out of the farmhouse's short driveway, it took him about 3 miles before he could breathe properly, and it wasn't until he saw the skyscrapers of downtown that he felt more himself. As he headed to the brownstone, he called Mr. D 2 more times and got voicemail, and then voicemail. Taking a right down the alley to the garage, he was ready to fire the phone out the window in frustration. Easing off on the gas pedal, he let another car go past him. But he didn't slow down just to be courteous to his neighbor's Porsche. The door to the brownstone's garage was wide open and Mr. D's Lexus was parked right in there. Not protocol. That and all the no answering was a red flag the size of Texas, and Lash's first thought was of Shex. If those motherfucking brothers had taken her, he was going to stake them out on the lawn and let the sun take them nice and slow. Closing his eyes, he sent his instincts outward. And after a moment he could sense Mr. D, but the signal was way dim, nearly imperceptible. The fucker had obviously been dusted but not finished off yet. When a car came up behind him and honked its horn, he realized he was stopped dead in the middle of the lane. Ordinarily, his first move would have been to pull the Mercedes into the garage and flash into the brownstone with his fists up. But he was half-mast at best, all sluggish and woozy. And in the event the brothers were still inside, now was not the time to engage his enemy. Even lessers could wake up dead. Even the son of the evil could be sent home. But what about his female? Dogged by an odd, cold terror, Lash went farther down the alley, and took one right and then another. As he trolled by the front of his house, he prayed like a little bitch that she was still. Looking up to the windows on the second floor, he saw her in the bedroom, and his relief was so powerful his breath left him on a wheeze. No matter what might have gone down in that house, no matter who had infiltrated, Shex was still there where he had left her. Her face was plain for him and only him to see on the far side of that glass, her eyes lifted up to the sky, her hand raised to her throat. What a lovely picture, he thought. Her hair was growing out and starting to curl, and the moonlight on her high cheekbones and perfect lips was downright romantic. She was still his. Lash forced himself to keep driving. The thing was, she was safe where she was. His invisible prison was impenetrable by any vampire or human or lesser, whether it was a brother or just any old schmo with a gun and an attitude. If he went in there and got into a skirmish with the brothers, if he was injured, he was going to lose her because that spell she was trapped in took energy for him to maintain. He was already having enough trouble summoning the strength to keep it going, and though he despised his weakness, he was a fucking realist. It killed him to keep going. Absolutely killed him. But it was the right decision. If he wanted to keep her, he had to leave her behind until dawn cleared that brownstone out. It took him a while to realize he was driving around aimlessly. But the truth was, the idea of going back to crash at one of those shitty little ranches that the lessening society owned made him want to peel the skin off his face. Man, was the dawn never going to come. On some level, he couldn't believe he was so less as to be pulling a drive-off. But on the other hand, he was having trouble keeping his head up and his eyes open behind the wheel. As he started over Caldwell's westbound bridge, he just didn't get the tired routine. The source could well be from the battles with Shex, but the exhaustion was. The answer occurred to him as he glanced over at the eastbound lanes. It was so obvious, and yet it struck him with such force that his foot eased off the accelerator. East and west, left and right, night and day. Of course, feeding from Mr. D had only nominally helped him. He needed a female lesser. Why hadn't it dawned on him sooner? Male vampires were strengthened only by the blood of the opposite sex. And although his father's side was very much dominant in him, clearly there was enough of the fang left over in there that he needed to feed. Only after he'd taken Mr. D's vein had he felt even partially satisfied. Well, didn't this change everything? And give Shex a whole new future? 17. The sounds of the bloody melee down below had carried up to Shex's ears, and given the stench that now wafted through the bedroom's doorway, she could only guess what had been done to that little lesser who'd brought her food. Apparently some portion of the first floor had just been redecorated in Slayer Paisley. She was surprised that the brothers had chosen to rip the bastard limb from limb in the house. From what she knew, Butch O'Neill usually inhaled the Slayers to keep them from going back to the Omega. But downstairs? She'd be surprised if there was anything left you could pick up without a mop. Unless it was a message to Lash. Following the slaughter's loud chaos, there was an odd stretch of quiet and then lots of footfalls. They were leaving now that there was nothing left to kill. Panic rose again in her chest, and the effort of pulling herself back together was nearly physical. But goddammit, she was not going to come undone. All she had in this situation was herself. She was her weapon, her mind and her body were the only things that Lash couldn't take away from her. She lost them, she was as good as dead. Fuck that. She lost them, and she couldn't take Lash with her when she went. The reality of the situation was where she found the strength to keep going, the weight on her grounding her emotions when they otherwise would have flown the coop and taken her logic with them. She locked away everything, shutting down anything she'd felt when she'd been beside John Matthew. Nothing got through. Nothing bubbled up. Snapping into war mode, she realized she hadn't heard a pop or seen the echo of a flash, so they hadn't stabbed the Slayer. And the smell was so vivid, she was betting they were leaving the body behind. Lash was going to fucking lose it. She'd heard him interacting with the little Texan, and although he'd have denied it, he was attached to the bastard. What she needed to do was exploit this weakness in him. Tee him up even further when he got scrambled. Maybe he'd crack in some fundamental way. Amid the silence and the sweet stench, she paced around and ended up at the window. Without thinking of the force field, she put both her hands up and leaned in against the jambs. Shex leaped back, expecting a wave of pain. Instead, she just got a tingle. There was something different about her prison. Keeping a lid on her head, she came back at the barrier with her palms, pressing them against her containment. Complete and utter objectivity was what she needed to assess things, but it turned out the change was so obvious that even distracted she would have registered it. There was weakness within the tensile weave of the spell. Unmistakable weakness. The question was why, and whether it was going to get even looser or this blip was something she needed to take advantage of right now. Her eyes rimmed the window. Visually, There was nothing out of the norm with her prison, and she put her hand up to the glass. Just to be sure, yup, she'd been right. Had Lash died? Been wounded? At that moment, a big black Mercedes eased by the front of the house, and she sensed the son of a bitch inside. And whether it was because he'd been taking her vein or because the barrier was weakening, his emotional grid was crystal clear to her sympathetic side. He was feeling isolated, anxious, and weak. Well. Didn't they give credibility to the loosening she'd sensed? And an idea why he wasn't all Johnny on the spot to come get her. If she were Lash and she were not feeling particularly strong, she would wait for the dawn to come before going inside. Either that or she would head off and get some serious-ass reinforcements. But then that's what they made cell phones for, right? When the Mercedes left the neighborhood and didn't show signs of returning, she took 2 steps back from the window. Tensing her thighs, she sank down into a fighter's stance, curling up her fists and angling her body slightly back on her hips. She breathed deep and focused and, snapping out her right fist with all the strength in her shoulder, she punched the barrier hard enough so that if it had been the jaw of a male, she'd have cracked the fucker into pieces. The spell stung her back, but all around the room, ripples appeared, her prison cell shimmering as if recalibrating itself after an injury. Before there could be a complete regathering, she pitched another punch. The glass on the far side of the barrier shattered on impact. At first, she was struck stupid. Even as she felt the breeze on her face and looked down at her now bleeding knuckles for confirmation, there was no other reason why the window had broken. Holy shit. Quickly considering her potential exit strategies, she looked over her shoulder at the door John and the brothers had left open. The last thing she wanted to do was go out through the house because she didn't know the layout and had no clue what she was going to run into along the way. But instinct told her she was probably too weak to dematerialize, so if she tried to bust out through the window, she didn't know if she'd be able to pull off a midair disappearance. In which case she'd yard sail in the road down below. The open doorway was her best shot. She could use her own body as a fist, and with a running start, she'd have even more power behind her. Turning around, she put her shoulder blades against the wall, sucked in a deep breath, and sprinted across the room. The balls of her feet driving her weight over the floor, her arms pumping. She hit the barrier and the pain was incandescent, firing through every single cell in her body, lighting her up from the inside out. The agony blinded her at the same moment that the spell held her in place, trapping her inside its confines and rendering her as good as dead. Except then there was a tearing as her momentum won out over her prison's invisible bars. And goddamn it if she didn't end up on the far side of that bedroom. As her body broke free, she slammed into the corridor's wall to the point where she expected to take a layer of paint off with her face and chest as she slid down onto the floor. With her head spinning and her eyes filled with flashing lights, she kicked her own ass into gear. She was out but was not free. Glancing back, she watched the rippling of the spell as it recast itself, and wondered if her breaching it didn't send some kind of signal out to Lash. Go. Now. Get out. Run. Dragging herself off the floor and down the hall, she hit the stairs on unreliable legs, careening around, stumbling. In the foyer below, the stink of lesser blood choked her to the point of gagging, and she moved away from it, although not because of her nose. All of the egress and ingress at the house happened in the back. If she had nothing but a sliver of time on her side, she needed to focus on finding another way out. Up ahead, the front door was a massive, ornately carved thing, with glass into which iron bars were set. But all they had for locks were simple deadbolts. Candy from a baby time. She walked up, put her hand on the Schlag mechanism, and focused what she had left of her energy on shifting the pins. 1, 2, 3, and the 4th. Throwing the door wide. She had 1 foot outside when she heard the creak of someone coming into the kitchen. Oh shit, Lash was back. He'd come back for her. In a flash, she was gone, panic giving her wings that her focused mind put to good use. Given the shape she was in, she knew she wasn't going to make it far and decided the best she could do was her basement place. At least there, she could be safe while she regrouped. Shex took form in the sheltered alcove that led down into her studio and sprang the copper locks with her mind. As she went through the door, the motion-sensing lights came on in the whitewashed corridor, and she lifted her arm to shield her eyes as she stumbled down the steps. Locking the door with her thoughts, she tripped forward, becoming dimly aware she had a limp. The impact of the wall? The scramble down the stairs? Who the fuck knew or cared? She made it into her bedroom and shut herself in. As the automatic lights came on, she looked at the bed. Clean white sheets. pillows all arranged, duvet spread flat. She didn't make it to the mattress. As her knees gave out, she let herself go, her skeleton collapsing in on itself until she was nothing but a pile of sticks covered by skin. It was not sleep that claimed her as she hit the floor, but that was okay. Unconsciousness worked better anyway. Blaylock re-entered the brownstone with Rage and Vishouse a mere 20 minutes after they'd left with John. As soon as they'd gotten him back to the compound safely, they'd returned to finish the sweep of the premises. This time, they were looking for the small stuff like ID, computers, cash, drugs, anything that gave them intel. Having watched the carnage John Matthew had thrown around, the aftermath barely registered as Blay walked in the kitchen and immediately started pulling open cupboards and drawers. Vishouse headed up to the second floor while Rage rooted around the front of the house. He was just finding his groove when Rage called out, the front doors wide open. So someone had been back here since they'd pulled out with John. Lesser? Not likely, as they would never have left things unsecured. Maybe a human thief? The brothers hadn't locked up the back when they'd taken off, so perhaps someone had waltzed right in. If it had been a human, what a sight they'd gotten. Might have explained a rushed exit out the other way. Blay popped his heat just in case there was someone in the house, and with his free hand, he was quick as he rifled around. He found 2 cell phones in a drawer with the knives, neither of which had chargers, but V would solve that. There were also some business cards by the phone, but they were all for humans in the contracting tray who had probably been used to work on the brownstone. He was tackling the cupboards under the counter when he frowned and looked up. Right in front of him was a bowl of fresh apples. Glancing down in the direction of the stove, he saw some tomatoes and a loaf of French bread in a paper wrapper. Straightening, he walked over to the Sub-Zero and cracked the thing open. Organic milk. Takeout from Whole Foods. A fresh turkey ready to be cooked. Smoked Canadian bacon. Not exactly prisoner food. Blay looked up at the ceiling where heavy footsteps sounded out as V went from room to room. Then his eyes traced the kitchen as a whole, from the cashmere dress coat draped over a stool to the copper pans stacked in the open shelving to the coffee pot that had a brew in its belly. Everything was name brand and new and neater than a picture out of a catalog. This was up to Lash's standards for real. But Lessers weren't supposed to be able to eat. So unless he was treating Shex like a queen, which was highly unlikely, someone was chowing down on a regular basis in this house. The butler's pantry was right off the kitchen, and Blay stepped through the wet remains of the Slayer to give the shelved room a quick once-over, enough canned foods to keep a household going for a year. He was on his way out when his eyes caught something on the floor. There was a subtle series of scratches across the otherwise mirror-perfect surface of the hardwood, and they were arranged in a half-moon shape. Blay's knees cracked as he got down on his haunches and shoved aside a canister vacuum cleaner. The B-board wall looked flush and uninterrupted by any seams that shouldn't have been there, but a quick wrapping trip around with his knuckles and he found a hollow space. Taking out his knife, he used the hilt as a sonar device to determine the precise dimensions of the hidden tuck hole. Then he flipped the weapon around and penetrated the tongue and groove pattern with the tip of the blade. Forcing open the cover, he took a penlight and flashed it inside. Trash bag. The hefty kind that was the color of lesser blood. Dragging it out, he pulled open the drawstring. Holy shit. Rage appeared behind him. What you got? He shoved his hand in and pulled out a palmful of wrinkled bills. Cash. Lot of cash. Grab it. V found a laptop and a broken window upstairs that was not there before. I closed the front door just so no humans get nosy. He checked his watch. We need to blow before the sun gets rolling. Roger that. Blay grabbed the sack and left the space all open and violated, figuring the more evidence of a break-in, the merrier. Although it wasn't like the bits and pieces of Lesser could be ignored. If only he could see Lash's face when the motherfucker came home. The bunch of them headed out the back into the garden, and he and Rage dematerialized while Vishouse hot-wired the Lexus in the garage so they could confiscate it. It went without saying that they'd rather stay and wait to see what showed up. But there was no negotiating with the dawn. Back at the Brotherhood mansion, Blay walked into the foyer with Hollywood, and there was a receiving line of people waiting for them. All of the booty got handed over to Butch for processing at the pit, and as soon as Blay could break away, he went upstairs to John's bedroom. His knock was answered by a grunt, and as he opened up and walked in, he saw Quint seated in a wing chair by the bed. The lamp on the table next to him cast a yellow pool within the darkness, illuminating both him and the recumbent mountain underneath the duvet. John was out cold. Quinn, on the other hand, was laying into the Herradura, the bottle of Selección Suprema at his elbow, his crystal glass full of the outstanding tequila that had recently become his drink of choice. Christ, with him sucking back that and John into Jack, Blay was thinking he needed to upgrade his own tipple. Beer abruptly seemed sophomoric. "How's he doing?" Blay asked softly. Quinn took a sip and swallowed. "Pretty rough. I called Layla. He needs to feed." Blay approached the bed. John's eyes were not so much closed as on lockdown, his brows drawn so tightly it looked like he was trying to solve a law of physics in his sleep. His face was preternaturally pale, his hair appearing darker in contrast, and his breathing was too shallow. His clothes had been removed and most of the lesser blood had been washed off him. "Tequila?" Quinn asked. Blay held his hand out to the guy without looking, still focused on their buddy. What hit his palm was the glass instead of the bottle, but he didn't care and he drank hard. Well, at least he knew why Quinn liked the stuff. As he gave the glass back, he crossed his arms over his chest and listened to the quiet, glugging refill. For some reason, the loose, charming sound of that expensive booze hitting cut crystal eased him. "I can't believe he cried," Blay murmured. "I mean, I can, but it was a surprise." She'd obviously been held in that room. Did he talk at all? Nope. Not even when I shoved him in the shower and got in with him. Okay, that was a visual Blay could do without. Good thing John didn't flip that way. There was a soft knock at the door and then a waft of cinnamon and spice. Blay walked over and let Layla in, bowing to her in deference. "How may I be of?" The chosen frowned and glanced toward the bed. "Oh no. He is injured." As she went over to John Matthew, Blay thought, yeah, but mostly on the inside. "Thanks for coming," Quinn said as he got up out of his chair. Leaning down over John, he gently pushed on the guy's shoulder. "Hey, my man, can you wake up for a sec?" John roused like he was fighting against a tidal wave, his head lifting slowly, his eyelids flipping up and down like there was a rush of water on his puss. "Time to feed." Without glancing over his shoulder, Quinn motioned for Layla by holding out his hand. "We need you to focus for just a little longer and then we'll leave you alone." The chosen paused, then stepped forward. She took the outstretched palm slowly, sliding her skin against Quinn's and stepping in with a kind of shy beauty that made Blay feel sorry for her. Going by the blush that suddenly flared in her cheeks, he had a feeling she, like everyone else it seemed, had a spark for Quinn. "John, my man, come on. I need you to pay attention here." Quinn tugged at Layla so that the chosen took a seat on the bed, and the instant she got a good look at John, she was all about him. "Sire." Her voice was quiet and impossibly kind as she pulled up the sleeve of her robe. "Sire, rouse thyself and take what I may give you. Verily, you are in need." John started to shake his head, but Quinn was on it. "You want to go after Lash? Ain't going to be in this shape. You can't lift your fucking head, excuse the language, chosen. You need some strength. Come on, don't be an asshole, John." Quinn's mismatched eyes shot to Layla as he mouthed, "Sorry." And she must have smiled at him because for a moment, he tilted his head as if he were struck by her. Or maybe she just mouthed something back. Had to be it. "Really?" And then both their heads snapped downward and Layla let out a gasp as John's fangs struck deep and he started to take what she offered. Evidently satisfied, Quinn returned to where he'd been sitting and refilled his glass. After he'd drunk half, he held it out toward Blay. Best idea anyone had had in ages. Blay positioned himself against the high back of the wing chair, running one arm along the top of the thing as he took a deep sip and then another before passing the tequila back. They stayed like that, sharing the drink while John fed from Layla. And sometime into the process of both nourishments, Blay became aware that he was putting his lips on the very rim Quinn was taking from. Maybe it was the alcohol. Maybe it was the glass. Maybe it was the fact that from where he stood, with every breath Blay took, he smelled Quinn's dark scent. He knew he had to leave. He wanted to support John. But with each passing minute, he was leaning closer and closer and closer to Quinn, to the point that as his hand hung over the chair, he was nearly stroking that thick black hair. "I have to go," he said roughly, returning the glass one last time and heading for the door. "You okay?" Quinn called out. "Yup. Sleep well and take care, Layla." "Don't you need to feed?" Quinn demanded. "Tomorrow." The chosen said something lovely and pleasant, but there was no turning around. Nope. Couldn't turn around. And please God, let him not run into anyone out in the hall. He hadn't checked to see how bad it was, but he knew when he was aroused. And that was one thing that, no matter how polite a male was, he couldn't hide in tight leather. 18. Over on the far side, Pain paced around in her mother's fountain, her feet making circles in the pool that caught the falling water. As she splashed, she held her robing aloft and she listened to the colorful birds that sat in the white tree over in the corner. The little ones chirped and carried on, flitting from branch to branch, pecking at each other, fussing with their feathers. How in the hell they found such limited activity worth waking up for, she hadn't a clue. In the sanctuary there was no conception of time, and yet she wished she had a pocket watch or a chiming clock to figure out how late the Blind King was. They had a standing sparring session every afternoon. Well, afternoon for him. For her, stuck here on the side, everything was perpetually daytime. She wondered exactly how long it had been since her mother had sprung her from that deep freeze and allowed her some freedom. No way to know. Wrath had started to show up regularly about 15 times ago, and she'd been reanimated maybe, well, long before that. So maybe over 6 months? The real question was how long she'd been kept under frosted lock and key, but it wasn't like she was going to ask her mother about that. They weren't talking at all. Until that divine female who'd birthed her was prepared to let her out of here, Pain didn't have anything to say. For truth, the silent treatment didn't seem to be making a difference at all, but she hadn't expected it to. When your mother, Mare, was the creator of the race and answerable to no one, even the king, it was rather easy to become trapped in your own life. As her pace through the fountain intensified and her robing started to get soaked, she leaped out of the pool and jogged around, her fists up in front of her, the punches she threw out pumping the air. Being the good, dutiful chosen was not in her hardwiring, and that was the root of all of the problems between her and her mother. Oh, the waste. Oh, the disappointment. Oh, do get over it, mother dear. Those standards of behavior and belief were for someone else. And if the scribe virgin had been looking for another robed ghost to drift around like a silent draft through a temperate room, she should have picked another sire for her young. The bloodletter's vital makeup was in Pain, the traits of the father carrying through to the next generation. Pain wheeled around and met Wrath's falling fist with a forearm block and a scissor kick to his liver. The king was quick to retaliate, and the hammering elbow that returned at her was a concussion waiting to happen. Fast Duck had her barely out of the way. Another kick from her sent the king jumping back. Though he was blind, he had an unerring ability to know precisely where she was in space, which meant he would guess she would come at his flank. Indeed, he was already spinning his weight around, ready to punch her with the sole of his boot around the back. Pain changed her mind, hit the ground, and swept both of her legs out, catching him at the ankle and throwing him off balance. A quick jog to her right, and she was out of the way of his huge, lurching body. Another leap, and she was latched onto his back as he landed hard, his neck caught in a choke hold within the crook of her elbow. To gain extra leverage, she grabbed onto her own wrist and used her other biceps as she pulled against his throat. The king's way of dealing with it? He turtled on her. His incredible brute strength gave him the power to get his feet under both their weight and rise up. Then it was a jump in the air that had them landing with her underneath, flattened on the marble. Hell of a betting platform. She could practically feel her bones bending. The king was first and foremost a male of worth, however, and in deference to her inferior muscularity, he never kept her down for long, which irked her. She'd have preferred a no-holds-barred contest of skill, but there were differences in the sexes that were not negotiable, and males were simply bigger and therefore stronger. As much as she resented the fact of biology, there was nothing to be done about it. And any time her superior speed got him a good one, it was extra sweet. The king was nimble as he popped back to his feet and swung around, his long black hair fanning out in a circle before resettling on his white judogi. With the set of dark lenses over his eyes and that tremendous spread of muscles, he was magnificent, the very best of the vampire bloodlines, undiluted with anything human or otherwise. Although that was part of his problem. She had heard that that blindness of his was the result of all that pure blood. As Pain went to get up, her back let out a spasm, but she ignored the sharp shooting strike and faced off with her opponent once again. This time, she was the one who came out swinging and chopping, and for a blind male, Wrath's ability to parry her was downright amazing. Maybe that was why he never complained about his impairment. Then again, they didn't talk much, which was fine with her. Although she did wonder what his life was like on the other side. How she envied him his freedom. They continued to go at it, working their way around the fountain, then over to the columns and toward the door that led out into the sanctuary. And back again. And around again. They were both bruised and bleeding by the finish of the session, but it was no bother. As soon as their hands dropped to their sides and no more hits were exchanged, the injuries would begin to heal up. The last punch that was thrown was hers, and it was a stunner of an uppercut, catching the king's chin like a ball and chain, throwing his head back, that hair once again flying. They always seemed to agree without speaking when it was time to end. They cooled down by walking side by side to the fountain, stretching out their muscles, cracking their necks back into place. Together, they washed their faces and fists in the clear, clean water, and they dried themselves on soft cloths that Pain had asked to have at the ready. In spite of the fact that they traded punches and not words, she had come to think of the king as a friend, and to trust him as one. First time she'd ever had that. And it was truly just friends. As much as she could admire from afar his considerable physical attributes, there was no spark of attraction between the man. That was part of the reason this worked. She wouldn't have been comfortable any other way. No, she wasn't interested in something sexual from him or anyone else. Male vampires had a tendency to take over, especially hybrid ones. They couldn't help it. It was, once again, a case of what was in the blood determining behavior. She'd had quite enough of someone with an opinion about her life. The last thing she needed was another one of those. "You okay?" Wrath asked as they sat on the lip of the fountain. "Yes. You." She didn't mind that he always asked if she was all right. The first couple of times it had offended Eros if she couldn't handle the post-sparring aches, but then she realized it had nothing to do with her sex. Would have asked it of anyone he so exerted himself with. "I feel great," he said, his smile revealing tremendous fangs. "That armbar at the beginning was boss, by the way." Pain grinned so broadly her cheeks hurt, which was another reason she liked to be with him. As he couldn't see, there was no reason to hide her emotions, and nothing got her beaming more than him telling her she'd impressed him. "Well, Your Highness, your turtles always kill me." Now he was smiling even wider, and she was momentarily touched to think her praise meant something to him. "Deadweight has its uses," he murmured. Abruptly, he turned to her, the dark spectacles he always wore making her think, once again, that he looked cruel. And yet he'd proved that wasn't the case over and over again. He cleared his throat. "Thanks for this. Things are bad back home." "How so?" Now he looked away, as if he were staring at the horizon, which was likely a holdover from when he hid his emotions from people. "We've lost a female. The enemy has her." He shook his head. "And one of ours is suffering for it." "Were they mated?" "No, but he's behaving as though they were." The king shrugged. "I missed the connection between them." "We all did. But it's there, and it came out tonight in a big way." A hunger for the down below, for the earthbound lives that were traumatic but vivid, had her leaning in. "What happened?" The king pushed his hair back, his widow's peak showing starkly against his golden brown skin. "He slaughtered a lesser tonight." "Just slaughtered the bastard. That's his duty, no?" "It wasn't in the field. It was in the house where the slayers had imprisoned the female. The bastard should have been used for interrogation, but John just lit his ass up. John's a good kid. But that kind of bonded male shit stuff can be deadly, and not in a good way, feel me?" Memories of being on the other side, of righting wrongs and fighting, of... The scribe virgin appeared through the doorway of her private quarters, her black robes floating slightly above the marble floor. The king rose to his feet and bowed, and yet somehow didn't appear subservient in the slightest. Another reason to like him. "Dearest virgin scribe, Wrath, son of Wrath." And that was... As you weren't supposed to address any questions to the mother of the race, and as Pain's mother remained silent thereafter, there was a whole lot of nothing but air happening. Yeah, because Fate's preserve UCU wouldn't want to tax that female with any inquiries. And it was clear why the interruption had occurred. Her mother didn't want an intersection between Pain and the outside world. "I'm going to retire now," Pain said to the king, because she would not be responsible for what came out of her mouth if her mother dared to dismiss her. The king put his fist out. "Farewell. Tomorrow?" "With pleasure." Pain punched her knuckles against his, as he had taught her was customary, and headed for the door that led into the sanctuary. On the other side of the white panels, the bright green grass was a shock to her eyes, and she blinked as she went past the pre-male temple and down to the Chosen's quarters. Yellow, pink, and red flowers grew in random bunches now, cheerful tulips mixing with jonquil and iris. All spring blooms, if she remembered from her brief time on the earth. It was always spring here. ever on the verge never to reach the full magnificence and brash heat of summer. Or least, what she had read summer was like. The columned building wherein the Chosen resided was cut into cube-like rooms that offered a modicum of privacy to their tenants. Most of the spaces were empty now, and not only because the Chosen were a dying breed. Ever since the Pre-Mail had freed them, the Scribe Virgin's private collection of ethereal do-nothings were thinning out thanks to trips to the other side. Surprisingly, none of them had chosen to unchosen themselves, but unlike before, if they went over to the Pre-Mail's private compound, they were allowed back into the sanctuary. Payne went directly to the baths and was relieved to find she was alone. She knew her sisters didn't understand what she did with the king, and she'd just as soon enjoy the calming aftermath of the exercise without the eyes of others. The communal washing suite was set up in a lofty marble space, the huge pool marked with a waterfall at the far end. As with all things in the sanctuary, the laws of rationality didn't apply. The warm, rushing stream pouring over the lip of white stone was ever clean, ever fresh, even though it had no source and no evident drainage. Taking off her modified robe, which she tailored to match Wrath's judogi, as he called it, she waded into the pool with her undergarments still upon her. The temperature was always perfect, and made her long for a bath that was either too hot or too cold. In the center of the great marble bowl, the water was deep enough to swim through, and her body relished the stretching motion of her weightless strokes. Yes, indeed, this was the best part of the sparring. Save for when she caught Wrath a good one. When she got to the waterfall, she waded up toward it and unplaited her hair. It was longer than Wrath's was, and she'd learned to not just braid the stuff, but tuck it up at the base of her neck. Otherwise, it was like handing him a tether to yank her around with. Under the falling spray, bars of sweet-smelling soap awaited her palm, and she used one all over herself. As she turned around to rinse, she found that she was no longer alone. But at least the dark-robed figure who had limped in was not her mother. "Greetings," Payne called out. No one bowed, but did not answer, as was her way, and Payne was abruptly sorry that she'd just left her robe on the flooring. "I can get that," she said, her voice echoing around the cavern. No one just shook her head and gathered up the cloth. The maid was so lovely and quiet, doing her duties without complaint even though she had some kind of disability. Although she never spoke, it wasn't hard to guess what her sad story was. One more reason to despise she who had birthed the race, Payne thought. The Chosen, like the Black Dagger Brotherhood, had been bred within certain parameters with a desired result intended. Whereas the males were to be thick of blood and stout of back, aggressive and worthy in battle, the females were calculated to be intelligent and resilient, capable of harnessing the male's baser tendencies and civilizing the race. Yin and yang. Two parts to a whole, with the requirement of blood feedings ensuring the sexes were tied together forever. But all wasn't well within the divine scheme. The truth was, inbreeding had led to problems, and though in Wrath's case the laws provided that, as son of the king, he was to take the throne with or without impairments, the Chosen were not so lucky. Defects were shunned by the breeding laws, always had been, and so someone like no one who was handicapped was relegated to serving her sisters under a cloak. A hidden, unspoken of embarrassment that was nonetheless regarded with love. Or pity was more like it. Payne knew precisely how the female must feel. Not about a physical defect, but about being relegated to a slot of expectation that one couldn't possibly live up to. And speaking of expectation, Layla, another of the Chosen, entered the bath and removed her robing, handing it over to no one with the gentle smile that was her trademark. The expression was lost as she lowered her eyes and entered the water. Indeed, the female seemed to be tangled in thoughts that were not pleasing. "Greetings, sister," Payne said. Layla's head whipped up and her brows rose. "Oh, verily, I knew not you were herein. Greetings, sister." After the Chosen bowed deeply, she sat on one of the submerged marble benches, and although Payne wasn't a conversationalist, something about the dense quiet around the other female drew her. Finishing her rinse-off, she swam over and settled beside Layla, who was sluicing puncture wounds on her wrist. "Whom did you feed?" Payne asked. "John Matthew." "Ah, yes, the male to whom the king referred, perhaps. Did it go as it should?" "Indeed. It did indeed." Payne leaned her head back against the edge of the pool and stared at the Chosen's blonde beauty. After a moment, she murmured to the female, "May I inquire something of you?" "But of course. Wherefore the sadness?" "Always with you. You return in sorrow." Even though she knew. For a female to be forced into sex and feeding just because it was tradition was an unconscionable violation. Layla regarded the puncture marks on her vein with a kind of dispassionate absorption as if she were puzzling over the wounds of another. And then she shook her head. I shall not bemoan the glory I have been given. Glory? Verily, you appear to have been given something else entirely. A curse was more apt. Oh no, 'tis a glory to be of service. For truth, do not hide behind such words when your visage belies your heart. And as always, if you carry criticism of the scribe virgin upon your lips, come sit around my fire. As a pair of shocked pale green eyes flipped up, Pain shrugged. I've made no secret of how I feel. Ever. No. Indeed you have not. It just seems so. Unladylike? Inappropriate? Pain cracked her knuckles. What a pity. Layla exhaled long and slow. I have been properly trained, you know. As an arrows. And that is what you don't like. Not at all. That is what I don't know but wish to. Pain frowned hard. You are not used? Verily, I was denied by John Matthew on the evening of his transition after I saw him safely through the change. And when I go to feed the brothers, I am ever untouched. I beg your... Was she hearing that right? You want to have sex? With one of them? Layla's tone turned shrewd. Surely you of all my sisters understand what it is like to be naught but a potential. Well, hadn't she gotten the scenario all wrong? With all due respect, I can't fathom why you would want that with one of those males. Why would I not? The brothers and those 3 younger males are beautiful, fearsome creatures of strength. And with the pre-male leaving us all unserved. Layla shook her head. To have been well taught and had it described and read about the act. I want to experience it for myself. Even if it is but once. For truth, I cannot summon even the slightest inclination. Never have, don't think I ever will. I'd rather fight. Then I envy you. Oh. Layla's eyes seemed ancient. Far better to be uninterested than unfulfilled. One is a relief, the other an emptiness with heavy weight. As no one appeared with a tray of cut fruit and fresh juice, Pain said, No one, won't you join us? Layla smiled up at the maid. Indeed. Please do. With a shake of her head and a bow. No one just left them the repast she had so thoughtfully prepared and went about her business, limping through the archway and out of the baths. Pain's frown stayed in place as she and the chosen Layla fell into silence. Mulling over what had been exchanged, it was hard to understand how they could have opinions of such total opposite regard and both be in the right. For Layla's sake, Pain wished she herself was wrong. What a disappointment it would be to pine for something that was far, far less than expectation bore it to be. 19. A female. The Omega's soft, echoing voice carried farther than its volume would have suggested, the 2 words suffusing every corner of the smooth stone room that formed his private chamber. Lash did his best to appear unconcerned as he lounged against one of the black walls. I need her to service me for blood. Do you? It's biology. In his white robing, the Omega cut a stunning figure as he circulated around the space. With his hood up in place, his arms crossed, and his hands tucked into his billowing sleeves, he resembled a bishop in the game of chess. Except, of course, he was the king down here. The Evil's receiving area was about the size of a ballroom and decked out like one, with plenty of black chandeliers and stanchions that supported legions of black candles. It was far from stark, however. For one thing, those wicks were spouting red flames. And to top it off, the walls and floor and ceiling were made of the most extraordinary marble Lash had ever seen. From one angle it was black, from another it was metallic blood red, and given that the source of illumination was constantly flickering, you got both colors at once all around you. It wasn't hard to figure out the why of the decor. Given the Omega's wardrobe, which was limited to those driven snow drapery things, he was the prime focal point, the only thing that stood out. The rest was window dressing. He ran his world like that too. And would this be a mate for you, my son? The Omega asked from way across the room. No, Lash lied. Just a blood source. You did not give the Omega more information than you had to. Lash was well aware of how fickle his father could be, and off the radar was key. Have I not given you enough strength? My vampire nature is what it is. The Omega turned and faced Lash. After a pause, that distorted voice whispered, Indeed, I find that to be true. I'll bring her to you, Lash said, straightening from the wall. To the farmhouse. Tonight. You turn her and I'll have what I need. And I cannot provide that to you? You would be providing it to me. You induct her and I have the blood source required to give me power. So you say that you are weak? Damn him to hell, but it must be obvious that he was. The Omega could sense things, and surely it had been apparent for some time now. When Lash stayed quiet, the Omega drifted forward until they were eye to eye. I have never inducted a female. She wouldn't have to be in the lessening society. She would just be for me. For you. No reason to have her out there fighting. And this female, you have chosen her already. I have. Lash laughed shortly, thinking of Shex and the damage she was capable of. I'm sure you'll approve of her. You are so certain. I have very good taste. All around, the red flames trembled on their wicks as if a breeze had ruffled them. Abruptly, the Omega's hood lifted, revealing the shadowy, translucent face that had angles just like Lash's flesh and blood version did. Return from whence you came, the Omega pronounced as his dark, smoky hand rose up. With a stroke down Lash's cheek, the evil turned away. Return from whence you came. I'll meet you at nightfall, Lash said. At the farmhouse. Night. Fall. You want it later? How about one? We'll see each other then. You shall see me indeed. Thank you, Father. As the Omega drifted across the floor that had settled back into place of its own volition, and a panel slid open across the way. A moment later, Lash was alone. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed his face and looked around at all the red flames and the spectacular walls. The place was kind of like a womb. With a flash of will, he shot himself out of Dund and back to the nasty little ranch house he'd had to use as a launching pad. As he came awake in his corporeal form, he hated the fact that he was stretched out on a couch that had cheesy autumnal leaves on its slipcover. And God, the nap of the fabric was like a buzz cut on a dog. And smelled the same, really. Assuming said four-legged fucker had rolled in a damp ashtray. Lifting his head up, he pulled his shirt to his neck. Still there. The lesions were still there and getting larger. And he felt like ass. His hands shook as he got himself vertical, and when he checked his phone, he saw nothing from anybody. No voicemail back from Mr. D and no other Slayers checking in. Both made sense. Everyone and everything was routed through his second-in-command, so if the SB had bid it, the society couldn't find Lash. Maybe the little Texan had been too good as a PA. With hunger spurring him on, he shuffled into the kitchen and peeled open the refrigerator door. Empty. Except for a box of Arm and Hammer baking soda that should have been used on that couch. Slamming the Frigidaire shut, he absolutely despised the world and everyone in Idelthaw. That was mostly a function of not having his eggs and bacon already waiting for him. Plus crappy real estate did that to a guy. The ranch house was a new acquisition and one he'd been to only once before. Hell, not even Mr. D knew the society owned it. The thing was, Lash had bought it out of foreclosure because they were going to need places to make meth, and the POS had a large basement. Stunning that whoever had owned it hadn't been able to cover the mortgage cost. The bitch was one step up from an outhouse. Maybe half a step. He headed out into the garage, and it was a frickin' relief to be back in the Mercedes. Although it galled him to have to hit a McDonald's drive-thru for an Egg McMuffin and a coffee. He'd even had to wait in line along with a bunch of guys in trucks and moms in minivans. As he went back to his brownstone, his attitude sank further into man-son territory and then shot completely into the sewer as he pulled up to the garage. The door was still up, but the Lexus was gone. Parking the Mercedes under cover, he shut the thing in with the remote and got out. The garden in the back was relatively undisturbed, but he could smell the lesser the instant he. Stopping on the terrace, his eyes shot to the second floor. Oh God. Energized by panic, Lash started to run full tilt, and he took the back steps on a oneer, bursting through the door. His loafers skidded to a halt as he saw the carnage. Jesus Christ. His kitchen. The place looked like it had been hit with an oil shower. And there wasn't much left of Mr. D. The Slayer's torso was in the middle of the room by the island, but his arms and legs were scattered all around. And his digestive tract was like macrame hanging from the pulls on the cupboards. By some miracle, the guy's head was still attached and his eyes opened wide, his mouth starting to move as he saw he was no longer alone. A guttural plea came out of lips glossy with congealed black blood. You fucking pussy, Lash spat. Look at you. For fuck's sake. And goddamn it, he had bigger problems than his second-in-command getting shredded. He leaped over the mess, tore through the dining room, and raced up the stairs. Bursting into the bedroom he'd shared with Shex, he found nothing but a whole lot of empty, and a window with a hole in it. Motherfucker. Wheeling around, he looked through the open door and saw the mark outside on the hall wall. Stalking over, he pressed his nose against the silk wallpaper and inhaled. Her scent was in the fibers of the weave. She had broken out physically. Yet she'd still been in the room after Mr. D had been attacked. Had the brothers come back and helped her get out? A quick run through the house and Lash's mood went from nasty to toxic. Laptop gone. Cell phones missing. Motherfucker. Down in the kitchen, he headed into the pantry to get the... Oh, fuck me. Kneeling down, he checked out the panel that had been torn open. His stash was gone, too? How the hell had they found it? Then again, Mr. D looked like an anatomy class had had at him. Maybe he'd spilled, which meant Lash couldn't be sure what other addresses had been compromised. On a burst of rage, he threw his fist out, winging it hard and catching whatever he did. A massive glass jar of olives. The thing shattered, juice going everywhere, those little eye-like rollers hitting the floor and making bids for freedom in all directions. Lash stomped back into the kitchen and went over to Mr. D. As that bloody mouth started working again, the pitiful struggle was positively nauseating. Reaching over the counter, Lash extracted a Henkel's, palmed the hilt, and sank down. Did you tell them anything? As Mr. D shook his head, Lash stared down into the guy's eyes. The whites were darkening to a gray shade, and the pupils had dilated to the point where there was almost no iris. However, although he appeared to be on the brink of demise, left on his own, Mr. D would languish and rot forever in this condition. There was only one way to kill him. Are you sure? Lash murmured. Even when they pulled your arms out of those sockets? Mr. D's mouth moved, the gurgling sounds like wet dog food falling out of a can. With a revolted curse, Lash stabbed the empty chest of that lesser, getting rid of at least that part of the mess. The pop and flash both faded quickly, and then Lash shut himself in, locking the back door before heading up for the second floor once again. It took him a half-hour to pack his clothes, and as he muscled 6 Prada duffels down the stairs, he couldn't remember when he'd ever had to carry his own luggage. After lining up his load out on the back step, he set the security alarm, locked up, and shuffled his shit to the Mercedes. As he drove away, he hated the idea of returning to that fucking ranch. But at the moment, he was out of options and had other things to fucking worry about rather than where he stayed. He needed to find Shex. If she'd been on her own, there was no way she could have gone far. She'd been too weak, so the Brotherhood had to have her. Jesus Christ. With his father showing up at 1 a.m. for the induction, he had to get her back fast. Either that or find someone he could make do with. The knock that woke John up was a real knuckle bouncer, loud as a gun. The instant he heard it, he was totally upright. As he rubbed his eyes, he whistled to come in and prayed it was nothing but Quinn with a tray of first meal. The door wasn't opened. John frowned and dropped his hands. Shifting to his feet, he grabbed a pair of jeans and pulled them up to his hips, then went over and... Wrath was standing in the doorway with George by his side, and he was not alone. The boys and Revenge were with him, as were all of the other brothers, including Tor. Oh, God, no. His hands signed fast even as his heart stopped dead. Where was the body found? She's alive, Revenge answered as he held out a phone. I just got the message. Hit 4. John took a second to internalize the information. Then he snapped the cell out of the male's hand and punched the key. There was a beep and then... Holy shit. Her voice. Her voice. Rev. I'm out. I got out. There was a low, deep sigh. I'm okay. I'm intact. I'm out. Long pause. To the point that John was about to check to see if the I need some time. I'm safe. But I'm not coming back for a little while. I need some time. Tell everyone. Tell everyone. I'll be in touch. Another pause, and then her voice grew strong to the point of anger. As soon as I can. Lash is mine. Do you understand me? No one takes him out but me. The message ended. John hit 4 again and listened. After the second time, he handed the thing back to Rev and met those amethyst eyes head-on. He was well aware Rev had been around Shex for years and years. Knew the guy shared not just experience with her but the sympath blood that in many ways changed everything. Knew that the male was older and wiser and all that shit. But the bonded male in John put them on equal footing when it came to her. And then some. Where would she go? He signed. After Quinn translated, Rev nodded. She's got a hunting cabin about 15 miles north of here. On the Hudson River. I'm thinking that's where she is. She'd have access to a phone there and it's safe. I'm going up at nightfall alone. Unless you join me. No one seemed surprised by the exchange. But then John realized his secret had to be out. After the way he'd behaved up in that bedroom at the Brownstonitos, say nothing of how he'd torn into that lesser, they all knew how he felt about Shex. That was the reason the group had come. They were recognizing his status, paying it due. The rights and boundaries of bonded males were respected when it came to their females. John glanced at Quinn and signed. Tell him I'll go. After his boy translated, Rev nodded and then turned to Wrath. I go with him and him alone. He can't bring Quinn. We're going to have enough trouble with her if the pair of us show up unannounced. Wrath frowned. Damn it, Rev. She's a flight risk. I've been through this once before with her. Anyone else shows, she's going to bolt and she's not going to call again. Besides, John here. He'll follow me anyway, won't you, son? You'll ditch Quinn and follow me anyway. John didn't hesitate to nod. As Quinn cursed like a motherfucker, Wrath shook his head. Why in the hell I gave you him as an ostrix? There was a period of tense silence, during which the king measured both John and Rev. Then he said, oh, for fuck's sake, fine, I'll let you go without your guard this one time, but you do not engage the enemy. You go to that cabin, and only there, and then you come back and get Quinn before you head out into the field. We clear. John nodded and turned away to hit the bathroom. 10 minutes, Rev said. You got 10 minutes and we're driving out. John was ready in 4 and downstairs pacing the foyer in 6. He was fully weaponized, as was protocol, and covered in protective leather. More to the point, he was alive to the point of mania, his blood humming at a tornadic pitch. As he paced, he felt eyes on him. From the billiard room, from the dining room, from up above on the second floor's balcony. Silent mouths, but eyes that missed nothing. The Brotherhood and the other members of the house were clearly reeling from the Shex connection, and he supposed he could understand. Surprise! He bonded with a sympath. But you couldn't help who you fell in love, why there changed the feelings of someone who didn't love you back. God, not that that part mattered. She was alive. Revenge came down the grand stairs, his red cane hitting the carpeted steps every time his right foot came forward. He was dressed not for war, but for warmth, his floor-length mink skimming the tops of his wingtips and the cuffs of his elegant black suit. As he came up to John, he just nodded and opened the way into the vestibule. Together, they stepped through and penetrated the cool night. The air smelled like clean, unfrozen earth. The perfume of spring. The very scent of hope and rebirth. Walking over to the Bentley, John drew the fragrance into his lungs and held it there as he told himself that Shex was doing the very same thing on this very same night. And not because she was buried underground. Tears pricked his eyes as gratitude washed through every vein he had, pumped around by a singing heart. He couldn't believe he was going to get to see her. God, to see her once again. To look into her gunmetal eyes. 2. Shit, it was going to be hard not to throw his arms around her and hold her until tomorrow morning. Or maybe next week. When they got into the car, Rev started the engine but didn't put it in drive. He just stared out through the windshield at the cobblestone drive ahead. In a quiet voice, he said, how long's this been going on for you? With her. John took out a small pad he'd brought with him and wrote, since the moment I first met her. After Rev read the scribble, he frowned. She feel the same way? John did not drop his eyes as he shook his head. No sense hiding shit. Not with a sympath. Rev nodded once. That's so like her. God damn it. Okay, let's do this. With a roar, they were off into the night. 20. Hope was a treacherous emotion. It was 2 evenings hence when Darius finally walked into the home of the abducted female's family, and as the grand door opened to both himself and Torment, they were met by a dog Jen whose eyes were filled with the tragedy of hope. Verily, the butler's expression was of such high regard, it was clear he felt he was ushering into his master's house saviors rather than mortals. Only time and the vagaries of fortune would bear out whether his faith was well or misplaced. With alacrity, Darius and Torment were led into a formal study, and the gentle male who rose from a silk-covered sitting chair had to steady his weight. Welcome, sires. Thank you for coming, Samson said as he reached out with both palms to shake Darius's hands. I'm sorry that I have not been receiving these last 2 evenings. My beloved Shellen. The male's voice cracked, and in the silence, Darius stepped aside. May I present my colleague, Torment, son of Harm. As Torment bowed low with his hand over his heart, it was clear that the son had all the manners his sire did not. The master of the house returned the deference. Would you care for libations or gastronomic provision? Darius shook his head and took a seat. As Torment came to stand behind him, he said, "Thank you, but mayhap we could speak of what has happened within this manse." "Yes, yes, of course. What may I tell you?" "All things. Tell us. All things. My daughter. My light in the darkness." The male took out a handkerchief. She was of worth and virtue. A more caring female you should never come across. Darius, aware that they'd already lost 2 evenings, allowed the father a certain time of remembrance before refocusing him. "And that night, sir, that terrible night." He cut in when there was a pause. "What happened here within this house?" The male nodded and dabbed at his eyes. She awoke from her slumbers feeling a certain disquiet and was advised to attend to her private quarters for her health. She was brought a meal at midnight and then another well before the dawn's arrival. That was the last she was seen. Her evening quarters are upstairs, but she also has, along with the rest of the family, rooms underground. She often elected not to move down below with us for the day, however, and as we have access to her through inner hallways, we assumed she would be safe enough. The male choked up at this point. How I wish I had insisted. Darius could very much understand the regret. "We shall find your daughter. One way or the other we shall find her. Would you permit us to go now unto her bedroom?" "Please do." As the male nodded at his dogen, the butler came forward. "Silas will be pleased to escort you. I shall prefer to wait here." "But of course." When Darius stood up, the father reached forward and snagged his hand. "A word, if I may? Between you and me." Darius acquiesced, and after Torment and the doggen left, the master of the house collapsed back into his formal chair. "Verily, my daughter was of worth, of virtue, untouched by." In the pause that stretched out, Darius knew what the male was concerned with. If they didn't get her back in that virginal condition, her honor, as well as the family's, was in jeopardy. "I cannot say this in front of my beloved Shellen," the male continued, "but our daughter, if she has been defiled, perhaps it would be better to leave." Darius's eyes narrowed. "You would prefer her not be found?" Tears sprang up in those pale eyes. "I." Abruptly, the male shook his head. "No. No. I want her back. No matter the outcome, no matter her condition. Of course I want my daughter." Darius was not inclined to offer support. That such a denial of his blooded child had even crossed the male's mind was grotesque. "I should like to go to her room now." The master of the house snapped his fingers and the doggen stepped back into the archway of the study. "This way, sire," the butler said. As he and his protege were taken through the house, Darius scanned the reinforced windows and doors. There was steel everywhere, either separating the panes of glass or fortifying the stout oak panels. To get in without welcome would not be easy, and he was willing to bet that every room on the 2nd and 3rd floors was similarly well appointed as were the servants' quarters. He also measured every painting and rug and precious object as they ascended. This family was high up within the Glimmera, with coffers choked with coin and an enviable bloodline. Thus, the fact of their unmated daughter going missing affected more than just their heartstrings. She was a marketable asset. With this sort of background, a female of made-able age was a thing of beauty, and social and financial implication. And that was not the full extent of it. As with all such valuations, the converse was true as well. To have such a daughter ruined, either in fact or by rumor, was a taint that would take generations to even dim. The master of this mansion no doubt loved his daughter honestly, but the weight of all this distorted the relationship. Darius quite believed that in the male's eyes it was better that she come home in a pine box as opposed to breathing but defiled. The latter was a curse, the former a tragedy that would garner much sympathy. Darius hated the Glimmera. He truly did. "Here are her private quarters," the doggen said, swinging open a door. As Torment stepped inside the candlelit room, Darius asked, "Have these been cleaned? Have they been tidied since she was herein?" "Of course." "Leave us, please." The doggen bowed deeply and disappeared. Torment wandered around, looking at the silk draperies and the beautifully appointed sitting area. A lute was in one corner and a fine piece of needlework that was partially completed in another. Books by human authors were stacked neatly on shelves along with scrolls in the old language. The first thing one noticed was that nothing was out of place. But whether that was a case of the staff or the circumstance of the disappearance, it was hard to know. "Touch nothing, yes?" Darius said to the boy. But of course, Darius went into the lush bedroom. The draperies were made of thick, heavy tapestry such that the sunlight couldn't hope to penetrate, and the bed was ringed with more of the same, great panels of cloth hanging from the canopy. Over at the wardrobe, he pulled open the carved doors. Gorgeous gowns in sapphire and ruby and citron and emerald hung together, full of beautiful potential. And a single empty hanger rested on a hook on the inside of the panels, as if she had taken the knight's choice from its padded shoulders. The dressing table had a hairbrush on it and various pots of unguents and scented oils and tinting powders, all of which were arranged in neat rows. Darius pulled open a drawer and let out a soft curse. Jewelry cases. Flat leather jewelry cases. He picked one up, popped the golden clasp, and lifted the lid. Diamonds gleamed in the candlelight. As Darius returned the box to its comrades, Torment stopped in the doorway, his eyes focusing on the fine woven rug that was done in peaches, yellows, and reds. The faint blush on the male's face made Darius sad for some reason. "You've never been in a female's boudoir, then?" Torment got even redder. "Ah, no, sire." Darius motioned with his hand. "Well, this is business. Best to put aside any shyness." Torment cleared his throat. "Yes, of course." Darius went over to the two sets of French doors. Both opened onto a terrace, and he went out with Torment right on his heels. "You can see through the distant trees," the boy murmured, walking to the balcony. Indeed, one could. Through the spindly arms of the leafless branches, the mansion on another property was visible. The great house was of comparable size and distinction, with fine metalwork on its turrets and gracious grounds. But as far as Darius was aware, it was not inhabited by vampires. He turned away and walked the length of the terrace, inspecting all the windows and all the doors and all of the handles, hinges, and locks. There had been no kind of break-in, and given how cold it was, she wouldn't have tallied with anything wide open to the elements. Which meant she had either left of her own volition, or let whoever had taken her in. Assuming the entrance had been gained up here. He looked through the glass into her rooms, trying to imagine what had transpired. To hell with the ingress, the exit was more the point, wasn't it? Highly unlikely the abductor would have dragged her out through the house. She must have been spirited away during darkness, or else she would have been burned to ash, and there were always people out and about during the night hours. No, he thought. They had to have left from the suite of rooms. Torment spoke up. Nothing is disturbed inside or out. No scratches on the floors or marks on the wall, which means she may well have let them in and not struggled over much. Darius went back inside and picked up the hairbrush. Fine strands of pale hair were caught in the stiff bristles. Not a surprise, as both of the parents were fair. The question was, what caused a female of worth to bolt out of her family's house right before dawn, leaving nothing in her wake? And taking nothing with her? One answer came to mind, a male. Fathers didn't necessarily know all of their daughters' lives, did they? Darius stared out into the night, tracing the grounds and the trees. And the mansion next door. Threads. There were threads to the mystery herein. The answer he was searching for was here somewhere. He just had to stitch it all together. "Where to?" Torment asked. "We shall confer with the servants. Privately. For the most part, in houses such as this one, the doggen would never dream of speaking anything out of turn. But these were not normal circumstances, and it was entirely possible that pity and compassion for the poor female would override the staff's reticence. And sometimes the back of the house knew things the front did not. Darius turned away and strode for the door. "We shall become lost now." Lost? They stepped out together, and Darius looked up and down the hallway. "Indeed. Come this way." He chose the left because, in the opposite direction, there was a set of double doors that led out onto another second-story terrace, so it was obvious the staff stairwell wasn't down there. As they walked along, passing many well-appointed rooms, his heart ached such that his breath became tight. After 2 decades, his losses registered still. His fall from his station echoing as yet along the bones of his body. His mother he missed the most. 'Twas true. And behind that pain was the demise of the civilized life he had once lived. He did what he was trained and born to do for the race, and he fed certain indulgences, and he had earned a respect from his comrades at war. But there was no joy for him in this existence of his. No wonder. No captivation. Had it all just been about pretty things to him? Was he that shallow? If he someday had a big, lovely house with countless rooms filled with fine things, would he be light of heart? No, he thought. Not if there was no one under the lofty ceilings. He missed people of like minds living together, a community held within stout walls, a group that was family both by blood and choice. Indeed, the Brotherhood did not live together, as it was viewed by Wrath the Fair as a risk to the race. If their position was compromised to the enemy in some way, all of them would be exposed. Darius could understand the thinking, but he wasn't sure he agreed with it. If humans could live in fortified castles among their own battlefields, vampires could do the same. Although the lessening society was a far more dangerous foe, to be accurate. After going along the corridor for some time, they finally encountered what he had hoped to find. A flap panel to a back stairwell that was utterly unadorned. Following the pine steps downward, they went into a small kitchen, and their emergence stopped the meal that was in progress at the long oak table across the way. The assembled doggen dropped their mugs of ale and chunks of bread and shot to their feet. "Verily, resume your imbibing," Darius said, urging them with his hands to sit back down. "We should wish to speak to the second-floor steward and the daughter's personal maid." All resumed their places along the benches save for two, a female with white hair and a young male with a kind face. "If you could suggest a place of some privacy?" Darius said to the steward. "We have a sitting room through there." He nodded toward a door by the hearth. "You shall have what you seek therein." Darius nodded and addressed the maid, who was pale and shaky, as if she were in trouble. "You have done naught wrong, dear one. Come, this shall be quick and painless, I assure you." Better to start with her. He wasn't sure whether she would make it through waiting for them to finish with the steward. Torment opened the way, and in the three of them went to a parlor with as much character as a blank sheaf of parchment. As was always true in big estates, the family's rooms were done up to luxurious effect, and the staffs were nothing but utility. 21. As Rev's Bentley pulled off Route 149 north and eased onto a narrow dirt road, John leaned forward toward the windshield. The headlights hit bare tree trunks as the sedan snaked closer and closer to the river, the landscape overgrown and unwelcoming. The small hunting cabin that was revealed was absolutely, positively nothing worth noticing. Small, dark, and unassuming with a detached garage, it was rustic but in perfect condition. He had the car door open before the Bentley was in park, and he was walking for the front entrance before Rev was out from behind the wheel. The overriding sense of dread he got was actually a good sign. He'd felt the same thing up at the Symphoth camp, and it made sense that she would protect her private quarters with a similar force field. The sound of his boots was loud in his ears as he crossed the packed earth of the drive, and then all went quiet as he hit the scruffy brown grass of the shallow lawn. He didn't knock, but reached for the knob and willed the lock free. Except, it didn't budge. "You're not going to be able to get in there with your head." Rev came up with a copper key, put the thing to use, and opened the way. As the stout, solid door was pushed aside, John frowned into the darkness and cocked his head, expecting an alarm to go off. "She doesn't believe in them," Rev said quietly before catching John as he went to rush in. On a louder note, the male called out, "Shex? Shex? Put the gun down, it's me and John." His voice didn't sound right somehow, John thought, and there was no reply. Rev hit the lights and released John's arm as they both went inside. The kitchen was nothing but a stretch of galley with the bare essentials: gas oven, older refrigerator, stainless steel sink that was functional, not chic. But everything was spotless, and there was no clutter at all. No mail, no magazines. No weapons left out. Musty. The air was still and musty. Across the way there was a single large room with a bank of windows that faced the water. Furniture was minimal, nothing but two wicker chairs, a rattan couch, and a short table. Rev walked right through, heading for a single closed door to the right. "Shex," again with that voice. And then the male put his palm on the jamb and leaned into the panels, closing his eyes. On a shudder, Rev's huge shoulders lowered. She wasn't there. John strode forward and went for the handle, pushing his way into her bedroom. Empty. And so was the bathroom beyond. God damn it. Rev turned on his heel and strode off. When a door slammed on the riverside of the cabin, John figured the guy had gone out onto the porch and was staring at the water. John cursed in his head as he looked around. Everything was neat and tidy. Nothing out of place. No windows cracked for fresh air or doors that had been recently opened. The fine dust on the knobs and the fastenings told him that. She might have been here, but she was gone now. And if she had come, she hadn't stayed long or done much because he could detect nothing of her scent. He felt like he'd lost her all over again. Christ, he'd thought that her being alive would be enough to carry him through, but the idea she was somewhere on the planet and yet not with him was strangely crippling. Plus he felt blinded by the situation. He still didn't know the hows and whats and wheres of any of it. Flat out sucked, to be honest. Eventually, he went out to join Rev on the little porch. Grabbing his pad, he scribbled quickly and prayed to hell the Symphoth could understand where he was coming from. Rev looked over his shoulder and read what John held up. After a moment, he said, "Yeah, sure. I'll just tell them she wasn't here and you came with me to go eat at Iam's place. It'll buy you a good 3-4 hours of space minimum." John put his palm over his pec and bowed deeply. "Just don't go out fighting. I don't need to know where you're going, that's your biz. But if you get yourself killed, I got 99 problems and you're the biggest one of them." Rev looked back out to the river. "And don't worry about her. She's done this once before. This is the second time she's been taken away like that." John's hand snatched out and grabbed hard onto the male's forearm. Rev didn't even flinch. Then again, there were rumors he couldn't feel anything because of what he did to control his Symphoth side. "Yup. This is number 2. She and Murder had been going together." As John's fangs made an appearance, Rev smiled a little. "That's long past. No need to worry there. But she ended up heading to the colony for family reasons. They played her though and wouldn't let her out. When Murder went up to get her, the Symphoth snatched him as well, and shit got critical. I had to make a bargain to get them both out, but her family sold her at the last second, right out from under my nose." John swallowed hard and signed without thinking. "To who?" "Humans. She got herself free, though, just like she did this time. And then she went away for a while." Now Rev's amethyst eyes flashed. She'd always been tough, but after whatever those humans did to her, she got hard. "When?" John mouthed. "Some 20 years ago." Rev resumed staring out at the water. FYI, she wasn't kidding in that message. She's not going to appreciate anyone coming in and being her hero with Lash. She's going to have to do that herself. You want to help the situation? Let her come to you when she's ready and stay out of her way. Yeah, well, she probably wasn't going to be in a hurry to text his ass, John thought. And as for the Lash thing? He wasn't sure he could let that one go. Even for her. To cut off his own thinking, John put out his palm. The two of them met chest to chest in a brief hug, and then John dematerialized. When he took form, he was back at the Extreme Park, behind the shed, looking out over the empty ramps and bowls. The head drug pusher wasn't back. No skating either. Both made sense. Raid the night before with a shitload of cops coming? To say nothing of the bullet shower? Place was going to be a ghost town for a while. John leaned against rough wood, his senses alert. He was aware of time passing, both because of the position of the moon pinwheeling in an arc overhead, and because his brain downshifted from manic spin to a more reasonable churn, which still sucked but was easier to sit with. She was out and he didn't even know what condition she was in. Was she hurt? Did she need to feed? Did. Right? Time to stop playing that loop. And he probably should take off. Wrath had been pretty damned clear about that no fighting without Quinn business, and this would still be considered a hot spot for the enemy. Abruptly, he realized where he had to go. Pushing himself out of his lean, he paused and looked around with a frown. The sensation of being watched, of being followed, cloaked him once again just like it had back at that tat shop. Tonight, however, he just didn't have the energy to support a good dose of paranoia, so he simply dematerialized, figuring whoever or whatever it was would either track him again or he'd lose them in ether, and he didn't care which it would be. He was pretty fucking worn out. When he took form again, he was a mere handful of blocks from where he'd done the number on that lesser the night before. From the inner pocket of his leather jacket, he took out a copper key that was just like the one Rev had put to use on the hunting cabin. He'd had the thing for about a month and a half. Shex had given it to him the night he had told her she could trust him with her Symphoth secret, and like her Chillaches, he took it with him wherever he went. Ducking under the stairs of a brownstone, he inserted the sliver of metal and opened the door. The lights in the basement hall were motion-activated, and the stretch of whitewashed stone was instantly illuminated. He was careful to lock up behind himself, and then he went down to the only door. She had given him sanctuary in this private place once before, had granted him access to her basement room when he had needed to be alone, and when he'd taken advantage of the hospitality, it had led to her taking his virginity. She'd refused to kiss him, though. The same key worked in the door to the bedroom, the locking mechanism shifting smoothly. As he swung the metal panels wide, the light came on and he stepped in. John died a little at what he saw on the bed. His heart and breath stopped, his brain waves ceased, his blood froze in his veins. Shex's bare-naked body was curled up on the sheets. As the room was flooded with illumination, her hand tightened on the gun that lay flat on the mattress and was pointed at the door. She didn't have the strength to lift either her head or the weapon, but he was highly confident she could pull that trigger. Raising up his arms and showing his palms, he stepped to the side and kicked the door shut to protect her. Her voice was barely a whisper. "John." A single, blood-red tear pooled in the eye he could see, and he watched it slowly ease over the bridge of her nose and drop onto the pillow. Her hand retreated from the weapon and went to her face, moving inch by inch as if it took all she had in her to draw it upward. She covered herself the only way she was able, her shield of palm and fingers hiding her tears from him. She was marked all over with welts and bruises in various stages of healing, and she'd lost so much weight, her bones seemed about to break through her flesh. Her skin was gray instead of a healthy pink, and her natural scent was nearly non-existent. She was dying. The horror of it all weakened his knees to the point that he listed and had to catch himself back against the door. But even as he wobbled, his mind kicked into gear. Doc Jane needed to come look at her, and Shex needed to feed. They didn't have a lot of time left. If she was going to live, he was going to have to take charge here. John ripped off his leather jacket and yanked up his sleeve as he headed to her. The first thing he did was gently cover her nakedness by folding the top sheet across her. The second was shoving his cocked wrist right up to her mouth and waiting for her instincts to take over. Her mind might not want him, but her body was not going to be able to resist what he had to offer. Survival always won out over matters of the heart. He was living proof of it. 22. Shex felt a soft brush across her shoulder and hip as John drew the sheet around her. From behind the shelter of her hand, she inhaled, and all she smelled was good, clean, healthy male. And the scent stirred hunger deep in her gut, her appetite and needs waking from their slumber with a roar. And that was before John put his wrist up so close she could kiss it. Her sympath instincts snaked out and read his emotions. Calm and purposeful, utterly tight in the head and the heart, John was going to save her ass if it was the last thing he did. "John," she whispered. The problem with this situation, well, one of them, was that he wasn't alone in knowing how close to death she was. Her anger at Lash had been a sustenance while she'd been jailed and abused, and she'd thought it would have kept her going outside as well. But the instant she'd made the call to Rev, all her energy had drained out of her and left her nothing but a heartbeat. And not much of one at that. John moved his wrist even closer, so that his skin brushed against her mouth. Her fangs elongated in a sluggish push at the same time her heart hiccuped like it wasn't working right. She had a choice in this quiet, charged moment: take his vein and stick around, deny him and die in front of him in the next hour or so, because he was going nowhere. Moving her hand from her face, she shifted her eyes to him. He was as beautiful as always, his face the kind of thing females dreamed of. Lifting her palm, she reached up to him. Surprise flared in his eyes, and then he bent down so that her hand landed against his warm cheek. The effort of keeping her arm elevated proved to be too much, but as her fingers trembled, he put his own palm over hers, holding it in place. His deep blue eyes were a kind of heaven, the color like that of a warm, darkening sky. She had a decision to make here. Take his vein or... As she couldn't find the energy to finish the thought, she felt as though she'd lost herself. Going by the fact that she appeared to be conscious, she guessed she was alive, and yet she wasn't in her own skin. Her fight was long gone. 2 trips around the prisoner park had taken her too far down. So, what to do? She licked her dry lips. She hadn't been born on any terms she would have chosen or volunteered for, and her time of breathing and eating and fighting and fucking hadn't improved where she'd started from. She could, however, leave on her terms and do so after she had put things right. Yeah, that was the answer. Thanks to the last 3.5 weeks, she had one hell of a bucket list. Granted, there was only a single entry on it, but sometimes that was enough to motivate you. In a rush of resolve, her hard outer skin reformed, the odd floaty feeling that had fogged her out dissipating and leaving a sharp awareness in its wake. Abruptly, she pulled her hand out from under John's, and the withdrawal spiked a flare of pure, silvery fear on his emotional grid. But then she drew his wrist to her and bared her fangs. His triumph was a heat wave. At least until it became apparent that she didn't have the strength to break his skin. Her incisors did nothing but scratch his surface. John was on it, though. With a fast move, he punctured his own vein and brought the source of him to her lips. The first taste was a transformation. His blood was so pure it blazed in her mouth and down her throat, and the fire it ignited in her stomach tore throughout her body, thawing her, enlivening her, saving her. With greedy pulls she took from him to revive herself, each swallow a life raft for her to crawl into, each draw a rope slung over the cliff of her demise, each pull on his vein the compass she needed to find the trail back home. And he gave without expectation or hope or the stirrings of emotions, which even in her frenzy caused her pain. She had well and truly broken his heart. There was nothing left for him to anticipate with. But she had not broken him, and didn't that make her respect the guy like nothing else could? As she fed, time flowed as his blood did, into the infinite and into her. When she finally had taken her fill, she released her seal on his skin and licked the wound closed. The shaking started soon thereafter. It began in her hands and feet and quickly centralized in her chest, the uncontrollable tremors rattling her teeth and her brain and her vision until she felt as though she was a limp sock thrown in a dryer. Through the trembling, she caught sight of John taking his cell phone out of his jacket. She tried to snag his shirt. No. Dee don't. He ignored her, cocking the damn thing and texting. Fuck, she groaned. When he clipped the phone shut, she said, why you try to take me to Havers right and no not gonna GG go well. Her fear of clinics and medical procedures was going to throw her right over the edge, and thanks to him, she now had the energy to do something with her panic. And wasn't that going to be a joy for all of them to handle? John took out a pad and scribbled something. He turned the thing around and then left a moment later, and all she could do was close her eyes as the door shut. Parting her lips, she breathed through her mouth and wondered if she had enough energy to get up, get dressed, and head out before John's bright idea showed up. Quick check told her that was a no-go. If she couldn't lift her head and hold it off the pillow for more than a second and a half, she was fucked for getting vertical. It didn't take John long to come back in with Doc Jane, the Black Dagger Brotherhood's personal physician. The ghostly female had a black bag with her and exuded the kind of medical competence that Shex valued but would infinitely have preferred to be applied to others and not herself. Doc Jane approached and put her stuff down on the floor. Her white jacket and her scrubs were solid to the eye, though her hands and face were translucent. That all changed, however, as she sat on the edge of the bed. Everything about her took form, and the hand she laid upon Shex's arm was warm and weighted. Even the compassionate doctor made Shex's skin crawl, however. She really didn't want to be touched by anyone. As the good doctor removed her hand, she had a feeling the female knew that. Before you tell me to go, a few things you should know. First of all, I will not divulge your location to anyone, and I will not share whatever you tell me or whatever I find with anybody. I will have to report that I've seen you to Wrath, but any clinical findings are yours and yours alone. Sounded good. In theory. But she didn't want the female anywhere near her with what was in that black bag. Doc Jane went on. Second, I don't know a damn thing about symphyts. So if there's something anatomically distinct or significant to that half of you, I'm not going to necessarily know how to treat it. Do you still consent to be seen by me? Shex cleared her throat and tried to lock her shoulders so she didn't shake so much. I don't want to be seen. That's what John said. But you've been through a trauma. It wasn't that bad. She sensed John's emotional response to that from the corner, but didn't have the energy to tease out the details of what he was feeling. And I'm fine. Then you should view this as simply a formality. Do I look like someone who's formal? Doc Jane's forest green stare narrowed. You look like someone who's been beaten, hasn't fed properly, and hasn't slept. Unless you want to tell me that purple bruise on your shoulder is makeup, and those bags under your eyes are a mirage. Shex was well familiar with people who wouldn't accept no for an answer for shit's sake. She'd worked with Rev for years, and going by that hard, level tone, it was pretty damn clear that the doctor was going to have her way or she wasn't leaving. Ever. GGG, goddammit. FYI, the sooner we start, the sooner it's over. Shex glanced at John, thinking that if she had to be seen, he was so not a value add. He really didn't need to know anything more than what he'd probably guessed about the condition she was in. The doctor looked over her shoulder. John, will you please wait in the hall? John ducked his head and bowed out of the room, the tremendous spread of his back disappearing through the door. When the lock clicked into place, the good doctor opened that fucking bag of hers, and the stethoscope and the blood pressure cuff were the first to come out. "I'm just going to listen to your heart," the female said, putting the wishbone up to her ears. The sight of the medical instruments was gasoline to Shex's shivers, and as out of it as she was, she cringed away. Doc Jane paused. "I'm not going to hurt you, and I won't do anything you don't want me to do." Shex closed her eyes and rolled over onto her back. Every muscle in her body hurt all of a sudden. "Let's just get this over with." As the sheet lifted, a draft of cold air breathed over her skin and the cool disc was placed against her sternum. Flashbacks threatened to send her on a screamer coaster, and she stared up at the ceiling, just trying to keep herself from levitating off the frickin' mattress. "Be fast, DD Doc." She could hold the panic back for only so long. "Could you take a deep breath for me?" Shex did the best she could and ended up wincing. Clearly, one or more of her ribs were broken, probably from her hitting the wall outside of that bedroom. "Can you sit up?" Doc Jane asked. Shex groaned a curse as she tried to push her torso off the bed and failed. Doc Jane ended up having to help her, and when the doctor got a load of her back, she hissed a little. "It doesn't hurt that bad," Shex spit out. "Somehow I doubt that." Again with the metal disc going around. "Breath as deep as you can without hurting yourself." Shex gave it a shot and was relieved when the doc's kind hand urged her back against the pillows and the sheet was floated into place once more. "May I check your arms and legs for injury?" When Shex shrugged, Doc Jane put her stethoscope aside and moved down the bed. There was another draft as the sheet was drawn back, and then the other female hesitated. "Very deep ligation marks around your ankles," the doctor murmured almost to herself. Well, that was because Lash had tied her up with wire sometimes. Lot of bruising. Shex stopped the inspection when the sheet was pushed up to her hips. "Let's just say they go all the way north, 'kay?" Doc Jane resettled the sheet where it had been. "Can I palpate your belly?" "Knock yourself out." Shex stiffened at the idea of being uncovered again, but Doc Jane just stretched the sheet flat and pushed and prodded. Unfortunately, there was no hiding the winces, especially as things headed to her lower stomach. The doc settled back and stared straight into Shex's eyes. "Any chance you'll let me do an internal exam on you?" "Internal as in?" As she got the meaning, Shex shook her head. "Nope, not going to happen." "Were you sexually assaulted?" "No." Doc Jane nodded once. "Is there anything I need to know that you haven't told me? Pain in any particular place?" "I'm fine." "You're bleeding. I'm not sure you're aware of it, but you're bleeding." Shex frowned and looked at her trembling arms. "There's fresh blood on the insides of your thighs, which is why I asked if I could do the internal exam." Shex felt a wash of dread come over her. "I'll ask you one more time. Were you sexually assaulted?" There was no emotion behind the clinical words, and the doctor had guessed right. Shex wouldn't have been interested in any hysteria or drippy, over-the-top pity. When she didn't reply, Doc Jane read into the silence correctly and said, "Any chance you could be pregnant?" Oh, God. Symphyth cycles were weird and unpredictable, and she'd been so caught up in the drama of the capture and captivity, she hadn't even thought about the repercussions. At that moment, she despised being a female. She truly did. "I don't know." Doc Jane nodded once. "How can you tell if you are?" Shex just shook her head. "There's no way I am. My body's been through too much. Let me do the internal, okay? Just to be certain there's nothing going on that I can feel inside. And then I'd like to take you to the Brotherhood compound and do an ultrasound on you. You were really uncomfortable when I went over your belly. I had V come with a car. Hey, should almost be here by now." Shex was barely hearing a word that was being spoken to her. She was too busy tracing back over the last couple weeks. She'd been with John the day before the abduction. That last time. Maybe. If she was pregnant, she flat out refused to believe it had anything to do with Lash. That would just be too cruel. Too fucking cruel. Besides, maybe there was another reason for the bleeding. Like a miscarriage, part of her brain insisted on pointing out. "Do it," Shex said. "But make it quick. I don't deal well with this shit, and I'm going to flip out on you if it takes longer than a few minutes." "I'll be fast." As she closed her eyes and braced herself, a quick slideshow set up shop in her head. Flash, her body on a stainless steel table in a tiled room. Flash, her ankles and wrists locked in place. Flash, human doctors with spastic, looky-here eyes coming at her. Flash, a video camera in her face and panning down. Flash, a scalpel catching the light from above. Snap! Snap! Her lids flipped open at the sounds because she was unsure whether what she'd heard was in her head or in the room. It was the latter. Doc Jane had her latex gloves on. "I'll be gentle," Jane said. Which would be a relative term, of course. Shex fisted the sheets and felt the muscles that ran up her inner thighs spasm as she went rigid from head to toe. The good news with the frozen stiff act was that it cured her of that stutter. "I'd rather you be fast. Shex, I want you to look right at me. Right now." Shex's scattered stare swung around. "What?" "Hold my eyes. Right here." The doctor pointed to her peepers. "Hold, M. You lock on my face and know that I've had this done to me, okay? I know exactly what I'm doing and not just because I've been trained." Shex forced herself to focus and, Jesus, it did help. Meeting that evergreen stare did help. "You'll feel it." "Excuse me?" Shex cleared her throat. "If I'm pregnant, you'll feel it." "How?" "When you. There'll be a pattern. Inside. It won't." She took a shallow breath, drawing on the tales she'd heard from her father's people. "The walls won't be smooth." Doc Jane didn't even blink. "Got it. You ready?" "No, yes." Shex was in a cold sweat by the time it was over, and that rib she'd broken was screaming from her sawing gulps of air. "Tell me," she said hoarsely. 23. "I'm telling you. Eliyahu is alive. Eliyahu Raboon. He's alive." Standing in his room at the Rathbone mansion, Gregwin stared out the window at some of South Carolina's signature Spanish moss. In the moonlight, the shit was creepy as a shadow thrown by no discernible object. Or body. "Greg, did you hear me?" After rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, he looked over his shoulder at his nubile young narrator. Holly Fleet was just inside the door, her long blonde hair pulled straight back from her makeup-less face, her eyes not nearly as wide or captivating without the false lashes or the sparkly stuff she wore on camera. But the pink silk robe did nothing, absolutely nothing to hide her banging body. And she was practically vibrating. Her inner tuning fork struck by one hell of a ringer. "You are aware," Greg drawled, "that the SOB died over 150 years ago. Then his ghost is really here. Ghosts don't exist." Greg turned back to the view. "You of all people should know that. This one does. And you woke me up at 1 a.m. to tell me this?" Not a good move on her part. They'd all gotten next to no sleep the night before, and he'd spent the day pushing and shoving on the phone to LA. He'd hit the pillow an hour ago, not expecting to crash, but fortunately his body had had different plans. Either that or his brain was telling him to give it up because shit was not going well. That butler was refusing to budge on the permission thing. Both of Greg's reapproaches had been shut down, the one at breakfast politely declined, the one at dinner flat out ignored. Meanwhile, they had some great footage that he'd already sent in. Thanks to the evocative shots captured on the sly, the brass had given him the go-ahead to switch the special's location, but they were pressuring him for a pre-sell cut they could broadcast ASAP. Which couldn't happen until the butler relented. "Hello?" Holly snapped. "Are you listening to me?" "What?" "I want to go." He frowned, thinking she didn't have the brains to be frightened by anything short of an 18-wheeler with her name on the front grille. "Go where?" "Back to LA." He nearly recoiled. "LA? Are you kidding? Okay, so not going to happen. Unless you want to get on orbits and ship yourself back like a piece of luggage. We have a job to do here." Which, given the hair across the butler's S, included a lot of doctoring and begging. The latter being Holly's milieu. And actually, if she was scared, that worked to an advantage. She could leverage fear with the guy. Men normally responded well to that kind of thing, especially proper gentleman types who surely channeled chivalry through every one of their dry, spindly bones. Holly pulled the silk lapels closer to her neck, so that the front of the robe stretched tight against her hard nipples. "I'm freaking out. If this was a ploy to get him into bed. He wasn't that tired. Come here." He held out his arms, and as she came forward and put her body against his, he smiled as he stared over her head. God, she smelled good. Not that flowery shit she usually wore, but something darker. "Nice. Baby, you know you've got to stay with us. I need you to work your magic." Outside, the Spanish moss swayed in the breeze, the moonlight catching it and creating the illusion of chiffon so that the trees looked like they were begowned. "Something's not right here," she said into his chest. Down below, on the lawn, a lone figure ambled into view. Clearly, Stan going for a stoner stroll. Greg shook his head. "The only thing that's not right is that damn butler." Don't you want to be famous? A special here's going to open doors for you. You could be hosting Dancing with the Stars next. Or Big Brother. He could tell he'd gotten her attention, because her body relaxed, and to help her along, he rubbed her back. That's my girl. He watched Stan wander along, hands in pockets, head looking away from the house, long hair moving in the wind. Another couple of yards, and he was going to be bathed in moonlight as he stepped out from under the trees. Now, I want you to stay here with me like I said. You of all people should know these ghost stories are never anything more than creaking floorboards. We have a job just because people want to believe in creepy shit. As if on cue, someone came up the stairs, the soft footfalls accompanied by some real Vincent Price specials, the whines and groans of the old wood penetrating the quiet. Is that what you're afraid of? Just some bumps in the night, he said, pulling away and looking down at her. Her plump lips brought back some very fine memories, and he brushed her mouth with his thumb, thinking that maybe she'd gotten more silicone pushed into them. They seemed extra puffy and pretty. No, she whispered. It's not that. So why do you think there's a ghost? A knock on the door sounded out and Stan's voice was muffled. Are you two fucking, or can I go to bed now? Greg frowned and whipped his head toward the window. That lone figure stepped out into the wash of moonlight and disappeared right into thin air. Because I just had sex with him, Holly said. I had sex with Eliahu Raboon. 24. Outside in the basement hallway at Shex's, John was wearing a path in the stone floor. Up and back. Up and back. While he heard absolutely nothing through the door to the bedroom. Which he supposed was a good thing. No screaming or curses hopefully meant that Doc Jane's exam wasn't causing pain. He texted revenge and told the mail that Shex had been found and they were going to try to get her back to the compound. He didn't mention the basement place, however. Clearly she wanted to keep this private, because if Rev had known about it, the guy would have insisted on coming here after she wasn't at the hunting cabin. After checking his watch, John raked his hands through his hair again and wondered how bonded males like Wrath and Rage and Z handled shit like this. Christ, Z had to go through watching Bella give birth. How the hell did they? The door opened and he wheeled around, his soles squeaking on the floor. Doc Jane was grim. She's agreed to go to the compound. V should be outside waiting in the Escalade and you see if he's there. John signed. Is she okay? She's been through a lot. Go check if the car's there, will you? And you're going to have to carry her out, okay? I don't want her walking and I'm not using a stretcher because we don't need to cause a scene on the street. John didn't fuck around and bolted out of the basement. Right on the curb, with lights off but the engine running, was the SUV. Behind the wheel, there was a flare of orange as V took an inhale from his hand rolled. The brother put his window down. We taking her in? John nodded once and rushed back inside. When he came up to the door of Shex's room, it was closed, so he knocked softly. 1 minute, Doc Jane called out, her voice muffled. Okay. He opened up and found Shex still on her side. A towel had been wrapped around her and a fresh sheet draped her from head to foot. Christ. He wished her skin offered a little more contrast to all that white shit. John approached and thought it was odd. He'd never seen himself as taller than her before. Now he towered, and not just because she was prone. I'm gonna pick you up now, he signed while mouthing the words. Her eyes locked on his and then she nodded and tried to sit up. As she struggled, he bent down and scooped her into his arms. She didn't weigh enough. When he straightened, Doc Jane quickly flipped the covers on the bed into a fold and motioned toward the door. The stiffness in Shex's body was costing her energy and he wanted to tell her to relax, but even if he'd had a voice, that would have been a waste. She wasn't the kind to be carried under any circumstances by anyone. At least, normally. The corridor seemed 12 miles long, and outside, the 3 yards that it took for him to cross the sidewalk to the SUV was twice that far. V hopped out from behind the wheel and opened the rear door. She can stretch out here. I put down blankets before I left. John nodded and went to lay her on the soft nest that had been made. Her hand reached up and locked onto his shoulder. Stay with me. Please. He froze for a split second, and then with brute strength, he stepped up and in while keeping his hold on her. Settling in was awkward, but eventually he got them situated against the wall of the car's interior with his legs bent at the knees and her in his lap, cradled against his chest. The doors were shut, and then there were 2 more thunches and a roar of the engine. Through the darkened windows, lights flared and receded as they sped out of town. As Shex started to shiver, he wrapped his arms more tightly around her, keeping her flush against his body and willing his warmth to go into her. And maybe it worked, because after a moment she laid her head against his pec and the trembling eased off. God. He had wanted her in his arms for so long. Had imagined it and envisioned scenarios where it happened. This was so not it. He inhaled deeply, intending to let out a sigh. And caught the scent he was throwing off. Dark spices. The kind he smelled on the brothers when their shellins were around. The kind that meant his body was weighing in on his emotions and there was no going back. Damn him to hell. There was no hiding the bonding and no stopping it. All along, since he'd first met her, he'd been inching closer and closer to that cliff, and clearly he'd pitched over the side of it when she'd fed from him. "John?" she whispered. He tapped lightly on her shoulder so she knew he'd heard her. "Thank you." He put his cheek down on her hair and nodded his head so she could feel it. When she pulled herself out from under, he wasn't surprised, at least not until he realized that she wanted to look up at him. Oh Jesus, he hated the expression on her gaunt face. She was afraid to the point of terror. Her deep gray eyes the color of flat asphalt. "You're okay," he mouthed. "You're going to be okay." "Am I?" Her eyes squeezed shut. "Am I really?" If he had anything to do with it, shit, yeah. Her lids popped open again. "I'm so sorry," she said hoarsely. "What for?" "Everything. Treating you like I did. Being who I am. You deserve so much better. I'm really sorry." Her voice cracked at the end, and as she started to blink, she laid her head back down and put her palm right on his beating heart. It was moments like this when he desperately wished he could speak. After all, it wasn't like he was going to shuffle her around so he could get to his frickin' pad of paper. In the end, he just held her with care because that was all he had to offer. And he wasn't mistaking this exchange for what it wasn't. An apology wasn't a declaration of love, and it wasn't even necessary because he'd all but forgiven her anyway. Yet it helped him somehow. It was still a far distance from the way he'd hoped things would have gone between them, but it was a damn lot better than nothing. John tugged the sheet up higher on her shoulder, then let his head fall back. Staring out of the darkened window, his eyes searched the stars that dotted the dense, velvety black of the night sky. Funny, felt like heaven was up against his chest instead of all above the whole world. Shex was alive. And in his arms. And he was taking her home. Yup. All in all, things could have been a fuckload worse. 25. Lash would later reflect that you never knew who you were going to cross tracks with. You just never knew how a simple decision to go left or right at a corner would change things. Sometimes the choices didn't matter. Others took you into unexpected places. At the current moment, however, he had yet to come to that realization. He was just out in farm country driving along, thinking about the time. Just a little past 1. How much longer? Lash glanced across the interior of the Mercedes. The prostitute he'd picked up in an alley downtown was sufficiently good looking and had enough silicone in her to do porn, but Plastic Fantastic's drug habit had left her bony and twitchy. Desperate, too. So strung out it had taken only $100 bill to get her into the AMG on the way to a party. Not far, he replied, refocusing on the road ahead. He was disappointed as shit. When he'd played this out in his head, Shex was bound and gagged in the back seat, much more romantic. Instead, he was stuck with this nasty hood rat. But he couldn't fight the reality he was in. He needed to feed, and his father was expecting some business to be done, and finding Shex was going to require more time than there was to spare. Among the worst of the concessions was that this bitch riding shotgun was a human. Far less useful than a female vampire, but he was hoping her ovaries worked in his favor when it came to sucking her blood. More to the point, he hadn't been able to find one of his kind in a skirt. "You know," she said with a slur, "I used to model." "Really?" "Down in Manhattan. But you know those bastards. They don't really care about you. They just want to use you, you know. Right?" First, she needed to forget she'd ever heard the phrase, you know. And second, like she was doing so much better on her own up in Caldwell. "I like your car." "Thanks," he muttered. She leaned over, her breasts bunching up over the pink vest she had on. The thing had grease smudges from dirty hands on the sides, like she hadn't washed it for a couple of days, and she smelled like fake cherries, BO, and crack smoke. "You know, I like you." Her hand went to his thigh, and then her head went down into his lap. When he felt her rooting around for his zipper, he grabbed a hunk of bleach blonde tangle and yanked her back up. She didn't even notice the pain. "Let's not start this now," he said. "We're almost there." The woman licked her lips. "Sure. Okay." The shorn fields on either side of the road were washed in moonlight, and the clapboard houses that dotted the scruffy patches glowed white. Most places had a porch light on and that was it. Around here, anything after midnight was way away past bedtime for these folks. Which was part of the reason it made sense to have an outpost here in the land of hot apple pie and American flags. 5 minutes later, they pulled up to the farmhouse and parked close to the front door. "No one else is here," she said. "We the first ones?" "Yeah." He reached forward to turn off the engine. "Let's." The clicking sound next to his ear had him freezing. The prostitute's voice was no longer fuzzy. "Get out of the car, motherfucker." Lash swiveled his head around and all but French-kissed the muzzle of a 9mm. On the other end of the weapon, the whore's hands were stone-steady and her eyes burned with the kind of canny smarts he had to respect. "Surprise, surprise," he thought. "Get out," she snapped. He smiled slowly. "You ever shot that thing before?" "Loads." She didn't blink. "And I don't have a problem with blood." "Ah. Well, good for you. Get out." "So what's the plan here?" "Order me from the car. Shoot me in the head and leave me for dead. Take the Mercedes, my watch, and my wallet." "And what's in your trunk?" "You need a spare tire? You know, you can buy one at any Firestone or Goodyear outlet. Just FYI. You think I don't know who you are?" Oh, he was quite fucking sure she hadn't a clue. "Why don't you tell me? I've seen this car. I've seen you. I've bought your drugs. A customer. How sweet. Get out." When he didn't move, she shifted the gun an inch to the side and pulled the trigger. As the bullet blew out the window behind him, he got pissed. It was one thing to play around, another to cause property damage. As she shifted the business end of the 9 back between his eyes, he dematerialized. Taking form around the other side of the car, he watched as she flipped out in her seat, looking all around, her frizzy hair flying this way and that. Ready to teach her a thing or two about plans, he ripped open her door and dragged her out by the arm. Getting control of the gun and her was the work of a moment, just a snatch and grab. And then he was tucking the 9 into his belt at the small of his back and cranking her into a choke hold against his chest. What? You told me to get out of the car," he said into her ear. "So I did." Her slender body was all kinds of leaf in the wind weak, nothing but a shimmer in her cheapo whore clothes. Compared to the physical battles with Shex, this was a single breath versus a hurricane gale. What a bore. "Let's go inside," he murmured, lowering his mouth to her throat and running a fang up her jugular. "The other partygoers should be waiting for us." As she shrank away from him, her face turned around and he smiled, flashing his hardware. Her scream flushed an owl from its perch overhead, and to make sure she cut the hitchcocking, he slapped his free palm over her pole and forced her to the front door. Inside, the place smelled like death, thanks to the induction the night before and all the blood in the buckets. There was an advantage to the residual, however. As he willed the lights on and the chick got a look-see at the dining room, she went rigid with terror and then passed the fuck out. Damn good of her. Made getting her on the table and tied up splayed wide easy. After catching his breath, he took the buckets into the kitchen, rinsed them out in the sink, cleaned up the knives, and wished like hell Mr. D was still around to take care of the shit work. He was just putting the spray nozzle back where it belonged when it dawned on him the lesser they'd done the night before was nowhere to be seen. Taking the buckets into the dining room, he set them out under the whore's wrists and ankles and then did a quick double-check of the downstairs. When all he got was a whole lot of not there, he jogged up to the second floor. The closet door in the bedroom was open and there was a hanger on the bed like a shirt had been macked. Shower in the bath had fresh water dripping down its side walls. What the fuck? How in the hell did that guy take off? There hadn't been a car, so the only other option was walking out the lane. And then hitching a ride. Or hot-wiring one of these farmers' trucks. Lash went downstairs and found that the whore had come around and was fighting against the gag in her mouth, her eyes bugging as she writhed on the table. Won't be long, he told her, glancing down at her spindly legs. She had tattoos on both, but they were a hot mess with no theme at all, just random blotches, some of which you could maybe identify, others of which were ruined either by bad ranking or scars. Lot of butterflies done in neon, he supposed. Maybe that had been the plan at first. He paced around, going out to the kitchen and then coming back through the dining room and heading down the hall again. The sharp sound of stilettos knocking against the table and the squeak of bare skin faded into the distance as he wondered where the hell the new recruit was and why his father was late. Half an hour later, he still had a whole lot of nothing doing and he sent a mental ping to the other side. His father did not answer. Lash went upstairs and shut the door, thinking that maybe he wasn't concentrating properly because he was pissed off and frustrated. Sitting on the bed, he put his hands on his knees and calmed himself. When his heartbeat was slow and steady, he took a deep breath, pinged again. And got nothing. Maybe something had happened to the Omega? In a rush of emotion, he decided to go over to Dund himself. His molecules scrambled well enough, but when he tried to reform on the other plane of existence, he was blocked. Shut out. Denied. It was like hitting a solid wall. And as he bounced back to the crappy bedroom in the farmhouse, his body absorbed the shock on a wave of nausea. What the fuck? As his cell phone went off, he snatched it out of his suit coat pocket and frowned when he saw the number. Hello, he said. The giggle that came through was boyish. Hiya, asswipe. It's your new boss. Guess who just got promoted? By the way, your daddy says not to bother him anymore. Bad move asking about the ladies, you should know your father better than that. Oh, and I'm supposed to kill you now. See you soon. The new recruit started laughing, that sound punching through the connection, drilling into Lash's head as the call was ended. By the other party, she was not pregnant. At least not that Doc Jane knew. But courtesy of that happy little pause in Panicville, Shex didn't remember anything of the trip to the compound. The idea that there was even a chance she could have been. After all, she hadn't been wearing her silicand. Their purpose was to kill the sympath tendencies in her, including ovulation. What would she have done? Okay, moot point there, and she needed to cut that shit right out. God knew she had enough to worry about in the actually happening category. Breathing deep, she inhaled John's scent and concentrated on the strong, steady beat of his heart under her ear. It wasn't long before sleep took her hard, the combination of exhaustion, post-feeding loginess, and the need to piece out of life for a while carrying her into a deep, dreamless state in the back of the SUV. She woke up to the sensation of being lifted and her eyes opened. John was carrying her through some kind of parking area that, given the cave-like walls and ceiling, had to be underground. A massive steel door was opened by Vishouse, who seemed to be in a surprising mood to help, and on the far side was a nightmare. The long, anonymous hall had pale tile on the floor, concrete block walls, and a low ceiling that had fluorescent box lights in it. The past slid into place, the filter of prior experience replacing what was actually occurring with a remembered nightmare. In John's arms, her body went from weak to manic and she started to fight the hold on her, battling to get free. The commotion was instantaneous, people rushing toward her, a loud sound like a siren blaring. As it dimly occurred to her that her jaw hurt, she realized she was yelling. And then suddenly all she saw was John's face. He'd somehow managed to turn her around in his arms and they were nose to nose, eye to eye, his hands digging into her sides and her hips. With the sight of that institutional corridor replaced with his blue stare, the grab of the past was broken and she was caught by him. He didn't say a thing, just stayed still and let her look at him. It was exactly what she needed. She locked onto his eyes and used them to turn her brain off. When he nodded, she nodded back to him and he started moving forward again. From time to time, his stare flicked away from hers to check where they were going, but it always returned. It always came back. There were voices, a number of them, and a lot of doors opening and shutting, and then a whole lot of pale green tile. She was in an examination room, with a multi-light chandelier above her and all kinds of medical supplies in glass front cabinets everywhere she looked. As John put her on the table, she lost control of her reins again. Her lungs refused to do their job, as if the air were poisoned, and her eyes bounced around, hitting all kinds of panic triggers like equipment and instruments and the table. The table. Okay, we're losing her again. Doc Jane's tone was relentlessly level. John, get in there. John's face came back in close and Shex held on to his eyes. Shex. Doc Jane's voice came from over on the left. I'm going to give you a sedative. No drugs. The answer leaped out of her mouth. I'd rather be terrified than helpless. Her breath was painfully short and each impotent draw of her rib cage convinced her as nothing else could that life was about suffering more than it was about joy. There had been too many of these moments, too many times the pain and fear took over, too many dark shadows that didn't just lurk but sucked out all the illumination from the night in which she existed. Let me go. Let me go away. When John's eyes went wide, she realized that she'd found one of his knives, unsheathed it, and was trying to put it in his palm. Please let me go. I don't want to be here anymore. Put me out forever, please. Lot of frozen bodies around her and the lack of movement refocused her a little. Rage and Mary were in the corner. Rev was there. Vishouse and Zadist. No one was speaking or budging an inch. John took the dagger from her hand, and the removal was what made her cry. Because he wasn't going to use it. Not on her. Not now. Not ever. And she lacked the strength to do it herself. All at once, a tremendous emotion boiled in her gut, and as it expanded and pressure grew inside her body, she looked around frantically as shelves started to rattle and the computer over in the corner began to bounce on the desk. John was on it, though, and he was on it fast. He started to sign with the same kind of urgency she was feeling, and a moment later everyone left. Except for him. Trying desperately not to explode, she looked down at her hands. They were shaking so badly they were like the wings of a fly. And it was when she was staring at them that she hit bottom. The scream peeled out of her and the sound was utterly foreign, all high-pitched and horrified. John stood his ground. Even when she screamed again, he wasn't going anywhere. He wasn't rattled. He was just there. Grabbing the sheet that circled her, she tightened it around her body, very aware she was breaking down, that the fissure had been tapped by that trip down the hall and now she had splintered. In fact, she felt as though there were two of her in the room, the mad one on the table screaming her head off and crying bloody tears. And a calm, sane one in the far corner watching herself and John. Would the two parts of her cleave together again? Or would she be ever thus wrenched asunder? Her mind chose the observer persona over the hysterical one, and she retreated into that soundless place where she witnessed herself sob to the point of asphyxiation. The streaks of blood that ran down her paper-white cheeks didn't disgust her, and nor did the crazy, wide eyes or epileptic thrashing of her arms and legs. She felt sorry for the female who had been driven to such straits, who had kept herself apart from all emotions. The female had been born under a curse. The female had done evil and had evil done unto her. The female had hardened herself, her mind and her emotions becoming steel. The female had been wrong about that locking down, that self-containment. It was not a case of strength, as she had always told herself. It was strictly survival, and she simply couldn't keep it up any longer. 26. You had sex with Eliyahu Raboon. Greg set Holly back from him and stared into her face, thinking she'd lost her damn mind, well, lost what little of a one she had. And that made two of them, because he had clearly imagined what he'd just seen outside. Except her eyes were utterly clear and without guile. He came to me. I'd fallen asleep. Another round of banging on the door cut her off, and then Stan's voice came through. Hello? Which room am I? Later, Stan, Greg clipped out. As the grumbling faded, footsteps in the hall went down to Holly's room and a door was slammed. Come here. He tugged Holly over to the bed. Sit down and tell me. What the hell you think happened? He focused on her puffy lips as she spoke. Well, I'd just gotten out of the shower. I was exhausted and I lay down on the bed to rest my eyes before I got into my nightgown. I must have fallen asleep. Because the next thing I knew, I had this dream. Oh, for God's sake. Holly. Just because you had a nightmare doesn't mean you. I'm not finished, she snapped. And it wasn't a nightmare. I thought you were freaking out. The scary stuff came afterward. She arched a brow. Are you going to let me talk? Fine. But only on the hope that he could get her mouth to do something else later. Damn, her lips looked good. Go ahead. Head. Yup. That's what he was thinking. I started to have this dream that this man came into my room. He was very tall and muscular. One of the biggest men I've ever seen. He was dressed in black and he stood over my bed. He smelled amazing. And he just stared at me. Her hand wrapped around her neck and slowly slid down between her breasts. I took off my towel and pulled him on top of me. It was indescribable. Which was good news, because he suddenly didn't want to hear anything about what happened next. He took me, more with that hand on the neck thing, as I've never been had before. He was so hung like a fire hose and did you 12 different ways to Sunday. Congratulations. Your subconscious should be directing porn. What does this have to do with Eliyahu Raboon? Holly glared at him, and then yanked her lapel to the side. Because when I woke up, I had this. She jabbed at what certainly appeared to be a hickey on her neck. And I'd actually had sex. Greg frowned hard. You. How do you know? How do you think I know? Greg cleared his throat. Are you okay? He put his hand on her arm. Do you want to call the police? Holly's laugh was low and achingly sexy. Oh, it was consensual. Whatever it was. Her expression lost its glow. That's the point. I don't know what it was. I thought I dreamed it. I didn't think it was real until there was some undeniable evidence to the contrary. Greg brushed her blonde extensions over her shoulder. You sure you're all right? I guess so. Man, it didn't take him even a moment to make up his mind. Well, that's it. We're leaving tomorrow. What? Oh my God, Greg. I didn't mean to cause problems, she frowned. Maybe I dreamed the after part where I woke up, too. I took another shower. Maybe none of it really happened. Fuck it, I'll call Atlanta in the AM and tell them it's back on. I'm not going to have you staying where you're not safe. Jesus, I mean, that's very chivalric of you, but I don't know. Everything's so fuzzy, and now I wonder if I'll just feel better in the morning. I'm really confused. It was weird. Her fingertips went to her temples and started rubbing in circles like her head was aching. I will say that I wanted it to happen every step of the way. Was your door locked? He wanted an answer to the question, but he also didn't need to hear about the ghost with the mostest. Thank you very much. I always lock a hotel room door before I have a shower. Windows. Closed. I guess they're locked. I don't know. Well, you stay with me tonight. You'll be safe here. And not just because he wasn't going to hit on her now. He had a gun with him. Always. And the thing was permitted and he knew how to use it. Back when people had been getting popped in LA traffic, he'd decided to get armed. Together they stretched out on the bed. I'll leave the light on. It's okay. Just lock the door. He nodded and slipped off the bed, throwing the deadbolt as well as the chain. Then he did a quick pass by the windows to inspect the latches. When he lay back down, she nestled into the crook of his arm and sighed. With a lean, he pulled the duvet out from under their legs and over them, turned off the lamp and eased back into the pillows. He thought of that man out walking the grounds and nearly growled. Fuck this shit. Either it was a local with a passkey or a staff member who could jimmy the lock. Assuming anything had happened at all, which she seemed less and less sure of. Whatever. They were leaving in the morning and that was that. He frowned in the darkness. Holly? Yes. Why did you think it was Rathbone? She yawned widely. Because he looked exactly like the portrait in the living room. 27. Down in the exam room at the underground clinic, John stood before Shex and felt utterly powerless to help her. As she sat screaming on the stainless steel table, her arms strained against her hold on the sheet, and her face stretched long, her mouth tearing open, red tears spilling out of her eyes and falling down her white cheeks. And he could do nothing about any of it. He knew the rough place she was in, knew that he couldn't possibly reach the well that she was down at the bottom of. He'd been there himself. He knew exactly what it was like to trip and fall and be in agony from hard impact, even though your body technically hadn't gone anywhere. The only difference was that she had a voice to give her pain wings. As his ears rang and his heart broke for her, he stayed strong against the gale force she let loose. After all, there was a reason why here and here were separated by so little and sounded one like the other. Bearing witness to her, he heard her and was there for her because that was all you could do during a fall apart. But God, it pained him to see how she suffered. Pained him and focused him, Lash's face gathering like a ghost taking physical form in John's mental eye. As she screamed and screamed, he vowed vengeance until his heart beat not blood, but the need for revenge. And then Shex took a series of big breaths. And a couple more. He waited a moment to make sure. When she nodded, he took out his pad and wrote quickly. As he flashed the page to her, her eyes went to the writing and it took her a couple of tries to get the gist. Can I wash my face first? He nodded and went over to the stainless steel sink. Running a stream of cool water, he got a clean towel from a stack and wet it before returning to her. As she held out her hands, he put the damp cloth in her palms and watched as she slowly pressed it against her face. It was hard to see her so frail, and he thought back to how he had always known her. Strong, powerful, edged out. Her hair had grown longer and was starting to curl up at the ends, suggesting that if she didn't cut it, it would have a thick wave in the length. God, he wanted to touch the softness. His eyes moved down to the table and abruptly popped wide. The sheet had twisted out from under her, and there was a dark spot on the towels that had been wrapped around her hips. As he inhaled deeply, he caught the scent of fresh blood and was surprised he hadn't before. Then again, he'd been pretty fucking distracted. Oh, Christ. She was bleeding. He tapped her lightly on the arm and mouthed, "Doc Jane." Shex nodded. Yeah, let's get this over with. Frantic, John stalked over to the door of the exam room. Out in the hall, there was a legion of worried faces with Doc Jane at the head of the group. "She ready for me?" When John stepped to the side and motioned urgently with his arm, the doctor came forward. He stopped her, though. With his back to Shex, he signed, "She's injured somewhere. She's bleeding." Doc Jane put her hand on his shoulder and maneuvered him around in a circle so they traded places. "I know. Why don't you wait outside? I'll take good care of her. Elena? Would you mind coming in? I am going to need a second set of hands." Revenge Shellen went into the exam room and John watched over the doctor's head as the female started washing her hands. "Why isn't this house assisting?" he signed. "We're just doing an ultrasound to make sure she's all right. I'm not operating." Doc Jane smiled at him in a professional way which was oddly frightening. And then the door was shut in his face. He looked around at the others. All the males were locked out in the hall. Only females in there with her. His mind started to churn and it didn't take him long to come to a conclusion that couldn't possibly be right. A heavy hand landed on his shoulder and V's voice was low. "No, you need to stay out here, John. Let go." That was when he realized his palm had locked on the door handle. Looking down, he told himself to release his hold, and had to send the command twice before his grip slid off the metal. There was no more screaming, no sounds at all. He waited, and paced and waited some more. This house lit. Another hand rolled. Blade joined him, firing up a Dunhill. Quinn drummed a beat out on his thigh. Wrath petted George's head while the golden retriever watched John with kind brown eyes. Eventually, Doc Jane poked her head around the door and looked at her mate. "I need you." This house put out his cig on the sole of his boot and tucked the butt into his back pocket. "Scrubbing in." "Yup. Let me go change." As the male jogged off to the locker room, Doc Jane met John's eyes. "I'm going to take good care of her." "What's wrong? Why is she bleeding?" he signed. "I'm going to take care of her." And then the door shut again. When V came back, he looked every bit the warrior even though he was out of his leathers, and John hoped like hell the guy's competency on the field translated into the medical racket. Those diamond eyes of his flashed and he clapped John on the shoulder before slipping into the exam room, which evidently was now functioning as an or. As the door closed, John felt like doing a little screaming of his own. Instead, he kept with the walking, going up and down the corridor. Up and down. Up. And down. Eventually, the others dispersed, heading into a nearby classroom, but he couldn't stand to join them. With each pass by the door that was closed to him, he went wider afield until the trip took him all the way to exit into the parking area and then back to the locker room. His long legs ate up the distance, turning what was a good 50 yards into a matter of mere inches. Or at least it seemed that way. On what must have been his 5th trip down toward the lockers, John pivoted around and found himself in front of the office's glass door. The desk and the filing cabinets and the computer seemed relentlessly normal and he took a strange comfort from the inanimate objects. But the deep breath was lost when he stepped forward once again. In his peripheral vision, he saw the cracks in the concrete wall across the way, the fissures spidering out from a single impact source. He remembered the night it had happened. That horrible night. He and Tor had been sitting together in the office, him doing schoolwork, the brother trying to keep calm as he called home over and over again. Every time Wellesley didn't answer, every time he got voicemail, the tension was cranked up more until Wrath had appeared with the Brotherhood behind him. The news that Wellesley was gone was tragic. But then Tor had learned the how, not because she was pregnant with their first child, but because a lesser had killed her in cold blood. Murdered her. Taken her out and the baby with her. That was what had caused these marks. John walked over and ran his fingertips across the fine lines in the concrete. The rage had been so great, Tor had literally imploded into a supernova, the emotional overload dematerializing him to some other place. John never had learned where he'd gone. A sense of being observed had him lifting his head and looking over his shoulder. Tor was on the far side of the glass door, standing in the office, staring out. The two met each other's stare, and it was male to male, not elder to younger. John was a different age now, and like so many things in this situation, there was no going back. "John?" Doc Jane's voice came from far down the hall and he wheeled around, then ran to her. "How is she? What happened? Is she?" "She's going to be okay. She's just coming out of the anesthesia. I'm going to keep her in bed for the next 6 hours or so. I understand she fed from you." He flashed his wrist and the doc nodded. "Good. I'd appreciate it if you'd stay with her in case she needs to again. Like he would be anywhere else." As John stepped inside the exam room, he moved on his tiptoes, not wanting to disturb anything, but she wasn't there. "She's been moved into the other room," he said from over by the autoclave. Before he went through to the far door, he stared at the aftermath of whatever had been done to Shex. There was an alarming pile of bloody gauze on the floor and more blood on the table she'd been on. The sheet and towels she'd been wrapped in were off to the side. So much blood. All of it fresh. John whistled loudly so that V would look over. "Can someone tell me what the fuck went on in here? You can talk to her about it." As the brother got out an orange biohazard bag and started to gather up the used gauze, V paused but did not meet John's eyes. "She's going to be okay." And that was when John knew for sure. However bad he'd thought she'd been treated, she'd gotten it worse. Much worse. Generally speaking, when there were injuries sustained in combat or on the field, the information was traded back and forth without a thought: femur broken, ribs crushed, stab wound. But a female came in, was examined without males present, and no one would speak a word of what had been operated on. Just because lessers were impotent didn't mean they couldn't do other things with. The cold breeze that shot through the or brought V's head up again. "Word of advice, John. I'd keep your suppositions to yourself. Assuming you want to be the one who kills Lash, true? No sense Rev or the Shadows, much as I respect them, doing what is your right." My God, the brother was cool, John thought. Nodding once, he went over to Shex's room, thinking those males weren't the only reason he was going to keep a lid on things. Shex didn't need to know the lengths he was going to go to either. Shex felt like someone had parked a Volkswagen bus in her uterus. The pressure was so great, she actually lifted her head and looked down her body to see if she was swollen to garage dimensions. Nope. Flat as always. She let her head fall back. On some level, she couldn't believe where she was now, on the other side of the operation, lying in a bed with her arms and legs and head still attached, and the tear in her uterine wall repaired. When she was in the grips of her iatrophobia, she couldn't see past what her brain had marked as deadly. To her, in that flipped-out state, she was not in a safe environment, surrounded by people she knew and could trust. Now, having gone through the fire, the fact that she was unscathed and well gave her a weird buzz of endorphins. There was a soft knock, and she knew who it was by the scent beneath the door. Touching her hair, she wondered what the hell she looked like and decided it was better not to know. "Come in." John Matthews' head ducked inside and his eyebrows lifted in a "how are you feeling" arch. "I'm okay. I'm better. Groggy from the meds." He slipped through and leaned back against the wall, shoving his hands in his pockets and crossing one shit-kicker over the other. His t-shirt was nothing but a white Hanes, which was probably a good call, given that it was stained with lesser blood. He smelled like a male should, soap and clean sweat, and he looked like a male should, tall and broad and deadly. God, had she really lost it that badly in front of him? "Your hair's shorter," she said for no particular reason. He unplugged one of his hands and awkwardly brushed at the skull trim. With his head tilted down, the powerful muscles that ran from his shoulders up into his neck flexed under his golden skin. Abruptly, she wondered if she would ever have sex again. It was an alien thought, to be sure, considering how she'd spent the last. She frowned. "How many weeks have I been gone?" He held up 4 fingers and then made a pinching motion. "Almost 4. When he nodded, she took elaborate care straightening the fold on the sheet that ran across her chest. "Almost 4. Well, the humans had had her for a matter of months before she'd been able to get away from them. Just under 4 weeks should be a cakewalk to get over. But she wasn't sticking around, was she? There was no getting over. There was just getting done. "Do you want to sit down?" she said, indicating a chair by the side of the bed. The thing was standard issue institutional, which meant it looked about as comfortable as a stake up the ass. But she didn't want him to leave. John's brows lifted again and he nodded as he came over. Arranging his huge body on the little seat, he tried first to cross his legs at the knees, then the ankles. He ended up jacked halfway around, his shit-kickers under the bed and his arm over the back of the chair. She fiddled with her goddamn sheet. "Can I ask you something?" In her peripheral vision, she saw him nod, then shift around and take a pad and pen out of his back pocket. Clearing her throat, she wondered exactly how to phrase her question. In the end, she copped out and went with something impersonal. "Where was Lash last seen?" He nodded and curled over his paper, writing quickly. As his words took form on the white page, she got to watch him, and realized she never wanted him to go. She wanted him here beside her forever. Safe. She was truly safe with him around. He straightened and flashed the pad, then seemed to freeze. For some reason, she couldn't focus on what he'd written and she strained. John slowly lowered his arm. Wait, I haven't read it. Could you? What? What's wrong? Damn it, now her eyes were refusing to see him clearly. John leaned to the side and she heard a quiet sound. Then a Kleenex was presented to her. Oh, for fuck's sake. She took what he offered and pressed it against both eyes. I hate being a girl. I really fucking despise being a girl. As she went on a rant about estrogen and skirts and pink nail polish and frickin' stilettos, he fed her Kleenex after Kleenex, gathering up the red-stained ones she'd used. I never cry, you know that. She glared over at him. Ever. He nodded and handed her another cocksucking tissue. Jesus Christ. First I get a case of the screams, now the dripping nonsense. I could kill Lash for this bullshit alone. A frigid blast shot through the room and she looked over at John only to recoil. He'd gone from sympathetic to sociopath in a split second, to the point where she was almost positive he had no conscious clue that he'd bared his fangs. Her voice dropped to a whisper and what she'd really wanted to ask came barreling out. Why did you stay in the OR back then? She dropped her eyes from his, focusing on the red blotches that marked the tissue she'd just used. You stayed and you just seemed to get it. In the silence that followed, she realized she knew the context of his life so very well. Who he lived with, what he did in the field, how he fought, where he spent his time. But she knew none of his specifics. His background was a black hole. And for some unknown reason, she needed illumination on it. Fuck that, she knew exactly why. In that incandescent horror she'd faced in the orb, the only thing that had tethered her to the earth had been him, and it was strange, but she felt welded to him on some core level now. He had seen her at her absolute worst, at her weakest and most insane, and he hadn't looked away. He hadn't left, and he hadn't judged, and he hadn't been burned. It was as if in the heat of her meltdown they had been melded together. This was more than emotion. It was a matter of soul. What the hell happened to you, John? In your past? His brows drew tight and his arms crossed over his chest as if now he was the one trying to figure out how to express himself. What was more, his emotional grid suddenly lit up with all kinds of dark things, and she got the impression he was thinking of bolting. Look, I don't want to pressure you. Shit. Fuck. And if you want to deny that you've had anything but complete hunky-dory in your life, I will totally accept it and move on. But most people would have at least flinched. Hell, even Doc Jane came in with a tread carefully on her puss after I lost it. You though? You just hung in there. She stared into his hard, closed face. I looked into your eyes, John, and there was more than hypothetical understanding in them. After a long pause, he flipped to a new page on the pad and wrote quickly. When he flashed what he'd written, she could see his point, but she wanted to curse. Tell me what they did in the OR. Tell me what was wrong with you first. Ah yes, classic tit for tat. It only took Lash about an hour to get himself, the whore, and the Mercedes from the farmhouse back to the ranch in town. He was in raw survival mode, moving fast and decisively, making only one stop on the way. And that was at a cabin out in the woods where he picked up some mission-critical shit. When he pulled into the ranch's garage, he waited until the door was shut before getting out and dragging the prostitute from the back seat. As he carried her squirming body in through the kitchen, he threw up a good dose of what he'd imprisoned Shex with. The magical barrier was not for plastic fantastic, however. The Omega knew where his lessers were on this side, could sense them as echoes of his own existence. And along those lines, Slayers could tweak to their fellow members. So the only chance Lash had at keeping hidden was to, in effect, imprison himself. Mr. D hadn't known that Shex was up in that bedroom his say-what? Confusion had been obvious every time he'd been told to leave food there. Of course, the big question was whether the masking would keep the Omega at bay. And for how long? Lash threw the whore into the bathroom with all the care and concern he'd show toward a cheap duffel bag full of dirty laundry. As she landed hard in the tub and moaned against the duct tape over her mouth, he went back out to the car. Unpacking took about 20 minutes and he put the shit in the basement on the concrete floor, 7 sawed-off shotguns, a Hannaford plastic shopping bag full of cash, 3 pounds of C4 plastic explosives, 2 remote detonators, a hand grenade, 4 autoloaders, ammo. As he came up the stairs and shut off the cellar light, he went to the back door, opened it, and put his hand out. The cool air of the night infiltrated the shield just fine, but his palm sensed the restriction. It was strong, but needed to be stronger. Hello, hood rat. Lash shut the door, deadbolted it, and stalked to the bathroom. He was all business as he took out his knife, sliced the bindings that held her wrists behind her back, and she flailed around until he punched her in the head, knocking her out cold. Slice, slice, slice. He made 3 deep cuts in her wrists and in her neck and then sat back to watch the blood drain out of her in a sluggish ooze. Come on. Bleed, bitch, bleed. As he checked his watch, he thought maybe he should have kept her compos mentis, because that would have ensured a higher pulse rate and blood pressure, and shortened this do-nothing wait while she drained out. Watching the process, he had no idea how dry she had to be, but the red pool beneath her was rising, her pink bask staining dark. His foot was going a mile a minute as time droned on. And then he noticed that her skin was not just pale but gray, and the blood wasn't really getting any higher on the walls of the tub. Calling it done, he cut open her bask, exposing a truly awful set of implants, and stabbed open her chest, the blade of his knife going right through her sternum. The next cut he made was in his own flesh. Holding his wrist over the gaping hole he'd made, he watched black drops freefall into her motionless heart. Again, he wasn't sure how much he should be giving her and tried to err on the side of overdoing it. Then it was a case of summoning energy into his palm, his will forcing air molecules to start spinning in a tornadic circle until they became a unit of kinetic power that he could control. Lash looked down at the whore, her body all defiled, her makeup smudged on her cheeks, her ratty hair more frightful than anything you'd expect to see on the street. He needed this to work. Already, with nothing more than the barrier spell in place and this little fireball in his hand, he could feel his strength ebbing. This had to fucking work. He cast the blast into her chest cavity and her dead limbs flopped like fish tails against the sides of the tub. As the flash of light lit off and then dispersed, he waited, praying too. The gasp she let out was god-awful, and also a godsend. He was fascinated as her heart began to pump and his black blood was absorbed into the raw meat of her rib cage, the reanimation causing his cock to twitch in excitement. This was power, he thought. Fuck the shit money could buy. He really was a god, just like his father. Lash sat on his heels and watched the color return to her skin. As life came back to her, her hands curled against the edge of the tub and the withered muscles of her thighs twitched. The next step was something he didn't fully understand but wasn't going to question. When she looked as if she was firmly back on the side of the living, he reached in with his bare hand and ripped that heart of hers right out of her chest. More gasping. More choking. Blah, blah, blah. He was fascinated with what he'd accomplished, especially as he put his palm over her sternum and commanded her flesh to reknit itself. What do you know, her very skin and bone followed his will, and she was once more as she had been. Except better, because she was useful to him now. He reached to the side and cranked on the shower, the spray hitting her body and face, her eyes blinking against the cold rain, her hands batting at it pitifully. How long did he wait now? He wondered. How long until he could see if he was one step closer to what was really going to sustain him? As a wave of exhaustion crept up his spine and fogged out his brain, he slumped against the cupboards that ran under the sink. Kicking the door shut, he balanced his forearms on his knees and played witness to the whore flailing around. So weak. So fucking weak. It should have been his sheks. He should have done this to her and not some random skank-ass human. Putting his hands to his face, he hung his head as his elation washed out of him. This was not how it was supposed to be. This was not what he'd planned. On the run. Hunted. Scrambling in the world. What the hell was he going to do without his father? 28. While John waited for Shex to respond to his question, he focused on the words he'd written, tracing them with his pen, darkening them as he passed over them again. He probably shouldn't be making demands given the shape she was in, but he needed something back from her. If he was going to expose his blanket chest of not so hot, he couldn't be the only one getting that kind of naked. He also really wanted to know what was doing with her, and she was the only one who was going to tell him. As the silence droned on, all he could think of was, shit, she was shutting the door on him. Again. On one level it so wasn't a surprise and therefore shouldn't have mattered. God knew he'd been on the receiving end of her rejections plenty of times. The reality was that it felt like another death for him to face. I saw you. Yesterday. Her voice yanked his head up. What? He mouthed. He kept me in that bedroom. I saw you. You came in and went to the bed. You left with a pillow. I was. Beside you the whole time you were there. John's hand lifted to his cheek and she smiled a little. Yes, I touched your face. Jesus Christ. How he mouthed. I'm not sure precisely how he does it, but that was the way he got me in the first place. We were all in that cave where Rev was being kept in the colony. The Symphets had come in and Lash got might happen so damned fast. I was suddenly off my feet, being dragged out, but I couldn't fight and no one could hear me scream. It's like a force field. If you're inside and you try to breach it, the shock is painful and quick, but it's more than aversion. There's a physicality to the barrier. She lifted her palm and pushed at the air. A weave. The strange thing is, though, you can have other people in the same space. Like when you came in. John was dimly aware that his hands hurt for some reason. Glancing down, he saw that he'd cranked them into fists and the pad was digging into his flesh. So was the bic he'd been writing with. Flipping to a new page, he scribbled, I wish I'd known you were there. I would have done something. I swear I didn't know. When she read what he wrote, she reached out and put her hand on his forearm. I know. It's not your fault. Sure felt like it on his end. To have been right with her and not had a clue that she was. Oh, shit. He wrote fast, then flashed, did he come back? After we'd been there. When Shex shook her head, his heart started beating again. He drove by, but kept on going. How did you escape? He signed without thinking. While he scrambled for a fresh page, she said, how did I get out? As he nodded, she laughed. You know, you're going to have to teach me sign language. He blinked, then mouthed, okay. And don't worry, I'm a fast learner. She took a deep breath. The barrier had been strong enough to keep me in since the moment that he took me. But then you came and left and... She frowned. Were you the one who did in that Slayer downstairs? As his fangs punched out into his mouth, he mouthed, fuck, yeah. Her little smile had the edge of a dagger. Nice job. I heard the whole thing. Anyway, it was after everything went quiet that I knew I had to get out or die, he thought, because of what he'd done in that kitchen. So I was. He held his hand up to stop her, then wrote fast. When he showed her his words, she frowned and then shook her head. Oh, of course you wouldn't have done it if you'd known I was in there. But you didn't. And it sounded as if you couldn't help it. Trust me, I'm the last person you need to apologize to for slaughtering one of those bastards. True, but he still got a case of the cold sweats thinking of how he'd inadvertently endangered her. She took another long inhale. So anyway, after you left, it became apparent the barrier was weakening, and when I was able to punch my fist through a window, I knew I had a shot. She lifted one of her hands and looked at the knuckles. I ended up taking a runner through the doorway. I figured I was going to need the extra force working with me, and I was right. Shex shifted around in the bed, wincing. I think that's where I got the tear. On my inside. I got wrenched badly, breaking out. It was like pulling my body through concrete that was about set. I hit the hallway wall hard as well. There was the temptation to believe the bruises he'd seen on her skin were a result of her escape. But he knew Lash. He'd stared into the face of the guy's cruelty enough times to be absolutely sure that she'd been put through a lot at the hands of the enemy. That's why I needed to be operated on. The statement was voiced in a clear and level way. Trouble was, she did not meet his eyes. John flipped to a new page, wrote 6 letters in capitals and tacked on a question mark. When he turned the pad around, she barely glanced at the really. That gunmetal gray stare of hers swung away and locked on the far corner. It could have been an injury I sustained fighting him, but I hadn't been bleeding internally before I got out, so there you go. John exhaled and thought of those scratched and stained walls he'd seen in that room. What he wrote next made him ache. When she looked at what he'd put on the page, her face grew tight to the point of anonymity. It was as if he were staring at a stranger. He glanced down at his words. How bad did it get? He shouldn't have asked, he thought. He'd seen the condition she was in. Had heard her scream in the oar and been right in front of her as she had a nervous breakdown. What more did he need to know? He was writing up an I'm sorry when she spoke in a thin trail. It was. Okay. I mean. His eyes locked on her profile and he willed her to continue. She cleared her throat. I don't believe in fooling myself. Doesn't serve any purpose. I was pretty clear on the fact that if I didn't get out I was going to die soon. She slowly shook her head back and forth on the white pillow. I was getting really goddamned weak from lack of blood and the fighting. Thing is, I was okay with the dying part, actually. I still am. Death is nothing but a process, albeit typically a painful one. Once it's over and done with, you're fine because you don't exist and all the bullshit is over. For some reason, the fact that she was so blasé made him anxious and he had to rearrange himself on the little chair to keep from pacing. Was it bad? She murmured. I'm a fighter by nature. So to some degree it was nothing special. Nothing I couldn't handle. I mean, I'm tight. I lost it in the clinic because I hate medical crap, not because of Lash. That past of hers, he thought to himself. I will tell you this. Her eyes shot back to his and he actually jerked away at the burn in her stare. What will make it bad? What will make the last 3 weeks totally unbearable? If I don't kill him, that will be insupportable to me. The bonded male in him sat up and howled to the point where he wondered if she knew he wouldn't be able to let her be the one to off the motherfucker. Males protected their females. It was the universal law if you had the cock and balls. Plus the idea of her going anywhere near that guy made John mental. Lash had already taken her once. What if he pulled the cloaking shit again? They weren't going to get a second chance to get her back. No way. So she said, I showed you mine. Your turn, right? Okay. Now he was the one staring into that far corner. Jesus Christ. Where to start? He flipped to a fresh page on his pad, put the Bic nib down, and whole lot of nothing came to him. The problem was, there was too much to write, too much to tell her, and wasn't that depressing as shit. A sharp knock brought both of their heads around. God damn it, she said under her breath. Give us a minute. The fact that there was someone waiting for an audience on the other side of the door didn't exactly put him in a sharing kind of mood. That, coupled with the communication barrier and his innate cover-it-up tendencies, made his head hum. Whoever it is can hang outside all night and all day as far as I'm concerned. She smoothed the blanket over her stomach. I want to hear what you have to say. Funny, that was what unlocked him, and he wrote quickly. It would be easier to show you. Her brows went in tight together when she read that, and then she nodded. Okay. When? Tomorrow night. If you have clearance to go out. It's a date. She lifted her hand and put it lightly on his forearm. I want you to know. The knock that cut her off had them both cursing. We need a minute, she snapped before refocusing on him. I want you to know that you can trust me. John locked eyes with her and was instantly transported to a different plane of existence. Might have been heaven again. Who the fuck knew or cared? All he knew was that there was only her and him together, the rest of the world drifting away into a fog. Was it possible to fall in love with someone twice, he wondered dimly. What the hell are you doing in there? Rev's voice on the other side of the door broke the moment but didn't erase it. Nothing ever could, John thought, as she pulled back and he got up to his feet. Come in, asshole, she snapped. The instant the mohawked male stepped into the room, John felt the change in the air, and he knew, as they looked at each other and stayed silent, that they were communicating as Symphoths did. To give them privacy, he headed for the door, and just as he was ducking out, Shek said, Will you be back? At first, he thought she was talking to Rev, but then the male snagged his arm and stopped him. My man? You coming back? John glanced over to the bed. He'd managed to forget his pad and pen on the little side table, so he just nodded. Soon, Shek said, because I don't feel tired and I want to learn sign language. John nodded again and then knuckle-tapped with revenge before heading out into the ore. As he walked by the empty gurney, he was glad that V had finished cleaning up and wasn't around. Because for the life of him, John wouldn't have been able to hide the smile on his face. In silence, Blay walked side by side with Quinn through the underground tunnel that led between the training center and the mansion's foyer. The sounds of their two sets of shit-kickers mingled, but that was it. Neither he nor Quinn said anything. And there was no touching. Absolutely no touching. A while ago, before his big admission to the guy, before things had broken down between them, Blay would simply have asked what was on Quinn's mind because clearly he was in a churn about something. Now though, what would have once been just an afterthought seemed like an inappropriate intrusion. As they came out through the hidden door under the mansion's grand staircase, Blay found himself dreading the rest of the night. Sure, there wasn't much left to it, but 2 hours could seem like a lifetime under the right circumstances. Or the wrong ones, as the case was. Layla should be waiting for us, Quinn said as he went to the foot of the stairs. Oh, great. Just the kind of diversion he was looking for. Not, after having seen the way that Chosen stared at Quinn, he just didn't feel up to getting a boatload of that shy crushing again. Especially not tonight. The near miss with Shex had left him curiously raw. You coming? Quinn asked, his frown pulling in the piercing on his left eyebrow. Blay flicked his stare down to the hoop that rounded the guy's full lower lip. Blay? You okay? Look, I think you need to feed, buddy. Lot been going down lately. Buddy. Christ, he hated that word. But fuck him, he needed to get a grip. Yeah. Sure. Quinn gave him an odd look. My bedroom or yours? Blay laughed harshly and started up the stairs. Does it really matter? No. Exactly. When they got to the second floor, they went past Rath's study, the doors of which were shut, and headed down the hall of statues. Quinn's room was the first they came to, but Blay pressed on, thinking that something could finally be on his turf, his terms. Opening the door wide, he left the thing as it was and ignored the soft clicking sound when Quinn shut them in together. In the bathroom, Blay went to the sink, turned on the faucet, and bent over, splashing his face. He was drying himself off when he caught the scent of cinnamon and knew Layla had arrived. Bracing his palms on the marble, he leaned into his arms and sagged. Out in his room, he heard their voices mingling, the lower and the higher trading places for airtime. Throwing the towel down, he turned and went to face the music. Quinn was on the bed, his back against the headboard, his boots crossed, his fingers linked over his thick chest as he smiled over at the chosen. Layla was flushed as she stood next to him, her eyes on the carpet, her smaller, daintier hands twisting in front of her. As Blay came in, the two of them looked over at him. Layla's expression didn't change. Quinn's did, though, closing up tight. Who goes first? Blay asked, approaching them. You, Quinn muttered. You go. Blay wasn't about to hop on the bed, so he went over to the chaise and sat down on the foot of it. Layla drifted toward him and sank to her knees before him. Sire, she said, offering her wrist. The TV flipped on and the channels started changing as Quinn clicked the whacker at the screen. He settled on Spike and a replay of UFC 63 Hughes vs. Penn. Sire, Layla said. Forgive me. Blay leaned down, taking that slender forearm in his big palms, holding firmly but without too much pressure. I thank you for your gift. He struck as gently as he could and winced as she jumped ever so slightly. He would have retracted his fangs from her to apologize, but that would have required another puncture when he resumed drawing against her vein. As he fed, his eyes flicked to the bed. Quinn was all about the MMA fight on the screen. His right hand lifted and curled into a fist. The guy muttered. That's what I'm talking about. Blay concentrated on what he was doing and finished up quickly. As he released, he looked into Layla's lovely face. You have been so gracious as always. Her smile was radiant. Sire, you are as ever my joy to serve. He extended his palm and helped her up, approving of her innate grace. And God, the strength she gave him was nothing short of miraculous. He could feel it powering him up even now, his head fogging out in deference to his body's focus on what he'd just given it. What Layla had given him. Quinn was still way into the fight, his fangs bared, not for Layla but for whoever was losing. Or winning. Or whatever. Layla's expression faded into a resignation that Blay knew way too much about. Blay frowned. Quinn, are you going to feed? Quinn's mismatched eyes held the screen until the ref called the match, then the blue and the green irises slid to Layla. On a sensuous surge, the guy shifted over on the bed, making room for her. Come here, chosen. The three words, backed up by that low-lidded stare, was a sucker punch to Blay. Trouble was, Quinn wasn't throwing anything special Layla's way. That was just how he was. Sex in every breath, every beat, every move. Layla seemed to feel the same way because her hands fluttered around her robing, first to the sash tie and then to the lapels. For some reason, Blay realized for the first time that she was fully naked under those white folds. Quinn extended his hand and Layla's palm trembled as she put it against what he offered her. You cold? He asked, sitting up. Underneath his tight t-shirt, his abs popped into a tight six-pack. As she shook her head, Blay stalked into his bathroom, shut the door, and turned on the shower. After stripping, he got under the spray and tried to forget all about what was happening on his bed, which was successful only to the point of taking Layla out of the picture. His brain got stuck on a fantasy of him and Quinn stretched out together, mouths on each other's necks, fangs breaking the surface of velvet skin, bodies. It was pretty common for males to get hard after feeding, especially if they were thinking of all kinds of naked things. And the soap didn't help. And neither did the images of what would come after the two of them penetrated throats. Blay planted one palm on the slick marble and the other on his rigid cock. What he did was quick and about as satisfying as a piece of cold pizza, good but not even close to a real meal. The second trip through the park didn't improve the situation, and he refused his body the chance for a third. Because honestly, how skeevy. Quinn and Layla were taking care of business on the other side of the door while he was all Johnny Mnemonic in the hot water. A.W. Getting out, he dried himself off, put on his robe, and realized he hadn't brought anything in to get dressed with. As he turned the knob on the door, he prayed that things were where he'd left them. And they were. Thank you, Scribe Virgin. Quinn had his mouth to Layla's other wrist and was taking what he needed as the Chosen knelt beside him. Nothing overtly sexual. The relief that nailed Blay in the chest made him realize how angry he'd become. Not just about this, but everything that had to do with Quinn. It was really not healthy. For anyone. And besides, when everything boiled down, was it wrong that Quinn felt the way he did? You couldn't help who you were attracted to. And who you weren't. Over at the closet, Blay pulled out a button-down and some black combats. Just as he turned around to head for the bathroom, Quinn lifted his mouth from Layla's vein. The male let out a satiated groan and extended his tongue toward the wounds he'd made with his fangs. As a flash of silver glinted, Blay's brows popped. The ball piercing was a new one, and he wondered who'd done it. Probably this house. The pair were spending a lot of time together, and that was how they'd gotten the ink for John's tat. Quinn had lifted the bottle. Quinn's tongue lapped at the Chosen's skin, that metal winking with each pass. Thanks, Layla. You're good to us. He gave her a quick smile and then shifted his legs off the bed, clearly on his way out. Layla, on the other hand, didn't move. Instead of following suit and taking her leave, her head went down and her eyes locked on her lap. No, on her wrists, which were flashing from under the yawning cuffs of her robe. As she swayed, Blay frowned. Layla, he said, going over to her. Are you all right? Quinn came right around the bed. Layla? What's doing? Now they were the ones kneeling before her. Blay spoke clearly. Did we take too much? Quinn went front and center with his own wrist, offering it to her. Use me. Shit, she'd fed John the night before. Maybe this had been too soon? The Chosen's pale green eyes lifted to Quinn's face, and there was no spacey disorientation to her stare, just a sad, ancient longing. Quinn recoiled. What did I do? Nothing, she said in a voice that was too deep. If you will pardon me, I shall take myself unto the sanctuary once again. Layla went to get up, but Quinn captured her hand and tugged her down. Layla, what's doing? God, that voice of his, so smooth, so kind. And so was his hand as he reached up and hooked her chin, lifting her eyes to his. I cannot speak of it. Yeah, you can. Quinn nodded in Blay's direction. He and I will keep your confidence. The Chosen took a deep breath, and her exhale was one of defeat, like she was out of gas, out of options, out of strength. For truth? You shall remain silent. Yup. Blay? Yes, absolutely. He put his hand on his heart. I swear. We'll do anything to help you. Anything. She focused on Quinn, her stare locking on his. Am I unpleasant to your eye, sire? As he frowned, she prodded her cheekbones, her forehead. Do I deviate from the ideal in a fashion which renders me? God, no. What are you talking about? You're beautiful. Then, wife, or do I remain uncalled upon? I don't understand. Do call on you. Regularly. Myself and Blay and John. Rage and V. You are the one we all asked for because you. None of you use me for aught save blood. Blay rose from his kneel and backed up until his legs hit the chaise and he found himself sitting down. As his ass bounced on the cushion, the expression on Quinn's face almost made him laugh. The guy was never caught off guard. Part of that was because he'd been exposed to so much over his relatively short life, both by choice and by curse. And part was his personality. He handled himself in all situations. Period. Except this one, evidently. Quinn looked like he'd been smacked in the back of the head with a pool cue. Quinn cleared his throat. Ah, yes, another first. Stuttering. Layla filled the silence. I serve the males and brothers within this place with pride. I give without receiving anything in return because it is my training and pleasure to do so. But I tell you this because you have asked, and I find I must. Every time I return to the sanctuary or to the Primale's home, I find myself increasingly empty. To the point that I think I may step aside. Verily. She shook her head. I cannot keep doing this even though it is all I ever saw my endeavors entailing. It's just. My heart cannot go on. Quinn dropped his hands and rubbed his thighs. Would you want to keep going if you could? Of course. Her voice was strong and sure. I am proud to be of service. Now Quinn was dragging a hand through his thick black hair. What would it take to fulfill you? It was like watching a train wreck roll out. Blay should have left, but he couldn't move, he just had to witness the collision. And naturally, Layla's brilliant blush made her even more beautiful. Then her full, lovely lips parted. Closed. Parted. Closed again. It's okay, Quinn whispered. You don't have to say it out loud. I know what you want. Blay felt a cold sweat break out over his chest and his hands cranked down on the clothes he'd picked out for himself. Who? Quinn asked hoarsely. Who do you want? There was another long pause and then she said one word. You. Blay stood up. I'll leave you too. He was utterly blind as he made for the exit and he snagged his leather jacket on his way on instinct. As he shut the door, he heard Quinn say, We'll go very slowly. If we're going to do this, we're going to go very slowly. Out in the hall, Blay put some fast distance between himself and his bedroom, and it wasn't until he came up to the double doors that led into the staff wing that he realized he was walking around in a robe. Slipping into the set of stairs that led to the movie theater on the 3rd floor, he changed into his clothes in front of the dormant popcorn machine. The simmering anger deep in his gut was a kind of cancer, eating him up. But it was so baseless, so useless. Blay stood facing the shelves of DVDs, the titles on the jackets nothing but a visual pattern to his eyes. What he ended up reaching for wasn't a movie, however. It was a slip of paper from his coat pocket. 29. As the door to the recovery room shut, Shex felt like she should say something. Out loud. To Revenge. So. She pushed at her hair. How are you? He cut off her awkward rambling by striding over to her, that red cane of his jabbing into the tile, his loafers clapping heel-toe. His expression was fierce, his violet eyes burning. It was enough to give her a complex. Pulling her sheet up higher, she muttered, What the hell is wrong with why? Rev swooped down with his long arms and gathered her up against him, tucking her with vital care to his chest. Ducking his head to hers, his voice was deep and grave. I never thought I would see you again. As he shuddered, she lifted her hands up to his torso. After holding herself back for a moment, she embraced him as fully as he did her. You smell the same, she said roughly, putting her nose right into the collar of his fine silk shirt. Oh, God, you smell the same. The expensive spice cologne took her back to the days at Zero Sum when it was the 4 of them, him at the helm, I am on the books, Trez on operations, her on security. The scent was the hook that snagged her and pulled her through the keyhole of the abduction, tying her to her past, bridging the horrid span of the last 3 weeks. She didn't want the tether, though. It was just going to make her departure harder. Better to be grounded in immediate events and immediate goals. And then just float away. Rev pulled back. I don't want to wear you out, so I'm not going to stay. But I need it. Yeah. Together, they held onto each other's arms, and as always she felt that commonality between them, their shared half-blood sides latching on as Symphets did with one another. You need anything? He asked. Food. Doc Jane said nothing solid for another couple hours. Okay. Listen, we'll talk about the future. In the future. As she spoke, she projected into her mind an image of them in deep discussion, which was produced solely to buy him off in the event he was reading her. Unclear whether he bought it. I live here now, by the way, he said. Where am I exactly? Brotherhood's training center. He frowned. I thought you'd been here before. Not this part. But yeah, I thought that's where they'd taken me. Alina was really good to me, by the way. In there. She nodded in the direction of the ore. And before you ask, I'm going to be fine. Doc Jane said so. Good. He gave her hand a squeeze. I'll go get John. Thanks. At the door, Rev paused and then shot narrowed amethyst eyes over his shoulder. Listen up. The asshole went unsaid. You matter. Not just to me, but to a lot of people. So you do what you have to and get your head right. But don't think I'm clueless about what you're planning for afterward. She glared right back at him. Fucking sin-eater. You know it. Rev cocked an eyebrow. And I know you too well. Don't be a fucker, Shex. You've got all of us on your side and you can get through this. As he ducked out, she found his faith in her resilience admirable. But she wasn't buying it. In fact, just the thought of any future beyond Lash's funeral sent a wave of exhaustion blowing through her bloodstream. With a groan, she closed her eyes and prayed that for the love of all that was holy, revenge would stay out of her biz. Shex woke up with a gasp. She had no idea how long she'd been out. Or where John. Well, that one was answered. John was on the floor across from her bed, lying on his side, his head resting on the inside of the arm he'd curled up into a pillow. He looked tired even as he slept, his brows tight, his mouth in a weary grimace. The comfort she took in seeing him was a stunner, but she didn't fight it. Not enough energy, and besides, no witnesses. John. The instant she said his name, he was up off the linoleum in a fighting stance with his warrior's body between her and the door to the hall. Pretty clear he was prepared to shred anything that threatened her. Which was really sweet, and better than a bedside bouquet that would have left her sneezing. John, come here. He waited a moment, cocking his head as if listening for sounds. Then he dropped his fists and walked over. The instant his eyes swung toward her, his brutal glare and his bared fangs faded into a gut-wrenching compassion. He went right for his pad, wrote something, and flashed it. No thanks. I'm not hungry yet, which had always been true for her. After a feeding, she didn't eat for hours, sometimes a full day. What I would love. Her eyes shifted to the bathroom in the corner. Shower, he wrote and showed her. Yeah. Jesus. I would love some hot water. He was all about the nessinessy, going in to start the spray, setting out towels and soap and a toothbrush on the counter. Feeling like a piker, she went to sit up. And it became clear someone had tied a house around her chest. It literally felt like she was lifting a 2-story colonial up with her shoulders. What got her legs swinging off the side of the mattress was a lot of effort and the conviction that if she couldn't at least get partially vertical on her own, he was going to call the doc and she was going to lose her shower. John came in just as her bare soles hit the floor, and he was Johnny on the spot with the steadying arm as she stood up. When the sheets fell away from her, they both had a moment of, holy shit, Nate. But this was hardly a time for modesty. What should I do about the dressing? She murmured, looking down at the white bandage that stretched across her pelvis. When John glanced over at his pad, as if he were trying to decide whether he could reach it while still holding her up, she said, No, I don't want Doc, Jane. I'm just going to take it off. She picked a corner free, and as she weaved on her feet, she figured it probably would have been better to do this lying down and under medical supervision. But fuck it. Oh. She breathed as she slowly revealed the line of black stitches. Damn. V's female is good with a needle and thread, huh? John took the blood-stained gauze pack and nothing but netted it into the trash can in the corner. And then he just waited as if he was very aware she was thinking about getting back on the bed. For some reason, the idea she'd been cut open made her lightheaded. Let's do this, she said gruffly. He let her set the pace, which turned out to be only slightly quicker than reverse. Can you turn the lights off in there? She said as they shuffled along, her baby steps measuring at the most 3 inches. I don't want to see what I look like in that mirror over the sink. The instant he was in range, his arm snaked out and he clicked the switch on the wall. Thanks. The feel of the humid air and the sound of the falling water eased her mind and her spine. Trouble was, the tension had helped keep her up and now she was sagging. John. Was that her voice? So weak and thin. John, will you get in with me? Please. Talk about your long silences. But then in the light that streamed in from over at the bed, he nodded. While you undress out there, she said, you can shut the door and I'll use the loo. With that, she gripped the bar that was bolted into the wall and maneuvered herself over. There was another pause and then John stepped back and the light source was dimmed. After she took care of business, she dragged herself up and cracked the door. What she got was that pad in her face. I would have left my boxers on, but I don't wear them under my leathers. That's okay. I'm hardly the shy kind. Although that proved to be not entirely accurate as the two of them got into the stall shower together. You'd think after all she'd been through that a little skin in a darkened room with a male she trusted and had already been with wouldn't have been a big deal. It was though. Especially as his body brushed against the back of her as he shut the glass door. Concentrate on the water, she told herself, wondering if she'd lost her damn mind. As she tilted her head up, she started to list to the side and his big hand slipped under her arm to hold her vertical. Thank you, she said roughly. Awkward as the situation was, the hot water felt great as it bled into her hair down to her scalp, and the idea that she could clean herself off was suddenly more of a priority than everything John Matthew wasn't wearing. I forgot the soap, damn it. John pulled another lean and lunge, his hips pushing into hers. And although she tensed up, bracing herself for something sexual, he wasn't aroused. Which was a relief, after the stuff Lash had done to her. As the soap was pressed into her palm, she locked down all thoughts of what had happened in that bedroom and just wet the bar under the spray. Wash herself. Dry off. Back to bed. That's all she had to think about. The strong, distinct smell of dial wafted up and she had to blink fast. It was exactly what she would have chosen herself. Amazing, John thought as he stood behind Shex. If you looked down at your cock and balls and told them that if they behaved badly you would slice them up and bury them in the backyard, they actually listened to you. He was going to have to remember this. The shower stall was a generous size for a male, but it was close quarters with the two of them and he had to keep his ass pressed against the cool tile to make 100% sure that Mr. Bright Idea and his twin sidekicks, Dumber and Dumberer, stayed away from her. After all, the pep talk had done wonders, but he wasn't going to push it. Besides, he remained shocked that Shex was so weak he needed to hold her upright even after feeding. Then again, you didn't just shake off 4 weeks of hell after a 2-hour nap, which was how long she'd been asleep, according to his watch. As she hit the shampoo, she arched her back, her wet hair brushing against his chest before she turned around to rinse the suds. He switched his grip as necessary, holding first her right upper arm, then her left, then again her right. Trouble hit when she bent over to wash her legs. Shit, her balance shifted so fast. His grip popped off her slick, soapy biceps and she fell right against his body. He had a brief, vivid impression of slippery, wet, and warm, and then he slammed himself back against the wall and scrambled for a less full contact way of keeping her upright. I wish there was a seat here, she said. I can't seem to keep my damn balance. There was a pause. And then he took the soap from her. Moving slowly, he traded places with her, easing her into the corner he'd parked his ass in and putting her palms on his shoulders. As he knelt down, he turned the dial bar in his hands, working up a good froth while the water pounded on the back of his head and revered down his spine. The tile was hard under his kneecaps and one set of his toes pressed into the drain as if the thing had teeth and was taking a nibble, but he didn't care. He was about to touch her, and that was all that mattered. Wrapping his hand around her ankle, he gave her a gentle tug, and after a moment she eased her weight to the opposite side and gave him her foot. He put the bar of soap down next to the door and smoothed over her sole and up onto her heel, massaging, cleaning, worshipping without expecting anything in return. He went slowly, especially as he headed up onto her leg, pausing every now and again to make sure he didn't push on any of the bruises. Her calf muscle was rock hard, and the bones that went up into her knee seemed strong as a male's, but she was dainty in her own way, at least compared to him. As he went even higher, up onto her thigh, he gravitated to the outside. The last thing he wanted her to worry about was him coming onto her, and when he got to her hip, he stopped and picked up the soap again. After rinsing the bottom of her foot off, he tapped her other ankle and felt a spear of relief as she obligingly gave him a chance to repeat what he'd done. Slow massages, slow hands, slow progress, and only on the outside up toward the top. When he was finished, he stood, his knees cracking as he lifted to his full height and maneuvered her under the spray. Holding on to her arm again, he gave her the soap so she could wash whatever else there was to be done. John, she said. As it was dark, he whistled a what? You are such a male of worth, you know that. You really are. She reached up and cupped his face. It happened so fast, he couldn't believe it. Later, he would play and replay everything over and over again, stretching out the moment endlessly, reliving it and taking a strange kind of nourishment from the memory, again and again. When it actually went down, though, it was just an instant, an impulse on her part, a chaste gift given in gratitude for a chaste gift received. Shex flexed up on her tiptoes and pressed her mouth against his. Oh, so soft. Her lips were incredibly soft, and gentle, and very warm. The contact was far too fleeting, but then again, he was ready to go for hours and hours and call that almost long enough. Come lie with me, she said, opening the door to the shower and stepping out. I don't like you on the floor. You deserve much better than that. Dimly, he shut off the water and followed her, accepting the towel she handed him. They dried off together, her wrapping her whole torso up, him covering his hips. Outside, he got up on the hospital bed first, and it felt like the most natural thing in the world for him to open his arms wide. If he'd thought about it, he wouldn't have made the gesture, but he wasn't thinking, which was okay, because she came to him as the spraying water in the shower had, drenching him in a warmth that leached through his skin and into his marrow. But of course, Shex went even farther through him than that. She always had. Seemed like he'd lost his soul to her the very first time he'd laid eyes on her. As he clicked off the light and she settled even closer to him, it felt like she was burrowing right into his cold heart and setting up shop, her banked fire thawing his soul out until he took the first honest-to-God deep breath in months. John closed his eyes, not expecting to sleep. He did, though. And very, very well. 30. In the staff room of Samson's mansion, Darius concluded his meeting with the daughter's maid. "Thank you," he said as he rose to his feet and nodded at the female. "I appreciate your candor." The dog Jen bowed low. "Please find her and bring her home, sire. We shall endeavor to do just that." He glanced at Torment. "Would you be so kind as to show in the steward?" Torment opened the door for the tiny female and the pair left together. In their absence, Darius stalked around the bare floor, his leather boots making a circle about the ledger desk in the center of the room. The maid knew naught of relevance. She had been utterly open and unassuming and added absolutely nothing to the puzzle. Torment came back with the steward and resumed his stance right beside the door, staying quiet. Which was good. Generally speaking, during interrogation of the civil variety, you didn't need more than one inquisitor. The boy had another utility, however. His shrewd eyes missed nothing, so perhaps there was something he would pick up on that Darius missed during the discourses. "Thank you for speaking with us," Darius said to the steward. The dog Jen bowed low. "It shall be my pleasure to be of service to you, sire." "Indeed," Darius murmured as he sat down on the hard stool he had used when speaking with the maid. Dog Jen by nature tended to value protocol, and therefore they would prefer those of higher station to be seated in this situation while they stood. "Whatever are you called, steward?" Another low bow. "I am Fritzgelder Perlmutter." "And how long have you been with the family?" "I was born unto them 77 years ago." The steward linked his hands behind his back and straightened his shoulders. "I have serviced the family with pride since my 5th anniversary of birth." "Long history. So you know the daughter well?" "Yes. She is a female of worth. A joy to her birth parents and her bloodline." Darius watched the steward's face carefully. "And you were not aware of anything? That would lead one to expect such a disappearance." The servant's left eyebrow twitched once, and there was a long silence. Darius lowered his voice to a whisper. "If it eases your conscience, you have my word as a brother that neither myself nor my colleague shall reveal what you say to anyone, even the king himself." Fritzgelder opened his mouth and breathed through it. Darius remained in silence. Pushing the poor male would only slow the process of revelation down. Indeed, he was either going to talk or not, and encouraging him would but delay his decision. The steward reached into the interior pocket of his uniform and withdrew a bright white handkerchief that was pressed into a precise square. Blotting at his upper lip, he fumbled to put the thing away. "Nothing shall breach these walls," Darius whispered. "Not a thing." The steward had to clear his throat twice before his thready voice materialized. "Verily, she was above reproach. That I am certain of. There was no consort with a male about which her parents were unaware." "But," Darius murmured. At that moment the door swung wide and the butler who had let them into the mansion appeared. He seemed totally unsurprised by the meeting and utterly disapproving of it. No doubt one of his underlings had tipped him off. "You run such a fine lot of staff," Darius said to the male. "My colleague and I are very impressed." The low bow did nothing to ease the male's expression of distrust. "I am complimented, sire. We were just leaving. Is your master about?" The butler straightened and his relief was obvious. "He has retired, and that is why I came to see you. He has bidden you well adieu, but must needs look after his beloved Shellen." Darius got to his feet. "Your steward here was about to show us the grounds on our way out. As it is raining, I am certain you should prefer one of your staff to guide us o'er the wet grass. We shall return here after the sunset. Thank you for your accommodation of our requests." There was no other response save for the one the male gave, but of course. Fritzgelder bowed to his superior and then extended his arm toward a door in the far corner. "This way." Outside, the air carried little of spring's promise of warmth. Indeed, it was winter cold as they trudged through the mist. Fritzgelder knew exactly where to take them, the steward walking with purpose around the back of the mansion to the part of the gardens that were overlooked by the female's bedroom. Did not this work out well, Darius thought. The steward stopped right under Samson's daughter's window, but he didn't face the stout stone walls of the house. He looked outward, across the flower beds and the hedge maze, to the estate next door. And then he deliberately turned to face Darius and Torment. "Lift thine eyes unto the trees," he said while pointing at the house as if describing something pertinent because undoubtedly they were being watched from the leaded windows of the manse. "Regard well the clearing." Indeed, there was a break in the crowd of barren tree limbs, which was how they'd seen the far-off mansion from the second floor. "That vista was not created by our household, sire," the dog Jen said softly. "And I noticed it about a week before. She was found gone. I was upstairs cleaning the rooms. The family of the household had retired underground as it was light of day. I heard the sounds of cracking wood and rendered my eyes unto the windows, whereupon I saw the branches being taken down." Darius narrowed his stare. "Very deliberate, the cutting, isn't it? Very deliberate. And I thought nothing as it is not but humans who reside therein. But now you wonder if there was a purpose other than landscaping. Tell me, to whom did you mention this?" "The butler. But he beseeched me to remain mum. He is a fine male of good service to the family. He wants nothing more than to have her found. But he wishes to avoid any conception that she might have fallen into human hands. After all, they were just a tale away from being considered upright rats by the Glimmerer." "Thank you for this," Darius said. "You have done well your duty. Just find her, please. I care not the source of the abduction, just bring her home." Darius focused on what he could see of the manse next door. "We shall do that. In one manner or another. For their sakes." He prayed that the humans in that estate had not dared to take one of theirs. The other race was to be avoided by the king's orders, but if they had the temerity to aggress upon a vampire, and a noble female at that, Darius would slaughter each one of them in their beds and leave the bodies to rot into a stench. 31. Gregwin woke up with Holly curled against him, her lush fake breasts a pair of twin pillows pressing into his side. A quick glance at the clock and he saw that it was 7 a.m. Might as well get packed and head for Atlanta. "Holly." He nudged her with his hand. "Wake up." She let out something close to a purr and stretched, her body arching into his and turning his morning hard-on into a raw need that he was inclined to do something about. Memories of how she'd ended up in his bed curbed that impulse quickly, though, proving that he was a gentleman in some ways. "Holly, come on. Wakey wakey." He pushed her hair back and smoothed it down her shoulder. "If we get a move on, we'll be in Atlanta by late afternoon." Which, considering he'd cost them a day chasing after this Rathbone thing, was gonna come in handy. "Okay. I'm up. Actually, he was the only one of the two who got vertical. Holly just nestled into the warm space he'd left and went right back to sleep. He took a shower and then filled up his suitcase as loudly as he could, but she was dead to the world. Not so much asleep as in a coma. He was just about to go around with Stan, who was even worse at the whole rousing thing, when a knock sounded on the door. Could the stoner fool already be awake? Greg started talking to his cameraman as he opened the door. "Listen, let's pack up the van." It was the tight-ass butler, looking as if someone had dumped red wine all over his couch. Greg lifted his palm. "We're leaving, okay? We're taking off. Just give us. The owner has decided to allow you to film here. For your special." Greg blinked like an idiot. "Excuse me?" The butler's tone grew even more disgusted. "If that was possible. The owner spoke to me this morning. He said you were permitted to host your show herein." One day too late, Greg thought with a curse to himself. "Sorry, my team and I are." Thrilled, Holly finished for him. As he glanced over his shoulder, his narrator was pulling her robe into place and getting off the bed. "That's great news," she said pointedly while smiling at the butler, who seemed to be yo-yoing between disapproval and enchantment at the sight of her all fuzzy and warm and au naturel. "Very well then," the butler said after he cleared his throat. "Do let me know if you need anything." With a bow, he disappeared down the hall. Greg shut the door. "I thought you wanted out of here." "Well, I was safe with you, right?" She sidled up to him, stroking his chest. "I'll just stay with you." The satisfaction in her voice made him suspicious. "Did you play me about that whole sex thing with whoever it was?" She shook her head without hesitation. "No, but I truly think it was all a dream." "What about the fact that you said you'd actually had sex?" Her plucked brows furrowed as if she were trying to see through frosted glass. "It's just too hazy to have been real. Last night I was totally confused, but in daylight, it all seemed silly." "You were pretty sure when you came in here?" She shook her head slowly. "Nothing except a really vivid, incredible dream. It didn't actually happen." He searched her face and found nothing but certainty. Abruptly, she put her hand up to her temple. Do you have any aspirin? Headache. Yeah. It just came on. He went over and took his dopp kit out of his suitcase. Listen, I'm willing to give it a shot here, but if we decide to stay, there's no pulling out. We need to fill our time slot, so we can't just bolt for Atlanta in a day or two. Frankly, they were already in last-minute land. I understand, she said as she sat on the bed. I absolutely get it. Greg brought her the aspirin, then went into the bathroom and snagged her a glass of water. Listen, why don't you go back to bed? It's early yet and Stan's no doubt still passed out. What are you going to do? She yawned as she handed him back the bear and the empty glass. He nodded to his laptop. I'll take this downstairs to the living room and start going through the footage we captured last night. It should have all uploaded from the remote cameras. Stay here? She asked as she shifted her manicured toes under the sheets. You sure? Her smile as she put her head down on the pillow revealed her perfect caps and the sweet side of her personality. Yes. I'll sleep better, plus you smell nice after your shower. Man, she had some kind of way about her. With her looking up from his bed like that, it would have taken an army to drag him out of the room. Okay. Go to sleep, Lolly. She smiled at the pet name he'd given her after he'd first started sleeping with her. I will. And thank you for staying with me. As she closed her eyes, he went over to the wing chair by the window and fired up his laptop. The feeds from the tiny cameras they'd hidden out in the hall and downstairs in the living room and outside in the big oak next to the porch had indeed uploaded. Given what had happened, he wished like hell they'd put a remote in Holly's room. But that was the thing. As ghosts didn't actually exist, why would they have bothered? The shots had been taken just for selling the atmosphere of the place, and for doctoring up later when it came time to call forth the spirits of the house. As he started to look through the images that had been captured, he realized he'd been doing this for how long? 2 years? And he had yet to actually see anything or hear anything that couldn't be explained, which was fine. He wasn't trying to prove the existence of spirits. He was out to sell entertainment. The only thing he'd learned in the past 24 months was that it was a good job lying had never been a problem for him. Matter of fact, his total comfort with falsity was why he was a perfect television producer. It was all about the goal for him and the particulars, whether they were locations, talent, agents, homeowners, or whatever was on film or tape, were nothing but soup cans in a cupboard to be positioned at his will. To get the job done, he'd lied about contracts and dates and times and images and sounds. He'd fudged and misled and threatened with fallacies. He'd manufactured and queued up and... Greg frowned and leaned into the screen. Moving the cursor to the rewind button on the Windows media player, he replayed the segment that had been recorded in the hallway. What he saw was a dark shape moving along the corridor outside their bedrooms and disappearing into Holly's. The time on the lower right-hand corner, 12:11 a.m., which was just about 45 minutes before she came to him. Greg replayed the segment, watching that huge shadow walk down the center of the dimly lit hallway, blocking the illumination that came in through the window at the far end. In his mind, he heard Holly's voice. Because I had sex with him. Anger and anxiety swirling in his head, he let the recording play on, the minutes ticking by in that right-hand corner. And then there it was, someone leaving Holly's room, stepping out, blocking the light, about 30 minutes later. The figure headed off the opposite way. It came almost as if it knew where the camera had been mounted and didn't want to show its face. Just as Greg was getting ready to call the local police, the damn thing disappeared into thin air. What the fuck? 32. John Matthew came awake, sensed checks beside him, and panicked. Dream. Was this a dream? He sat up slowly, and when he felt her arm slip down his chest to his belly, he caught it before it hit his hips. God, what he held with care was warm and weighted and... John? She said into a pillow. Without thinking, he curled around her and smoothed her short hair. The instant he did, she seemed to fall right back to sleep. A quick look at his watch told him it was 4 in the afternoon. They'd slept for hours, and if the growl in his stomach was anything to go by, she must be starving as well. When he was sure she was out like a light again, he slipped free of her hold and moved around quietly, writing her a quick note before drawing on his leathers and t-shirt. In his bare feet, he padded out into the hall. Everything was quiet because there was no training here anymore, and that was a damn shame. There should have been shouts of sparring from the gym and the drone of lectures in the classroom and the slam of lockers being shut in the showers. Instead, silence. But he and Shex weren't alone as it turned out. When he got to the office's glass door, he froze with his hand on the pull. Tor was asleep at the desk. Well, on it. His head was down on his forearm and his shoulders were slumped. John was so used to feeling anger toward the guy, it was a shock to have nothing of the sort light him up. Instead, he felt a crushing sadness. He'd woken up next to Shex this morning. But Tor was never ever getting that again. He was never going to roll over and smooth Wellesley's hair. He was never going to go to the kitchen to bring her something to eat. He was never going to hug her or kiss her. And he'd lost a baby along the way. John opened the door and expected the brother to snap up, but Tor didn't. The mail was out cold. Made sense though. He'd been busy getting back into shape, eating and working out 24/7, and the effort was showing. His pants no longer hung off him and his shirts weren't sagging. But clearly the process was exhausting. Where was Lassiter? John wondered as he went by the desk and into the closet. The angel usually stuck pretty close to the brother. Ducking into the hidden door in the supply shelves, he walked through the tunnel toward the house. As he went, the fluorescent lights in the ceiling stretched out far, far ahead of him, giving the impression of a predestined path which, considering how things were going, was a comfort. When he came to a shallow set of stairs, he mounted them, entered a code, and went up another flight. Emerging into the foyer, he heard the TV in the billiard room and figured that was where the angel was. No one else in the house would be watching Oprah. Not without a gun to his head. The kitchen was empty. The doggen no doubt catching some food in their own quarters before they had to get first meal made and set for the household. Which was just as well. He really didn't want help. Moving fast, he snagged a basket from the pantry and filled the bitch up to the gunnels. Bagels. Thermos full of coffee. Jug of OJ. Cut fruit. Danish. 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 Mug. Mug. Glass. He was going for high calories and praying she liked sweets. On that note, he made a turkey sandwich just in case. And for a different reason, he slapped together a ham and cheese. Striding out through the dining room, he headed back for the door beneath the grand staircase. Lot of food for two, Lassiter said. His usual smart-ass routine dialed down. John wheeled around. The angel was in the doorway to the billiard room, lounging against the ornate archway. He had one boot crossed over the other and his arms linked across his chest. His golden piercings glinted, giving the impression there were eyes all over him, eyes that missed nothing. Lassiter smiled a little. So you're seeing things from a different angle now, are you? As recently as the night before, John would have thrown back a fuck off. But now he was inclined to nod, especially as he thought of the cracks in the hallway concrete that had been caused by the pain Tor had been through. Good, Lassiter said. And about damn time. Oh, and I'm not with him at the moment because everyone needs to be alone. Plus, I got to have my fix. The angel turned away, his blonde and black hair swinging. And you can shut it. Oprah's awesome. John shook his head and found himself smiling. Lassiter might be a metrosexual pain in the ass, but he'd brought Tor back to the Brotherhood, and that was worth something. Through the tunnel, out the back of the closet, into the office where Tor was still asleep. As John stepped up to the desk, the brother woke up on a full-body spasm, his head whipping off the desk. Half of his face was mashed in, as if someone had hit him with a round of spray starch and ironed his shit badly. John, he said roughly. Hey, you need anything? John reached into the basket and took out the ham and cheese. Placing it on the desk, he slid it toward the mail. Tor blinked as if he'd never seen 2 slices of rye pulling a cinch on some meat before. John nodded down at it. Eat, he mouthed. Tor reached out and placed his hand on the sandwich. Thanks. John nodded, his fingertips lingering on the surface of the desk. His goodbye was a quick knock of his knuckles. There was too much to be said in the little time he had, his big concern being that Shex not wake up alone. When he hit the door, Tor said, I'm really glad you got her back. I'm so damned glad. As the words drifted over to him, John's eyes latched onto those cracks out in the corridor. That would have been him, he realized. If Wrath and the brothers had rolled up to his door with bad news about his female instead of the good kind, he'd have reacted the exact same way Tor had. Tore up from the floor up, followed by a big out eye. Over his shoulder, John looked at the pale face of the male who had been his savior, his mentor, the closest thing to a father he'd ever known. Tor had gained weight, but his face was still hollow, and maybe that would never change, no matter how many meals he ate. As their stares locked, John had the sense that the pair of them had been through so much more than just the sum of years they'd known each other. John put the basket down at his feet. "I'm taking Shex out tonight." "Yeah. I'm gonna show her where I grew up." Tor swallowed hard. "You want the keys to my house?" John recoiled. He'd meant just to include the guy in what was doing with him, kind of a toe-in-the-pool thing to mending shit between them. "I didn't expect to take her there." "Go. It would be good for you to check it out. The dog gen get over there just once a month, maybe twice." Tor shifted and pulled open one of the desk drawers. As he took out a key fob, he cleared his throat. "Here." John caught the keys and made a fist around them, shame constricting his chest. He'd been busy shitting on the guy lately, and even still, the brother manned up and offered what had to be a killer for him. "I'm glad you and Shex have found each other. It makes cosmic sense, it truly does." John shoved the keys in his pocket to free up his hand. "We're not together." The smile that briefly showed on the guy's face seemed ancient. "Yeah, you are. You two are meant to be together." Jesus, John thought, guess his bonding scent was obvious. Still, there was no reason to go into all the why-nots that were surrounding the pair of them. "So, you going to Our Lady?" When John nodded, Tor reached down to the floor and picked up a hefty bag. "Take this with you. It's drug money confiscated from that brownstone. Blay brought it back. Figure they could use it." As Tor got to his feet, he left the loot on the desk and picked up the sandwich, peeling back the saran wrap and taking a bite. "Good work with the mayo," he murmured. "Not too much. Not too little. Thanks." Tor headed for the closet. John whistled softly and the brother stopped, but didn't turn around. "It's okay, John. You don't have to say anything. Just be safe out there tonight. 'Kay?" With that, Tor ducked out of the office, leaving John alone in the wake of a kindness and dignity he could only hope to live up to someday. As the closet door closed, he thought, he wanted to be like Tor. Heading out into the corridor, it was funny to have that running through his brain again, and its return kind of righted the world, ever since he'd first met the guy, whether it was the brother's size, or his intelligence, or the way he treated his female, or how he fought, or even the deep sound of his voice. John had wanted to be like Tor. This was good. This was, right? As he walked down to the recovery room, he wasn't exactly looking forward to tonight. After all, the past was oftentimes better left buried. Especially his, because it stank. But the thing was, he had a better chance at keeping Shex from tearing off Afterlash this way. She was going to need another night, maybe two, before she was at her full strength. And she should feed again at least one more time. This way he would know where she was and keep her by his side for the evening. No matter what Tor believed, John wasn't fooling himself. Sooner or later, she was going to bolt and he wasn't going to be able to stop her. On the far side, Payne strolled around the sanctuary, her bare feet tickled by the springy green grass, her nose filled with the scents of honeysuckle and hyacinth. She hadn't slept for even an hour since her mother had reanimated her, and though at first that had seemed odd, she didn't give it much thought anymore. It just was. More than likely her body had had enough repose to last a lifetime. As she went by the pre-male temple, she didn't go inside. Same with the entrance to her mother's courtyard. It was too early for Wrath to arrive, and her sparring with him was the only reason she ever went therein. When she came to the sequestering temple, however, she did breach the door, although she couldn't have said what drew her to turn the knob and step over the threshold. The bowls of water the Chosen had long used to stare into and thereby bear witness to the events that transpired on the other side were lined up in perfect order on the many desks, the rolls of parchment and quill pens likewise laid out, ready for use. A glint of light caught her eye and she walked over to its source. The water in one of the crystal basins was moving in ever-slowing circles, as if the thing had been used just now. She looked around. "Hello?" There was no answer, just the sweet smell of lemon, which suggested no one had been by recently with her cleaning cloth. Which was a bit of a waste of time, really. There was no dust, no grime, no dirt to be dealt with here, but then no one was a part of the great Chosen tradition, wasn't she? Nothing to do but make work that served no great purpose. As Payne turned to leave and passed by all the vacant chairs, the sense of her mother's failure was as prevalent as the silence that abounded. She didn't like the female, for truth. But there was a sad reality to all the plans that had been made that had come to naught. Design a breeding program to weed out defects so that the race was strong. face the enemy on the field on earth and win. Have her many children serve her with love, obedience, and joy. Where was the scribe virgin now? Alone, unworshipped, unliked. And the coming generations were even less likely to follow her ways, given the manner in which so many parents had strayed from tradition. Leaving the empty room, Payne stepped out into the pervasive milky light and, down by the reflecting pool, a brilliant yellow shape shifted and danced like a tulip in a breeze. Payne strode toward the figure, and as she got closer, she decided Layla had evidently lost her mind. The Chosen was singing a song that had no words, her body moving to a rhythm that had no fiddle, her hair swinging around like a flag. It was the first and only time the female had not worn a chignon in the fashion of all Chosen, at least that Payne had seen. "My sister," Layla said, coming to a halt. "Forgive me." Her brilliant smile was brighter than the yellow of her robing, and her scent was louder than it had ever been, the fragrance of cinnamon ringing in the air as sure as her lovely voice had. Payne shrugged. "There's nothing to forgive. Verily, your song is pleasing to the ear." Layla's arms resumed their elegant swinging. "'Tis a lovely day, is it not?" Indeed. From out of nowhere, Payne felt a bolt of fear. "Your mood is much improved." "'Tis. The Chosen pirouetted around, pointing her foot in a lovely arch before springing up into the air. "Verily, 'tis a lovely day. Whatever has pleased you so?" Although Payne knew the answer, transformations of disposition, after all, were rarely spontaneous, most required a trigger. Layla slowed her dance, her arms and hair drifting downward and coming to a rest. As her elegant fingers lifted to her mouth, she seemed at a loss for words. She has been of proper service, Payne thought. No longer was her experience as an arrow's just theory. "Aye." The blush on those cheeks was vibrant. "Say no more, just know I am happy for you," Payne murmured, and that was largely true. But there was a part of her which felt curiously dejected. Was it now just her and no one who were of no use? Seemed so. "He kissed me," Layla said, looking toward the reflecting pool. "He laid his mouth upon mine." With grace, the Chosen sat upon the lip of marble and trailed her hand through the still water. After a moment, Payne joined her because sometimes it was better to feel something, anything, even if it was an ache. "You enjoyed it, yes?" Layla stared at her own reflection, her blonde hair trailing over her shoulder until the blunt ends hit the silvery surface of the pool. "He was a fire within me, a great burning rush that consumed me." "So you are virgin no longer." "He stopped us both after the kissing. He said he wanted me to be sure." The sensuous smile that touched the female's face was a clear echo of the passion. "I was certain and still am. So is he. Indeed, his warrior's body was ready for me, hungry for me. To be desired in such a way was a gift beyond measure. I had thought fulfillment in my education was what I was in search of, but now I know there is so much more waiting for me on the other side." "With him," Payne murmured, "or through the pursuit of your duty?" This caused a deep frown. Payne nodded. "I ascertain that it is more of him than your position you seek." There was a long pause. "Such passion betwixt us is surely indicative of a certain destiny, is it not?" "On that I have no opinion." Her experience with fate had led her to one shining, bloody moment of activity, followed by a pervasive inaction, neither of which enabled her to comment on the kind of passion to which Layla was referring, or reveling in. "Do you condemn me?" Layla whispered. Payne lifted her eyes to the Chosen and thought of that empty seeing room with all the vacant desks and the bowls left unwarmed by well-trained hands. Layla's joy now, rooted as it was in goings on outside of the Chosen life, seemed another inevitable defection. And that was not a bad thing. She reached out and touched the other female's shoulder. "Not at all. Verily, I'm pleased for you." Layla's shy pleasure turned her from beautiful to something close to breathtaking. "I am so pleased to share this with you. I am full to bursting and there is no one, really, with whom to speak. You may always talk to me." Layla, after all, had never judged her or her masculine proclivities, and she was very inclined to grant the female the same gracious acceptance. "Will you be going back soon?" Layla nodded. "He said I could return unto him on his, how did he put it? Next night off. And so I shall." "Well, you must keep me informed." "Indeed. I shall be interested to hear of how you fare." "Thank you, sister." Layla covered Payne's hand, a sheen of tears forming in the Chosen's eyes. "I have been so long and used, and this is what I have wanted. I feel alive." "Good for you, my sister. That is." Very good. With a final smile of reassurance, Payne got to her feet and took her leave of the female. As she walked back to the quarters, she found herself rubbing that ache that had formed in the center of her chest. Wrath couldn't get here fast enough as far as she was concerned.